Step into a world where paradise is both elusive and infernal, where the boundaries between life and death blur, and where the most profound secrets of existence lie hidden. Hey everyone, Diavolo here, and welcome to my full-length explanation of Hell's Paradise, or Jigokuraku's manga masterpiece. Today, we embark on a journey through each arc of this extraordinary story, from the captivating island arc all the way through to the riveting departure arc, delving into the brilliance that is Yuki Kaku's creation. Hell's Paradise is not your typical run-of-the-mill manga. It's a testament to the artistry of a mangaka who dares to push the boundaries of storytelling, weaving a narrative that resonates deep within our very core. The meaning behind Hell's Paradise goes beyond mere entertainment. It speaks to the human condition, probing at the essence of existence itself. One of the most remarkable aspects of Hell's Paradise is the world that Yuki Kaku meticulously constructed. It is a realm very much like our own world that fuses together an amalgamation of different religions, creating a rich tapestry of beliefs and mythologies. As readers, we're immersed in a universe where a variety of Eastern faiths intertwine, where humans and gods coexist, and where the line between good and evil becomes blurred. Throughout the exploration of these four arcs that make up Hell's Paradise, we will come to appreciate the sheer brilliance of Yuki Kaku's storytelling prowess. Jigokuraku is a tale that engages both the mind and the heart. It challenges our preconceptions, delves into the depths of our souls, and leaves us yearning for more. Just before we do move forward though and spend the rest of our day discussing this beast of a series, if you want to watch more of these massive story explain videos just like this, but for a variety of different series, then be sure to hit that subscribe button and push this video to 5k likes so that I know you want more. Either way, sit back, grab some snacks, and get ready as we delve into Yuki Kaku's masterpiece. As we kick things off, we find a young, restrained man who's just been betrayed by his comrades on a recent mission. Before bringing the sword down, he asks him for any parting words, but the infamous Gabimaru the Hollow simply replies, nah. So you see, decapitation demands exemplary sword technique, one in which only a few have ever been able to master. Typically, the spectacle turns into a brute fest that transforms the grounds into an arena of hell. However, as the sword comes down atop Gabimaru, it leaves everyone absolutely blown away once it snaps and clatters to the ground upon touching his skin. Having managed to survive the initial execution, Gabimaru wonders why he won't die. He knows that he doesn't have any kind of attachment to life, as to his core, he's a ninja, not someone who sees the value of life. Later on, during his sentencing, he's visited by an inspector who records his life story in excruciating detail. They go over everything from his parents, dreams, all of the attempts made on his life, how he actually wants to die, and finally, how he was betrayed by his village chief. Later on, and after witnessing another failed execution attempt, the same female questions Gabimaru, stating that he told her he wished to die, and yet it appears as though he just resisted his execution. She asks him why a man with no reason to live would do such a thing. Sitting there, Gabimaru explains that he was the best of the best in Iwagakure, and because of this, he was able to marry the daughter of his village's chief. However, after getting together, he couldn't tolerate her and requested a meeting with the chief to end it. Being restrained upon entry into the house though, the chief states that he would allow Gabimaru to leave her, but only on the condition that he would complete one last mission. Then out on that said mission, the moment he learned that he had actually been set up, he also realized that if he tried to evade capture, then the Iwagakure clan would track him down for the entirety of his life. So because of this, he decided to throw in the towel and give up. Then skipping forward to another series of failed executions. Like, oh my lord, the actual insanity and pure beauty of the art in this story is freaking phenomenal. Like look at this man after surviving the boiling pot. Anyways, so finally, the inspector who had been recording Gabimaru's past tells the other men around her that the preparations are complete. Having collected Gabimaru from his cell, he slowly walked to yet another room in which he assumes that they'll fail executing him again. Yet, after opening the door, it's revealed that the female who had been questioning him is actually a slayer named Yamada Asaemon Sagiri. So, this Yamada Asaemon is the name handed down over generations to the Ronin from the Yamada clan, who are known to be extremely skilled with a sword, and they train their blades by cutting down a multitude of different people. As Sagiri prepares to bring her blade down on Gabimaru, she tells him that his wish is granted. Sensing death approaching, he realizes that this woman is indeed genuine and instinctively flexes, destroying the shackles holding him restrained. Quickly darting in behind the ninja, Sagiri attempts to slice down on him with her katana, but Gabimaru swiftly dodges at the last second. Again dodging a quick flurry of strikes from Sagiri, Gabimaru starts to wonder why he's refused to accept his fate and die. As more fodder falls start to surround the duo, Sagiri tells him that their blade reflects one's true nature. Some may bluff and keep a brave face to the bitter end, some turn desperate and cling to life, while others deceive themselves into accepting death. To her, it's extremely obvious that there is a great emptiness within him, and it's fairly evident given the life he's led. She tells him that he does indeed have an attachment to life, stating that he loves his so-called dim-witted wife. To Gabimaru, her very existence gives him a reason to live in the first place. Lunging at her, Gabimaru attempts to slice Sagiri, but she easily blocks and confirms her theory. She wonders if he's refused to be executed because he still has feelings for her, but he's also tried to convince himself that he actually has no reason to live. Screaming at her to shut up, Gabimaru jumps back and yells, asking what the hell she would know about this messed up world that they live in. He is the infamous Gabimaru. Yet, as our broken man goes to scream the name that brings terror to the hearts of even the strongest men, he's cut off by a memory of his beloved wife telling him that he really isn't hollow after all. No, he's not the cold-hearted demon he's made out to be. He's full of kindness, and the only one who can stand to gaze upon her deformed face. After a small but super cute moment together, she says that this confirms it. There is no way that he could actually be hollow inside. Yet, in reality, now he continues to scream that he is Gabimaru the Hollow, a completely heartless monster. He tried his hardest to live a freaking normal life, but it's just not possible. Living somewhere peaceful, a normal life like ordinary people, he isn't allowed any of that. All of a sudden though, Sagiri disagrees with the statement and presents to him a document saying that he would be pardoned for his crimes by the Shogunate if he could complete a certain task. He would have to travel to the other side. Confused about what she meant by this, Gabimaru asks if she meant death, but Sagiri elaborates that the other side is actually the Pure Land or Heaven, a revered holy realm since ancient times, a place of joy and plenty where none will suffer, which has just been recently found in the seas southwest far beyond the Ryukyu Kingdom. By the way, this Ryukyu Kingdom, or like the islands that the Ryukyu Kingdom was in, are the set of islands that hold Okinawa and stretch down towards like Taiwan and stuff. I wonder if Taiwan could be the like supposed land that they're referring to here, or I wonder if it's just a random island made up for the story, but it's quite cool to wonder if it could be part of our own world in general. Anyway, questioning the fairy tale like story, Sagiri explains to him that in pursuit of this elixir, the Shogun had already dispatched a research team to the island. However, the single boat that had returned was filled to the brim with flowers and a foot with some organic material. Instantly, they sent out 5 more boats, but not a single person among them ever returned. As for the things that did, they could barely be called human. The next team to head to the island shall consist of those already marked for death. So because of this, Sagiri is here to actually recruit someone she sees fit. She seeks a man of talent, but someone still with a strong will to live. Sagiri explains to Gabimaru that his wife is still alive but has turned inwards from the moment he was captured and now speaks to no one and refuses almost every meal. Sagiri thinks that only one can guess what's on her mind, but tells Gabi she suspects that she's waiting on his return. And so, because of all of this that I've rambled on about, she asks him if he is still attached to his life. Will he travel to this crazy ass island with a bunch of goons to complete his pardon and return to his wife, as that is the only hope of ever having a reunion with her? Standing there with tears in his eyes as he remembers his wife's words of encouragement, he asks Sagiri if she wanted to see some ninjutsu. Then, as she responds affirmatively, he tells her to watch closely before sparks of fire start lighting, turning Gabimaru into a ball of flames as he states, "Ninpo ascetic blaze." In an absolute blaze of power, Gabimaru effortlessly takes out every single one of the surrounding guards before taking the Demon Lord Sukuna's place above a pile of scorched men and confidently stating that she can count on him. He'll find the so-called elixir of life. Going into a flashback now, Sagiri remembers the first time she saw her father skillfully execute a criminal, so skillfully in fact that the dude didn't even realise what happened. From that day onwards, she wanted to pursue a career as an executioner. Later in her life, and after completing her first clean cut, she is congratulated by the clueless men nearby. Sagiri herself knows though, and is also reminded of her true weakness by her superiors each time she executes a criminal. It's explained that when there is still fear inside one's blade, that doubt and fear will deliver an agonizing death to the condemned. The blade reflects the truth in all things. A blade drenched with fear causes the condemned to suffer, which in turn weighs down one's blade even further. Being drowned in her fear, Sagiri wonders how it's even possible to overcome this. How is she ever able to rid herself of this fear and doubt like her father once had? Back in the present day now, we find all of the lawbreakers, along with the people who brought them to the capital, seated in front of the 11th Shogun, Lord Tokugawa Nariyoshi. One of his goons explains the confidential mission being offered to them. If completed, it will give them a full pardon by decree of the Shogun himself. Even still, after telling the criminals to remove their blindfolds, he shows them the amalgamation of flowers that had returned back from the land. One absolutely ripped dude who's like, nah, I'm out of here, bro, I don't want to chill with these weirdos, gets up and goes to leave. Suddenly though, his head is cut clean off, as at that moment the same guard screams some more information, informing every criminal that they, the Yamada Asaemon, will accompany them to the island. This is mainly due to the fact that their death sentences are already determined, and they don't need anyone trying to flee once making it to the island. The criminals are told that if they make one wrong move or try to turn once landing on the island, then they'll instantly be taken out. Then, finally, just before ending his explanation of what awaits them, he states that they'd like to cut down a few of the numbers, telling the multitude of ruthless criminals to go on and reduce the amount of participants. As the massacre begins, filling the fat Shogun with glee, we see one young man who's obviously on another level when it comes to straight hands. Man takes out a few small fries before it skips over to a kunoichi, who, by herself, had apparently taken down a bunch of retainers in the Sagiri castle the previous year. Back with Sagiri, she's approached by Yamada Asaemon Aizen, who was that guy who shanked the fodder criminal just before. Anyways, as the two begin to talk, he tries discouraging her from partaking in the mission, literally saying that she should be in the kitchen, not in the battle, which is just kinda crazy. Sagiri explains to him though, that she would have chosen that life if it was a possibility, but their clan test their blades on bodies and turn the remains of those fallen into medicine. So due to these circumstances, her life inherently revolves around the dead, and as much as she tried to ignore it, she just couldn't, as she knew from the time with her father the blade reflects the truth in all things. A few criminals then try to attack Sagiri but fail as she manages to decapitate them, but just like previously, she's instantly dragged down by the grotesque fear coursing through her blade. Noticing this, Gabimaru points out that she is still shaken when she takes a life, but states he'd rather avoid unnecessary killing, as to him that seems perfectly normal. Having overheard this, one of the guards points out to a large group of criminals and commands them to take down Gabimaru, stating that doing so will guarantee their participation. Seeing as he had no other choice in the matter now, Gabimaru proceeds to brutally murk all of the criminals trying to attack him. After seeing the Hollow himself literally go demon mode, Sagiri comes to the realization that instead of trying to kill without fear, she needed to try and bear the weight of her fear and the lives she takes, just like Gabimaru does. She sheds a single tear and declares that she will be the one to execute Gabimaru. So, after the complete beatdown that we just got to witness is finished, the participants are finally revealed. We have the scarred up G, Bandit King Azachobe, Blade Dragon Tamaya Gentetsusai, Hunter of the Hundred Warped Kaon, everyone's favourite Nurugai of the Sanka, the Killing Buddhist Prayer Harubo, Stray Ninja Gabimaru the Hollow, Cannibal Courtesan Akagainu, Kunoichi Yuzuriha of Keishu, Moro Makaya the Opposite, and finally the Giant of Bizen, Roku Rota. Remember all of these names, along with like each disciples from the Yamada clan that will be paired up with them. They all kind of get revealed at different moments throughout the early moments of this island, obviously. Anyways, moments after the massacre was completed, all 10 survivors were loaded onto a large ship and sent towards their freedom. Supposed freedom, they would like to think. After arriving on the island, Gabimaru tells Sagiri about the Iwagakure's chief's immortal body and how the elixir of life may actually exist, though he doubted it would be on the island because of the unnatural environment. He then easily frees himself of his restraint, stating that they don't know what they could possibly encounter, but Sagiri refuses to allow him to do whatever he pleases and demands that he put back on the restraints. Not listening to her, Gabimaru instead goes on about the ridiculously small amount of supplies along with little to no direction on where to go once arriving. Stepping back, Sagiri holds her blade to Gabi's throat and commands him to rebind his hands. She reiterates that they are not partners, she is his executioner, and should he fail to find the elixir, well, she simply couldn't care less. Clearing her voice, she once again tells him to bind his hands, in which after sighing he replies that he gets it and rebinds his hands, stating that he'll go along with these little rules, but only up to a certain point. Then out of freaking nowhere, Gabimaru suddenly bends his neck back like a snake, dodging a thundering strike from Warped Kaon. Having bounced back out of the way, Gabimaru instantly points out to Sagiri that the criminal's arms were not restrained, which I absolutely love, like that instant rebuttal. Anyway, overreacting herself, Sagiri questions the rank 2 sword tester Yamada Asaemon Kisho as to why he wasn't following the rules. Thinking that he's been ignored by the Hollow, Kaon charges at Gabimaru and pulls out a full case of weapons to attack him with. He states that the weapons can only shine after they've bathed in blood, and soon his entire body will learn the beauty of his art. Gabimaru, who's just like blown away with the weirdness of this new opponent, explains to him that if he keeps up with how he's going, then eventually the other criminals will overtake him in his race to the elixir. Yet, Kaon rebuttals him as he actually thinks it'll be a best case scenario to take out all of the other competition first. Being left with no other choice, Gabimaru decides to take him out, yet Warped Kaon instantly charges in and attacks with a huge two-handed spear that shatters upon connecting with the top part of his head. Quickly, he changes his stance and sends the hollow shooting back with a jab to his body with the spear. However, it had absolutely no effect on Gabimaru, who, like the legend he is, was just double checking to make sure his hands were still tied together. He then somehow manages to pin the spear under his arm and fling the giant upwards directly above him. With a bunch of the weapons falling down, he returns the falling weaponry that had just fallen out of the armory with some perfectly balanced kicks. Jumping back, Sagiri wonders if Gabimaru somehow defeated him with one blow, yet Kaon actually managed to survive after revealing that he was wearing a thick armor coating underneath his clothing. Getting back up, he states that their legendary hollow skills sure are amazing, but they weren't legendary enough to pierce through his living armor. He prepares to fight Gabimaru once more, telling the small demon that he doesn't understand the use of weapons and couldn't display the beauty of his blade with his previous attack, but now he will teach him its true beauty. Yet, apparently this man is completely fodder and doesn't even deserve 3 panels explaining what happens, as instead, he's instantly finished by the scattered weapons that had fallen to the ground just previously. As Gabimaru walks away from the mess, he sighs and shows the surprise retainers he never even removed his bindings during the fight. Over with the other group, and while Roku Rota was being transported, which is like the massive giant looking dude, it takes 3 vessels tied together to even pull this giant along. Looking at the size of him, the random staff members become worried, overthinking the possibilities that the giant could awake and go on a rampage. But Aizen, the school's rank 1, assures them that this is literally the reason they're here. No one is immune to their cuts. Back with our main group, Keisho had actually moved into attack, and it's revealed that Warped Kaon was taken by surprise, being murked in the process. Due to his prisoner dying, Keisho advises the others that he's going to head home, as he really doesn't have a reason to stay anymore. Sagiri tries warning him about the 60 men that we're missing on the island and helping with finding them, but the swordsman though just finds it a complete waste of time to be worrying about others, and in fact, considers himself lucky to be able to make an escape. He warns her that the criminals with them have already made their move. They're individuals who have never cared for society's laws, and the rules that the Shogun gave them should not be taken seriously since it might risk their chances of acquiring the elixir of life. In his eyes, rather than taking the rules literally, surely the Shogunate would be more pleased with success at any cost. He points out Gabimaru as a prime example, asking if she preferred he was cut down now and she run off. Having heard enough though, Gabimaru silences Keisho, getting all up in his face and telling him nothing else mattered, all he wanted was to get back to his wife. Keisho tells him to hurry up then, and snidely warns the Hollow Ninja that within a few hours, everything will have changed. Back with Aizen, and probably at somewhat of a similar time, seeing that the giant had risen, he asks him if he's hungry, but immediately notices the bloodlust emanating from his criminal. In a flash, the two don't even trade words, but immediately go to attack. Sadly, Aizen ain't living up to the aura that name holds, and was literally slapped like a bug by Roku Rota. Honestly, a complete change from all of the other series within Aizen, plus with him being rank 1, I was also expecting him to be insanely skilled, yet we never even get to see his true potential obviously. As Keisho then continues his ominous statement, it darts around the outskirts of the island, revealing the dismay that has erupted in the other groups. Keisho explains that apparently an emissary was already headed to Iwagakure to help them with this mission. He knows the limits of his strengths and tells Sagiri that this mission will likely determine the next head of the Yamada clan. Then, with him having warned them about the coming possibilities, he finally makes his leave. Taking this all in, she tries to pass off the idea that Gabimaru would ever make a move to attack her. However, just as she asks where they should go next, Gabi, looking shell-shocked, darts at Sagiri, trying to strike her down. Baffled and angered with the change in his attitude, she just asks him why. What could possibly be the meaning of this? Standing there, Gabimaru thinks back on the moments after his birth, and how his parents tried to escape the village with him, but were sadly slain. The Iwagakure's chief cruelly used this moment to shape the child, telling him to look upon their weakness. He states that because of his parents' sentimental love, it made them weak, and if he doesn't grow into a strong man, he'll end up like his parents, incapable of protecting even his loved ones later in life. Back in the heat of battle, and after learning what Keisho had to say about Iwagakure getting involved, Gabimaru knew that it would all be over for him. He won't have the luxury of taking time and protecting random people on his path to find the elixir, and because of that, he was left with no other choice than to take out Sagiri. Dashing in, the two let loose a flurry of strikes, causing constant sparks to fly off the clashing pieces of metal. Thinking herself, Sagiri wonders why she's hesitating. Why hasn't she been able to write him off as just another villain? Opposing her, Gabimaru, also confused, wonders why. Why is he wavering? Before then remembering his wife's words on how it's only natural that he doesn't want to follow through with taking her out. Instead, it's best to follow your sentimentality. He's different now, he isn't the hollow man he once was. It's not a form of weakness, but a form of strength, and it will guide him into a pure warrior. Unable to throw away the beliefs he grew up with though, Gabimaru can't help but fall back into darkness, knowing that he's learned of weakness. Using his hand like a spear, Gabi bursts through his bandages, putting Sagiri easily within range, but once again hesitates, allowing her to notice in time and deflect the strike. The two once again slash at each other, but they both note that their own damn emotions are slowing them down. Remembering the old fart as though the dude has some kind of hold over his thoughts, Gabimaru takes things up a notch, proceeding to straight up cut her sword in half, and as she stands there in utter shock, seemingly finishes the job. Yet, somehow it's revealed that Sagiri had used her sheath to deflect the killing blow. Momentarily baffled, Gabi just tells her that resisting is useless as he knows she can't bring him down with a sheath alone. He apologizes for what he has to do, however, Sagiri again hits a nerve within him by stating that she didn't realize he was capable of feeling such sentiment given his reputation. Agreeing that he doesn't, Gabimaru blitzes Sagiri, appearing on top of her in a massive smoke and fire. Before he could kill her though, he is once again reminded of his wife's influence and stops himself from taking her out. Appearing on his shoulder, the chief's thoughts taunt Gabi, trying to get him to take out his retainer. Leaning over her, he tries to will himself to push forth and do something he's done thousands of times before, but he can't as his wife's apparition is able to destroy the emotions controlling him. Laying below the broken man, Sagiri realizes that throughout the entire time she's known him, he's worn an expression of utter pain, like he was enduring something. For her, she was able to see this, and it actually allowed her to comfort the emotions she had kept hidden. With Gabi not being able to bring himself to do what he needed to do, he begins crying, believing that with the way he is, he won't be able to survive on the island or ever see his wife again. Sagiri though realizes that this isn't weakness, what he has is love for his wife, which shows for a fact that he can feel emotions. Still lying there, she promises him that if he faces his emotions while reclaiming his life, then she will support him throughout the journey. Finally, Sagiri tells Gabimaru to show her what he's capable of, as even though their inherent relationship hasn't changed, he is no longer the same man he once was. So I absolutely love these next two characters that get introduced throughout this part of the story here. Complete polar opposites, but damn, they're both so cool in their own kind of way. So in the past, the hulking giant Gentetsu went by the name Blade Dragon 8 Provinces Unparalleled. After arriving in a certain province, a daimyo who shared the similar title offered him work and food, so he decided to take him up on the offer. After a couple of drinks though, the daimyo insisted that even with his nickname, he doubts he could ever take down an actual dragon. Utterly insulted with the idea that he couldn't take down a dragon, Gentetsu destroyed the dragon statue atop the entranceway to the daimyo's residence, along with the whole gate. Obviously, as you may have suspected, this resulted in him being kicked out of his own clan and sentenced to death, hence how the man ended up on the mission here to the island. Having revealed his past to his retainer, who's the rank 9 Yamada Asaemon Fuchi, Gentetsu tells him that once he gets his pardon and walks free, he will return to cut down that silly old daimyo's mansion. Fuchi, who's just standing there, utterly fails to comprehend how he even came to that being a good conclusion. Gentetsu jokingly mocks the tiny retainer and makes a few negative comments about the Yamada clan. Peeved, Fuchi draws out his sword and tells him to not make fun of the clan, causing Gentetsu to back away from the blade, feeling a deadly bloodlust coming from the midget. Not escalating the argument, the big man just tells him to not get in his way before freeing himself from his bindings. He then explains his part of eliminating the other competition around, criminals wise, so he can take the extra time with finding the elixir in safety. Fuchi takes note that only a few criminals will survive the trials on the island, and if the Shogun becomes impatient because of that, he will call upon a stronger and more venomous batch of warriors to be dispatched in their stead. By the way, this is a big thing in the story here, and I hope some people pick up on it throughout. Just let me know down in the comments if you do and whatnot. But the symbolism here is actually taken from real life. Back in early Japan, they used to put venomous insects in a pot and then let them battle to the death, which is absolutely crazy. Then they would take the venom that remained and use that to curse someone. Another big mangaka to go out of his way and actually do this in their series, if you've noticed, is Jigokuraku with some of the recent stuff in the manga, like chapter 215 that this is referenced to. But yeah, anyway, continuing. Either way, having moved forward together, the two then stumble upon some ancient man-made statues. Not paying attention to his surroundings, Gentetsu is stung on the hand by a random looking butterfly that had a human face on it. Stunned, he quickly remembered what happened to the guard that had returned from the island, and without a second thought, cut off his hand, confusing taking the retainer with him. Looking at his hand though, it's shown that in a matter of moments after having landed on the ground, it started morphing into a bunch of flowers. Suddenly, from within the trees around them, butterflies start bursting out, causing Gantetsusai to get excited as he prepares to defend himself against the random creatures. However, appearing from behind them once more, a comically large titan-like creature then starts walking in their direction. Meanwhile, Gabimaru and Sagiri are also approached by the same weird-looking creatures. With them confused over what they're seeing, Gabimaru steps forth, telling Sagiri to stay back. Looking at it, he wonders what in the world it could possibly be. Why a fish? It doesn't even look like it's supposed to be real. Plus, it's got these random prayer beads as if it's subject to some sort of religion. With his instincts screaming danger, Gabimaru watches as the beast tries to attack him. Easily, he's able to dodge the amalgamation of hands before jumping up and kicking the monster. However, the monster was actually able to block the blow, then, having grabbed the ninja's leg, proceeds to toss him into the ground, causing Gabi to jump back and rethink his attacking strategy. Remembering his ironclad ninja law number 5, to avoid an unfamiliar enemy, he thinks about fleeing the area with Sagiri. Yet, our boy is taken by surprise as a rope-like extension from the monster grabs and tosses him through the nearby foliage. Wounded from the blow, he tells Sagiri that they just need to run for now, but as they go to leave, it's shown that a plethora of these random monsters with prayer beads and vestments have surrounded them. Seeing no way out, Gabimaru clears his head of all other distractions and goes utter demon mode. Jumping into the sky, he easily takes out their monsters with a punch before igniting them with Ninpo ascetic blaze. Sagiri, who's watching in horror behind him, remembers how Gabimaru explained that in his clan they go through all kinds of bizarre training, and through that they learn abilities akin to breathing fire or becoming one with the sea. Gabimaru, having sparked to light from the use of his technique, knows that in order to survive this hellish island and get a pardon, he has to kill anything that gets in his way. Watching Gabimaru fight off the random creatures, Sagiri thought that she was prepared to take on the unknown. But now, with everything going on around her, she starts to wonder if perhaps this isn't the Pure Land, but instead... Then, before she's even able to think any longer, a large, Buddha-like monster confronts her from behind. Gabimaru, who's fading in and out of some kind of visual experience, notices that Sagiri is in danger, but instead of turning to help her, focuses on taking out the large creature in front of him himself. However, without even realizing it, Gabi had managed to actually attack her creature, saving Sagiri in the process. As Gabi sits there, confused, holding her, she thanks him for saving her life, but then again, out of nowhere, he has his head ripped up by one of those creature's tentacles. Randomly, in the split second before the monster squeezed down, someone had managed to sever its hold on Gabimaru. Turning around, he notices that 3 newcomers had arrived and saved them from the surrounding creatures. Yuzuriha, who's another ninja like Gabi, walks up and makes her introduction. While Sagiri thinks it's odd that a pair of retainers are escorting her, Gabimaru thanks them for intervening, but asks why. Why would they go out of their way to help someone when they're under no obligation to do so? Yuzuriha just tries straight up seducing him to get around the question and into teaming up. However, Gabimaru pins her down, explaining that that method won't work on him. Be like Gabi, guys. Don't be like Sneeko. Don't be a cuckboy like Sneeko. Anyway, Yuzuriha was really trying to team up with them, but before they could continue as a group, Sagiri asks why would 2 people escort her. Rank 8 Yamada Asaimon Genji explains that he was originally in charge of Moro, yet Moro was quickly deceived by Yuzuriha and taken out. After realizing what she'd done, Genji proudly determined that she could not be left alone with just a single executioner and decided to watch over her with the other dude. Yuzuriha explains that before running into Gabimaru, they were also surrounded by bugs. She knows that this island isn't exactly the safest place, and because of that, knows finding the elixir and escaping is key. Yet, if she was to run in without a plan or by herself, she'd probably be killed and it would all be for nothing. So due to the predicament she found herself in, the strategy of playing it safe by teaming up to find the elixir is by far the smartest. After thinking Gabimaru accepted her into the group, Yuzuriha tried giving him a hug, but Gabi instantly pinned her down again, telling her that he wasn't in agreement since he didn't trust them in the slightest. Looking at him, Yuzuriha breaks the ninja's hold, pulling him in close and telling him that they didn't have to trust each other and can betray each other whenever they'd like, as after all, the elixir is just worth a single pardon. If they team up though, she'll provide them with information regarding the human-faced butterflies, explaining that they swarm around the monsters and have scales and emit poison that cause hallucinations, but are still a mystery overall. Curious on how she figured out all this to start with, Gabi asks how she came to this conclusion. Funnily enough, remember Moro from just before, well, Yuzuriha had got hella friendly with him like she tried to with Gabi, then tied him up to a tree, then, left him prey to certain bugs to check their effects. From this, she was able to learn that the centipedes by far have the worst effects, but the majority of their bugs won't really attack you unless you provoke them. Yamada Asaemon Center, who's like originally Yuzuriha's executioner, finally speaks up and lets them know that all of the monsters he's seen have qualities associated with Buddhism and Tao. Those two religions alone have fundamentally different core structures, so he finds it weirdly unsettling that they're blended together in some sort of dark nature. From just this fact alone, he believes that this island's true nature is definitely not pure. Sagiri agrees, like even though these monsters appear as godly beings, the feeling her blade gives her solidifies the idea that they are simply living creatures. To Yuzuriha, this just cements that this is a priority they communicate and gather more info, but Gabimaru, wondering what's motivating her to this extent, asks why. According to her, this is all for her little sister. She suffers from an incurable disease, and due to her situation in life, they couldn't even afford basic medicine. In an attempt to earn money, she turned ninja and took part in hellish training inside of the Kai clan. Randomly, one day the boss turned on her, and that's how she ended up here. Still, Gabimaru honestly doesn't believe her. Finally revealing what seems to be the truth though, she says that she doesn't even have a story. Getting to live and return home is more than enough for her. Wanting to know one more thing, Gabi inquires as to what exactly she did to her executioner. Like last time, she insists that he was just used as a vessel to perform research experiments on, before snidely asking if he really cares that much about the lives of others. Knowing that she contains information about the island, Gabimaru agrees to help her with fighting, but other than that, they're not cooperating. As the others then bicker about what information to share, Sagiri looks back on how far she's come since arriving on the island, which in her eyes is pretty much nowhere. She knows that she was overwhelmed by the monsters and the entire situation itself has just caused her to feel flustered. Disappointed in herself for how powerless she currently is, Sagiri drops to the floor, fainting from the effects of the previous battle. Going back in time again slightly, I guess, we're introduced to Toma, who'd managed to earn his license as a part of the Asaemon executioners after only a month of training. The only thing remaining for him to do was the execution itself. Funnily enough, it's shown that the person he'd chosen was his own brother. In a turn of events that the clan isn't even privy to yet, Toma had purposefully infiltrated them so that the two would later be able to escape together. Obviously, the way they ended up escaping or trying to was taking part as a retainer and criminal on the trip to Paradise Island. Now on the island, it's shown that the two are able to make landfall, but like everyone else, have been surrounded by a plethora of random wildlife and religious figures. Watching Chobe rush forward to protect him, Toma thinks back on how, even when they were little and had lost their mother to illness, even after their father betrayed the clan and was sentenced, even when the bandits attacked them without a second thought, Chobe always figured things out and adapted to every situation. He learnt early on that the law of this land isn't the strong always win, but rather a survival of those who manage to adapt best to their situations and surroundings affecting them. By the way, you'll learn all about how the story teaches us that being strong and weak are both valuable to someone's personality. It's a much deeper story than I really thought when I got into it. I came in under the precedent that it was a darker shonen and part of the dark trio with CSM and JJK, and it went crazy with some of its battles, but I had no idea that some of the things that it tries to teach us as its readers are truly good morals to live by. Straight up, even with just Gabby being faithful to his wife even though he is only 16, and not that pervy weirdness that other series tend to have, it's that faithful love, it's normal. Anyway, let's get past me being that weird, soppy, normal Diavolo in a different timeline. I don't know where this Diavolo came from, but anyway, moving forth. Having taken out a bunch of the monsters, the duo notice even more approaching and decide to flee the area rather than take them on. As they try to escape, Toma's hair is caught by one of the monsters and while freaking out, screams for his brother's help. However, Chobe continues to run off. Left with no other option than to defend for himself, Toma strikes at the larger monster trying to take it down. Blowing through the monster though, it's shown that Chobe had actually just gapped it to grab a large axe from one of the previously defeated creatures. Chobe is then struck by another monster, taking him completely by surprise, and while looking at the group beginning to surround them, it hears them all tell them that killing is a sin. Standing there listening to all of the voices echo around them, Toma begins to freak out in a similar way to Sagiri earlier. Chobe, on the other hand though, like man's on that demon mode spec, becomes enraged by their speaking of sin and tells them to shut up. He screams as he destroys the surrounding monsters that all of them are just slaves, silly puppets stuck to a regimented code of law. Unlike them, he is his own master, his own god. Standing there, looking at her brother, Toma admires Chobe's ability to adapt. His constant, unyielding sense of self is what defines him. So when it comes to the overall plan with the brothers right here, it's changed from just getting this pardon and escaping together. Now, Chobe states that he will kill all of these monsters and criminals on the island before downing the elixir of life themselves. Back with the main squad now, Sagiri awakens terrified after having a nightmare that involved her father looking down on her. Genji, who's nearby looking after her while the others were working, brings her up to date on how they've actually taken shelter in a tree hollow and she had fainted because of the toxic powder coming off the butterflies. As Sagiri then leaves the hollow, she finds Gabi chilling outside with Senta making a meal for the group. Outside, he brings her up to date, explaining that while looking for ingredients for their meal, he took the opportunity to check the island out a bit more. Pretty much, he was able to deduce that there isn't anything resembling the elixir around the area they find themselves in. Instead, most of the fauna around are like a jumble of different plants that you could find on the mainland, with the exception of a few random flowers. Genji suggests that the plants might be from the Ryukyu Islands, but Gabi explains what really stood out was how all of the samurai were in bloom. Remember like the initial squad that rolled up to the island, with only one returning? Well yes, sadly they'd all fallen prey to this island, as you could probably imagine. By the way, for like anyone confused with the Ryukyu Islands again, in Jigokuraku's story, the islands are probably like the closest piece of Japanese land to this so-called Paradise Island. Senta, like the old school weeb legend himself, then gives his input and tells them how these statues all scattered about the place seem to be either Buddhist or Taoist in design, yet that isn't actually what intrigues him. More, he questions if the technology to create such things even exists on this island, or perhaps their creator lives elsewhere before he brought them here. Sagiri believes that it's just unfeasible for anyone to live on the island to start with, since the creatures make it too dangerous for any human to exist. She then explains how she detected human traits from the monsters when she was cutting them, but detected no signs of organs or reproductive capabilities. The monsters' forms are utterly bizarre, with them possessing some form of humanoid structure, but with bugs and other creatures riding atop them. Senta interrupts and explains it all a little bit better. We know that they're religious in nature, but the details aren't exactly right, as if they're poorly thought out deities. This island and the monsters as a whole, it's all too artificial to be the creations of divine creatures. It's as if the group had been tossed into an ill-conceived mandala, an unfamiliar space with nothing tying them back to reality. Growing a crazed expression, Gabimaru becomes manic after hearing that creatures without organs exist. To him, that sounds like some form of immortality, so if he can find that source, then he can return home. Taking Gabimaru's advice, Senta says that they should do more research on the monsters before they travel any deeper and put their lives in more danger. As the sun begins to start setting, Genji confronts Sagiri and demands that she return home on the ship. He knows that this isn't a place for her, and due to her criminal passing away, can take her stead. In his eyes, anyone who decides to stay on the island will only face death, but Sagiri denies his attempts to send her home, instead wishing to complete her duty. Genji questions her skill though and points out that the blade she now has is just some random one she picked up along the way. To anyone in the Yamada clan, they know that the katana is a warrior's spirit, and with Sagiri having lost hers, it's as if she's already lost what made her a Yamada to begin with. He doesn't deny that she is truly skilled with a blade, but this island is different. Some weird skill is needed to win battles here, and she's clearly being held back by one majorly defining factor, her gender. Just feel some weirdo masculinity vibe coming off Genji right now. He seemed really cool up until a moment ago. It kind of sucked. I liked his bushy ass eyebrows. Either way, meanwhile, the goats themselves, rank 10 Yamada Osaemon Tenza and his criminal Nurugai are found on a small rowing boat attempting to escape the island. Nurugai brings up that even if they do manage to leave, they'll both die as they've returned without the elixir. Thinking that he can get his way through any scenario, Tenza reassures him that he'll try and convince the higher-ups somehow once they aboard the Shogunate ship. Apparently, there is a large vessel that is meant to be anchored nearby for 3 days, allowing them to complete the mission and then return home on that vessel. After pointing out something he thought was the boat, they're both disheartened to only find the remains of their ship strewn in between long ago destroyed ships half submerged in front of them. Nurugai, who spotted something out of the corner of his eye, tells Tenza to stop drawing his sword, but it's too late as a massive tentacle appears behind and swipes at the two. Having noticed in time, Nurugai was able to grab his boy and dodge the attack, telling him that most creatures are sensitive to shiny things, so they should just look for an escape route. Unable to find a boat to escape on, the two become surrounded, causing Nurugai to think back on the time he accidentally led soldiers to his village. Back then, he was one of the mountain folk, someone who didn't pledge loyalty to the shogunate, but instead lived traditionally. With Japan having certain rules in this time period that meant people couldn't live this way, they were instead considered rebels against the regime. Sadly, they used Nurugai to lure out the locations of his other family and clan members who subsequently died from this. Once imprisoned himself, Nurugai had met Tenza, who out of the generosity of his heart offered him a mission to search for the elixir as a way to escape imprisonment. Confused on what he should do, Nurugai wonders if he should die for the sin he committed or live on and continue his village's bloodline as the last of its name. Obviously, as we find them stumbling into Kisho's body, which had become blooming with flowers, he'd chosen the latter and decided to take his chances with Tenza on the island. As a massive tentacle destroys even more of their surroundings, Nurugai looks upon Kisho's body and sees a vision of his grandfather's last moments, causing him to become frightened and drop to his knees. Tenza asks what was worrying him, but Nurugai, utterly broken after the decisions he'd made in his life, notes that it really makes sense now. All of this is just a divine punishment, his true sentence for causing the deaths of everyone he holds close. As a tentacle bears down upon the duo, Tenza was luckily able to slice it before it took out Nurugai, and after listening to his explanation about the Shankas people's customs, tells him that he doesn't care about the customs he believes in, he just needs to survive. With more attacks pushing Tenza to his limits, he screams that he doesn't want to hear about his grandpa or the village. The real question is if you want to live or not. Thinking back to a peaceful time in the mountains with his grandfather, Nurugai says that he doesn't want to die and instead just wants to return home. Throwing him a sword then, Tenza points out Kisho's boat, telling him to survive as they fight their way off the wreckage. Teaming up now, the duo are just barely able to battle their way through the monsters and make it safely to the shore of Paradise Island aboard Kisho's boat. From their efforts to escape the island, Tenza was able to deduce that even if they find the elixir, it's pointless without a way off the island. He points out that one boat did manage to make it back to the mainland, so there is some sort of escape current, but as he turns to look at Nurugai, he notices something. Yes, that's right, I fooled you all, or at least I hope I didn't give it away, because it's actually revealed that while they're washing up, Tenza noted that Nurugai looked extremely feminine, to which Nurugai says that he is indeed a girl, shocking the assignment. With the massive reveal out of the way and the two funnily joking around, Tenza says that moving forward they have to scout around to find a proper escape route, but the monsters also pose an issue. So he proposes the idea of searching for more allies that also wish to return home, which, in my eyes, makes perfect sense. Plus, I think Nurugai is another really dope character. It's funny how we've got a Yamada who looks like a chick in Toma and a criminal that looks like a dude in Nurugai. Kinda just opposing factors on each side, and in my eyes goes into the entire theme of yin and yang that later gets spoken about in much more depth. Back over with Genji, who's really keen to make a point on how this ain't no place for a woman, and Sagiri needs to take a boat back when dawn arrives. Half wanting to leave herself and half not, Tenza believes that it would be the best choice for Sagiri to leave, but also thinks that she should stay to watch Gabimaru. From what he's seen so far, he can say without a doubt that Gabimaru was not the same man as he was back at Edo. It may only be because he knows that he needs to return with her, but wonders if there is also some other reason keeping her here with him. With night falling around them now, Sagiri decides that she'll watch over the group as they sleep, but Gabimaru tells her that he literally doesn't sleep, so there wasn't any need to stay up. Even still, he asked if she was feeling better, as he suspected that after he wounded her in their previous battle, the poison from the butterfly probably sped through her quicker. Due to how she helped him see the light, he realized that rushing in is only going to result in disaster for the group. From now on, they won't run from anyone that threatens their chances of survival or the possibility to reunite with his wife. They'll meet everyone head on. Turning to Sagiri, he also compliments her, believing she could be even stronger than himself, as obviously he does have an eye for strength. Reflecting back on the time with her in the prison, he states that even then he'd felt her strength. They had a saying back in our boys' village, one cannot know one's strength without first travelling far and wide. Most people don't even realise their full strength until they're forced to act. It's that way for everyone. As dawn then finally begins to rise, Sagiri becomes encouraged by Gabimaru's words and faces Genji, telling him that she appreciates his concern but will not leave the island. The flipping knob Genji finds this ridiculous, as this woman's only role should be to bear a child for the Yamada clan. Having heard that same thing a million times before, Sagiri explains her grief growing up, telling him on how everyone, including her father, looked down on her for following the path of a warrior, and that now a fellow clansman was doing the same. She urges Genji to look at her as a samurai, to acknowledge that this is the path she took, man or woman, regardless of someone's situation, they should always be free to choose their path. This absolute douche though, like Genji, what happened to you dude, who hurt you? Obviously man is angered by her statement, saying that this isn't the way of the samurai. He draws his blade and goes to strike down on her. However, as he stands there talking smack, it's revealed that Sagiri had managed to disarm and steal his blade, completely perplexing the bushy-eyed freak. Literally taking a dump on this man's head, Sagiri reveals that Genji was originally the person who taught her how to steal a blade in the heat of battle. Genji, getting even madder, screams again that a katana is the warrior's soul. Yet, unlike Sagiri, he's unable to notice Roku Rota approaching them from behind. During his time as an infant, Roku Rota had, I think, accidentally killed his entire village and family by pushing over a tower of stones he built, sending them shooting off like bullets around the area. At least, I think that's what happened. It looks like that's what happened. Back on the island now, Genji had managed to turn in time, but just like during his childhood, Roku Rota used the infamous palm strike to connect with the samurai, sending him spinning back severely wounded. Sagiri runs towards Genji, but is about to be attacked by the giant. Luckily for her, Gabimaru arrives on time, landing a fat head kick to Roku Rota, sending him crashing back through their surroundings. Noticing that Aizen, Roku Rota's retainer, wasn't with him, Sagiri comes to the correct conclusion that he'd been taken out as soon as they landed on the island. Gabimaru quickly goes over the two options, escape or fight, but ultimately decides to take on Roku Rota and tells Sagiri to leave so that she isn't in danger. Dodging a massive tree that takes out a few more behind it, he then looks towards Yuzuriha, who's big chilling up in a tree nearby with Senta, and asks for her assistance. Yuzuriha though is like, nah, and reminds him of the deal providing intel while Gabimaru deals with the fighting. Roku Rota strikes at Gabimaru once more, but he easily manages to jump back out of the way and begins to strategize on how to handle him. His instincts tell him it's utterly impossible to guard against his hand. If he hits him, it's game over. Trying something different, he stomps the ground, causing a few rocks to fly out before using Ninpo's Stone Storm, sending a plethora of stones into the body of the massive brute in front of him. With the projectiles not working, he uses Ninpo Unformed Blade and goes to strike Roku Rota, yet his attack is quickly deflected once more by the hand. Not knowing what to use, he decides to throw a couple more range attacks, but as you can see by the what even is that 1, 2, 3, 7 abilities used on the hulking giant, not a single one worked, leaving Gabi completely confused on what his next course of action is. Meanwhile, in the forest behind them, Sagiri tries to save Genji, which is like girl. Even Genji, who's still on that weird gender spiel, finds it strange that earlier Sagiri had the attitude of a man, but now has the compassion of a woman. Screaming at him, Sagiri says that it doesn't matter what she is, she doesn't want to see a comrade die. With that said, Genji finally accepts some sort of enlightenment and realizes that Sagiri's conviction was to accept both sides. Understanding who she is now, he brings up his sword and gives it to her to fight Roku Rota in his stead. He screams at her now that if she's a so-called samurai, then she won't hesitate to cut down Roku Rota, taking vengeance for him and Aizen. Over with Gabi, it's obvious that he's still struggling with coming up with a strategy to fight Roku Rota, but notices that Sagiri appears and swiftly cuts off one of the giant's fingers. It's said that any body, no matter how sturdy or unconventional it is, can be cleaved. The principles of execution will never change, you just need to know the body's framework and work it to find your own openings. Standing there together now, both Gabimaru and Sagiri get ready to take down Roku Rota together. Still big chillin' up in the tree nearby, Yuzuriha watches the two face off against Roku Rota. Senta, who's currently pinned up in the tree branches, asks to help Genji, but Yuzuriha tells him that it's too late and it's much safer to stay up in the tree watching their fight. Down below, Gabimaru tells Sagiri that it will be up to her to finish him off with a singular cut. Sagiri informs him that in order to do so, she needs him on his knees since their neck is up too high. Literally as Gabimaru says that he can pull it off, Roku Rota throws a thundering punch towards Gabi, but he deflects it with a kick, leaving her with the perfect opportunity to drop the giant. Sagiri gets behind Roku Rota, and while remembering her past mentors, prepares to cut his right leg. However, stops just before connecting and jumps back as a thundering backhand comes through. It's shown that she wants to avenge her fallen comrade so bad that her swordplay is wavering and becoming unsteady. Trying to compose herself, she barely dodges a punch directed at the duo. Gabimaru himself realizes that he can't deflect too many more of these strikes as his leg is already beginning to suffer. Sagiri tries to cut Roku Rota's arm, but fails once again, noting how his massive size and his fighting style is causing his bones to interfere with her blade. Roku Rota's stomach then loudly rumbles, causing him to start crying and screaming, almost deafening everyone around. Gabimaru goes to block the noise with his hands, but as soon as he does, the giant takes the opening and slams the hollow into the ground. Darting back up almost immediately, Gabi tries to withstand the unreal level of strength and almost does, but sadly succumbs to the hit and drops to the ground. Panicking now, he screams at himself to get up as it wasn't a fatal attack, though if he doesn't move soon, he'll be annihilated by the next one. Coming to his aid, Sagiri gets in front of his next attack, but quickly realizes that if she doesn't move as well, she'll die. Telling herself to calm down, suppress her emotions, and be rational, as she has chosen that way to live, Sagiri is able to figure out that there is no distinction between the two, and accepting both emotion and reason will allow her to move forward. Unlike other members of the Yamada clan, Sagiri hasn't seen enough battle to make her a true soldier, but when she's on a mission and her goals and spirit align, when all of her doubts leave her blade, her swordplay is unparalleled. Once the insane bout finally comes to an end, it's shown that Sagiri was able to drop the giant onto his ass. She quickly darts in behind him and attempts to deal the finishing blow, but just as quickly as she got in behind, Roku Rota sprung back, realizing that the next attack would be fatal. Seeing as how normal moves weren't working, Gabimaru comes up with a normal plan but tells his partner that it may be slightly extreme. After analysing the situation, Gabimaru pulls up his clothing over his face and bursts into flames. Taking out some balls, Gabi uses Ninpo Ascetic Blaze Mode to send them shooting towards Roku Rota, who just knocks them away. Following up, he combines Ninpo, Zypher Weave, and Blaze Mode to send some flames towards the giant. Then, using another multitude of techniques, Gabimaru attacks the giant of Bizen over and over, but his opponent somehow manages to repel every single attack. Over with Yuzuriha, who decided to gap it earlier, knowing what Gabimaru was actually planning, tells Senta that Gabi wasn't actually targeting Roku Rota. No, he was going to burn down the forest and use the smoke to suffocate their opponent. Once these smaller branches and leaves all light up, the whole area will be covered with smoke that creates a canopy concentrated overhead. Bit of a science lesson here for you guys. So smoke is made up of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and particulate matter. What actually affects us is the carbon monoxide, as it binds with the hemoglobins in our blood even more readily than oxygen. This causes the body to instantly be deprived of air, hence why most people in fires died of carbon monoxide poisoning, not the actual fire itself. Back in the battle, and due to the effects, Roku Rota falls to his knees, giving Sagiri an opportunity to finally strike him down. Roku Rota notices her and tries to retaliate, but Gabimaru rushes in and holds down his hand. He screams at his teammate to hurry up as his muscles can't hold on for much longer. Hearing this and becoming tranquil, yet intense, Sagiri becomes one with her blade and swings the sword down. In his final moments, Roku Rota remembers his past, wandering aimlessly, searching for someone to play with. Obviously, from what we've seen with Roku Rota, like I'm not going to let his actions slide or anything, but it's fairly evident that the dude has the mind of a child and never actually grew up. Either way, Sagiri apologizes to him and lays his soul to rest, telling him that nobody resents him anymore. As the fire begins to get closer, Gabi says that it's probably best they leave in case the fire attracts unwanted visitors. While running away, Sagiri remembers Genji, who's actually still wounded, resting up against the tree nearby. Though, after realizing that she'll also perish if she returns, makes a wise decision to leave, telling herself that she must accept both her strengths and weaknesses. Which I'm like, yo, I think Sagiri is onto something here with the strong weak thing. If you all didn't know, I'm actually on my second read through of the story now, which is why I have a little bit more information than I usually do, say with like the Jujutsu Kaisen videos and stuff. But if you didn't know, from 2016 to 2018, Yuki actually worked as an assistant with Tatsuki Fujimoto on Fire Punch before beginning this series later in 2018. So it's dope to see that greatness breeds greatness. And to be honest, I don't necessarily see similarities between their works. Obviously, like they're a part of the Dark Trio, but I just love knowing that these goats had worked together in the past and now that they're blowing up in their own kind of way. It's really, really cool. As expected, all of the nearby monsters are lowered towards the flames, which is already starting to die down due to the thick level of mist and humidity around the island. Gabimaru suggests heading in the direction that the creatures actually came from, as despite his injuries, they've really got no other choice if they want to find leads about the elixir of life. As they start to leave, Sagiri asks if they should just take a moment to recover, but Gabimaru starts freaking out and claiming that it doesn't matter how dangerous it is, they just need to find the elixir and make it back to his wife. He asks if Sagiri is worried about all of her other comrades, but she states that everyone who took this mission took it knowing the insane danger that it held. Having concern for them would only in Sagiri's eyes dishonor their resolve. If she has the time to worry about them, then she also has the time to be searching for the elixir as a way to free them from this hellish mission. Hearing this, Gabi notes that it seems as if they're finally on the same page, and while running, soon catches up to Yuzuriha and Senta, who are stood there in shock looking down upon something. Coming up behind them, both Gabi and Sagiri notice that the others had found an abandoned village. Senta comes to the conclusion that if they are truly in Shinsenkyo, the village must be where the hermits live, which, if I haven't mentioned the island as Shinsenko, it is the Japanese name for the ancient Chinese version of paradise, populated by immortal gods and mountain hermits, hence how Senta has gathered the information for hermits living in these so-called villages. And like, the reason that Senta just has so much knowledge with everything that's going on right now is because this era of Japan, or like the time that it's situated in with the story, is time where like art and knowledge kind of flourished throughout Japan more than it had done in the past few hundred years, because there was so much fighting and stuff going on between different parts. And with the shogunate and emperor kind of thing going on, it just led to a lot more research and a lot more growth inside of their own culture. Anyway, enough of me nerding out about like random history stuff. Back with the Brutal Brothers, like I absolutely love these two guys. I almost forgot that this happens here, but Chobe goes full beast mode and begins eating the various monsters of the island as a form of fluid to stay hydrated, which kinda makes sense when you think about it. While this is going on, Toma explains to him that there is a possibility fictional beings called hermits reside on the island. They're based on the old Chinese mountain hermits, but despite their old age, they're actually immortal beings that wield strange magic. Shinsenkyo is really meant to be home to these hermits and not monsters, so Toma wouldn't be surprised if they ran into them here. Chobe jokes that he'll just turn those old fools into another meal. Though, as they move deeper into the foliage of the jungle, Toma notices something or someone nearby. Getting closer, it's shown that in an opening atop a fallen statue, two beautiful women are basking in the sunlight. With all four of them noticing each other simultaneously, one of the random girls atop the statue wonders, why are humans here? Becoming enraged at the thought that the Shogun guardian deities were slacking off. So as Senta suspected, all of those creatures seem to be some form of poorly thought out deities created by someone. Either way, back in the standoff here, Chobe readies himself while pointing out that the girls are probably another form of monster. One of those apparent monsters snidely asks if they would like to lay with them, causing the brothers to get hella confused by what exactly they meant. The other one stands up and literally changes into a male while cursing them out over having lost his solidity. He slams his hand closed, causing the fruit to explode and letting the brothers know that they must die. Back with Gabimaru as they look over the village, the ninja states that it did not matter what was living on the island. What matters is if the inhabitants are allies or enemies. Directly behind the main group, a girl in a hood is seen watching them from behind a tree. Gabimaru turns and notices someone, causing the spy to run off, but Gabi manages to quickly catch the spy and after removing the hood, discovers that it's just a young girl. While he wonders if it's someone who's native to the island, a branch comes through and almost takes his head off. It's shown that a random looking tree dude, everyone's favourite bonsai man, kinda like Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy, had managed to push Gabi back. Thinking that the girl might know something about the island, Gabimaru decides to run after her. He manages to dodge another thundering blow from the tree before spinning in the air and using the back of the monster to boost himself towards the girl. Since Sagiri is still caught up on the original mission's hierarchy, she quickly runs after him and leaves the rest to Yuzuriha and Senta. Yuzuriha, being the sneaky kunoichi she is, flicks off Senta's glasses so he can't see her abilities and decides to take on the tree monster with her ninjutsu. Nearby, Gabimaru manages to catch up to the girl, but as he asks to just have a chat, is shocked by her strength after she picks him up before throwing him into a tree. Sagiri yells to her that they did not intend to harm her, however the girl stops in the forest, turns and throws a punch towards her. Gabimaru blocks the punch, but as he tries to push back, notices that she is using a mysterious power behind her attacks. Being pushed back by this random power, Gabi starts to ponder what it could possibly be. Ever since he came to this island, there have been so many mysteries. He thought it'd be a simple mission to just find the elixir and return home. But now, he's becoming desperate. Gabimaru then starts to act serious, and as he dives at her, uses the vines behind him on the tree to capture her before she even realizes what had happened. Hanging there, restrained in the tree, intimidated by Gabi's now serious demeanor, the girl starts crying, prompting Sagiri to tell Gabimaru to bring her down and let her calm down. Seeing her in a helpless state, Gabimaru figures that she was just an ordinary girl. Yuzuriha then arrives after finishing her business with the tree monster and asked how things were going on their end. Gabimaru wanted to push further with the girl about the elixir, but Sagiri says that it wouldn't be possible with her crying. Suddenly, the tree monster started talking, pleading with them to let go of the girl, and in exchange, it would tell them about the elixir and guide them to the village. Speaking up, Yuzuriha believes that it is a trap, as up until now the bonsai dude hadn't said anything. After persuading her by mentioning that there is a bath though, the group follow him to the village with Yuzuriha overly excited about that said bath. Hanging back behind them, Sagiri asks Gabi whether they should trust him or not. Left with really no other options, he says it's probably best because he may know about the elixir, but also tells her that if the tree man is lying, he will take it down. Hearing the others chat behind them, the tree man promises them that it will not trick them and calms Senta by letting them know that the monsters and butterflies won't even come near the village. He also reveals that those so-called monsters are, like I've said just before, called the Shogun, guardians of this island. According to the Master Tree, they provide wisdom and punish those who turn from the teachings. He himself isn't one of them, but instead used to be human and was raised on the island. So these Shogun things are actually called Kamidogami in Japanese. They are known as tutelary deities of the kitchen and household in Chinese mythology and Taoism. Funnily enough, the most famous of all of these Shogun deities was Zhao Jun, who also went by the moniker Kitchen God. In this universe, they mainly take on the role as a fodder monster who punish people that break the island's rules. Anyway, they arrive at the village, which at this point is really just a town in ruins, and enter the tree man's house. While Yuzuriha and Sagiri take a bath, which I can't really show you guys on here, let's just say Yuki loves drawing his girls for now. Outside of the bath, the others, apart from Gabi because he thinks it's poisoned, eat some delicious looking fruit. Moments later, both of the girls return and the tree man goes more in depth explaining the ins and outs of the island. Humans may call the island by another name, but to him it's known as Kotaku, a paradise for the gods. There is indeed an apparent elixir of life on the island that is found in these ancient texts. Here, it goes by the name Tan, and pretty much means the source for everlasting life. The tree man gives a layout of the island which is broken into 3 distinctive regions. Ishu, which is where they arrived on the island, Hojo, which is where the village is located, and the elixir is located at the center of the island called Harai. In our own world, this is the name for the Chinese Penglai, a place said to be a mountain on a random island in the eastern seas of mythological China, which was home to 8 immortal hermits of Taoist thought. Crazily enough, in a weirdly similar parallel to this story, during the 3rd century BCE, a Shin dynasty sorcerer named Xu Fu set out on a mission to find this Penglai and the elixir of life. Instead though, some historical texts suggest that he actually found Japan and the mountain that would later be named Mount Fuji. Continuing with our real world parallels, both Ishu and Hojo, the other areas of the island in Hell's Paradise, are the Japanese names for 2 Chinese fantasy islands, both Yingzhou and Fangzhang respectively. I really just love how much mythology and history is weaved into the story. It's truly fantastic and just goes to show that Yuki really has a great understanding of his own country's past. Anyways, continuing forwards. Gabi, who still doesn't really trust this dude, asks him if he's ever seen the elixir, but Mr. Tree hasn't, although he knows he benefits from its effects. Sinta asks if he's one of these immortals then, as he's implied that he's been around for 1,000 years. Sitting there, the tree man just says that they will encounter them sooner or later, and once they do, their doubts will be erased. For this man, Lord Tenson is forever young, undying, beauty incarnate, the perfect being. At a similar time, remember how the brothers bumped into a couple gender benders? Well, it turns out that they are absolutely stuffed, as Lord Tenson was one or both of these beings and took great pleasure in absolutely obliterating the pathetic humans who stood in its way. Yeah, so like the tree man was implying, they are kinda stuffed if they bump into this immortal being. Like Toma and Chobe were absolutely insane, especially Chobe. The man didn't even care what he went up against, yet he was defeated in a matter of moments. Back with the main group, and after hearing about Lord Tenson, Gabimaru and Yuzuriha point their weapons towards the monster, believing that it wants them to die. The tree man corrects them though, and says that it holds no hostility, only speaking the truth about those who step onto the island. Meanwhile, the mysterious being carries Toma and Chobe before throwing them down into a pit of blooming humans. These beings are the commanders of the Soshin. They pass judgment on mainly the sinful humans who come to the island. Once dropped into this pit, it's said people are reborn as beautiful blossoms freed from their sin and earthly desires, granting them everlasting bliss. Those who eventually become one with the island are the source of Tan for these immortals. The Truman proves that the elixir does indeed exist by breaking a part of his hand off and showing Gabi's crew that it can regenerate. Gabimaru then points his sword towards the girl, wondering if she also benefits from the elixir, but Sagiri and Yuzuriha criticize him for his rude behavior, scolding him for pointing a weapon towards a child. The tree man proceeds to explain that they can choose to believe it or not, but this is Shinsenkyo, a land of gods that fell down to this poor state centuries ago. Escape from this island is impossible, and the gods will be the ones to cast judgment on them. Meanwhile, Tenza and Nurugai, who have been out searching for an ocean current, fail to find one. Since they need to come up with another escape strategy, they start to plan one, when all of a sudden they're approached by an unknown woman. After noticing that the forest is indeed full of activity, she becomes enraged by the amount of Soshin corpses she discovers on the island. The woman's face begins morphing as it then turns into a man. Feeling threatened, Tenza and Nurugai attempt to run, but the man instantly appears in front of Tenza and strikes him with some form of sonic boom attack. As Tenza begins falling to the ground, the godly being flashes in behind Nurugai and tries to take her out, but luckily she manages to jump back, dodging the attack. Tenza, who's still somehow alive, then appears in front of the creature and slashes his eyes. However, it's shown that it's utterly useless as they'd managed to heal the damage. Needing to make an opening to escape, Tenza rapidly slashes away at the man, thinking that'll allow him enough time to escape with Nurugai. Instantly though, the being heals and once again appears right in front of Tenza. Then coming in and seemingly saving the day, the creature is caught off guard by the Blind King, rank 4 Yamada Asaemon Shion's sword throw, giving his fellow humans a moment to escape. After getting far away from the random creature, Tenza introduces Nurugai to his savior and a genuine blade master, Yamada Asaemon Shion. Slapping him on the head though, Shion scolds Tenza for only using his speed and his swordplay against his opponent. Wanting to know why he's here now, Tenza asks Shion what happened with this criminal. Originally, Shion was in charge of Akaginu, but after she tried to seduce him, she paid with her life. Which is absolutely crazy. She just wanted a friend, dude. Either way, after leaving her, he managed to find a current that could lead them away from the island. However, he pointed out that he sensed an unfamiliar presence and heard weird noises. Tenza says that the three of them should go to the spot where he found the current, but Shion raises his sword and asked why he was helping this criminal. Tenza explains that she was innocent. However, Shion literally isn't having it. Before arriving on the island, he memorized every criminal with them and knows what they've done. Even though she's not a criminal in both of their eyes, it isn't up to them to decide what is wrong and what is right. It is the era that they live in which decides the crimes people commit. Tenza rebuttals him though and brings up how he himself used to be just a wanderer without any purpose in life. There was no reason for Shion to save him back then, yet he still decided to take him off the street. Now in a similar situation of his own, Tenza wanted to do the same for her as he sees potential for her to live a real life in the world. Remembering the past and realizing just how far Tenza had truly come from the day he met him, Shion is convinced and allows his student to do as he pleases. Nurugai greets her future husband's master by calling him sensei, to which Shion, like the goat he is, says that she needn't call him that since he hadn't taught her anything. Wanting to quickly head back to the beach, Shion tells Tenza to chill out as they need to be cautious of the mysterious being that they just faced before. It's best that instead of making themselves a target, they need to take their time and come up with a strategy. However, as Tenza begins to ponder on what they should do, the godly thing drops down into the middle of the forest, now appearing as a female and saying that they've underestimated it. Daddy Shion quickly moves the two out of the way, but has his throat cut in the process. Tenza fights back, yet he's unable to hit the creature at all as it dives in and out of all of his swings. Needing to make a stand, Tenza uses his ultimate technique, Ito Ryu Pounding Torrent, swinging his sword over and over and over again, creating an unescapable wave of slashes. The female though is on a different level of skill and easily manages to weave through all of his strikes before confronting him directly and saying that she's accustomed to his speed. Tapping him in 3 different places on the chest, Tenza is sadly downed by another use of that mysterious technique, leaving the others screaming out for their falling ally. Falling into a memory from his past, Tenza recalls the time he asked Shion why he even picked him up off the street. Shion says that due to how his profession is to end lives, he likes to help out others and saw potential in him. Back in the present, Tenza drops to his knees and while looking at his palms realizes that he's currently dying from the previous attacks. As the god stands over him, it's obvious that if he doesn't do something, everyone else is going to end up just like him. Screaming, he rises to his feet and attempts to fight back, throwing a fat right hook into the face of the immortal creature. He knows that this is probably it for him, but he'll do whatever he can to make enough time for the others to escape. However, Tenza receives another fatal blow to his stomach, catching him completely by surprise. With nothing left to do, battered and bruised, Tenza tries telling Nurugai to run, but he can't probably muster the strength to even say a word. Luckily, Shion was able to reach out and stop Nurugai from trying to help. Not wanting to leave his former student alone himself though, and unable to understand what Tenza is trying to say, Shion takes a stand ready to save his wounded friend. Knowing that his sensei won't stand a chance though, Tenza tries to muster just one word to tell him to leave or run away, but just like with Nurugai, he's unable to muster anything but a short gurgle. Sensing something, Shion jumps back and stops his assault before running away with Nurugai. Back behind them, the legend himself, Tenza, takes his final stand and hinders the immortal foe's attempts to chase the others. Now deeper into the forest, his sensei screams in pain while fleeing with Tenza's chosen disciple. In his final moments, Tenza imagines what life could have been like in the future, possibly teaching a bunch of younger students or drinking with all of his buddies on a beautiful day. Over with the others as they flee, Nurugai screams and hits Shion, wanting to know why. Why is he leaving Tenza behind? With his throat starting to recover, he explains that he was honouring Tenza's last wishes. Tenza knew that they wouldn't be able to defeat these creatures the way that they are now, and if they stayed, they would all have shared the same fate. Retreat was the only way. However, he states that this debt will be paid. Before they flee the island, they will destroy that creature. Meanwhile, over in a much more chill atmosphere, as Gabimaru prepares to take a bath, him and Sagiri think back on the moments earlier. They know that both Mei and the tree, who goes by Hoko, were born and raised on the island. They've lived here for centuries and only wish to live in peace. Sensor, the big brain, also knows that in China's Senshan beliefs, Tenson refers to an elite type of mystical hermit. These Soshin and Hirai are also words originating from the Tao, so it's only fair to say that they're probably telling them the truth about the island. In mainland China's actual history, like in our own world, Tenson was a term made up by the Jin dynasty scholar Ji Hong. It's simply a classification for the highest class of immortal hermits. There are 2 other classifications as well, which we'll get into later into the video. Now in the bathhouse, Sagiri takes note of just how many wounds Gabimaru has sustained since getting on the island. Looking at Mei, she also sees this massive scar or some kind of strange marking that travels up the majority of her back. While washing himself, Gabimaru remembers a time his wife washed his back and gave him advice about how to properly relax his body. She reminded him on how if he didn't take the opportunity to relax, then he's bound to collapse in the real battle that they call life. In times of peace, stick to your convictions, wear them proudly at times or conceal them at others, but never let go of what truly makes you, you. For life is far, far longer than even the Battle of Kawanakajima. Damn, I love how poetic Yuki is with his story, and it makes me want to learn just Japanese in general, as I know for a fact that the story would be so much more in-depth in a language that is artistically based. For example, this battle that Gabi's wife referred to was actually the site of 5 or possibly 6 different battles that happened in the Warring States period between 1553 and 1564. If you want to check out like the actual location, it's situated near the present day in Nagano. The battles between commanders Takeda Shingen and Uesugi Kenshin have become some of the most romanticized pieces of Japanese history, giving rise to retellings, reimaginings, artistic representations, and even movies. Anyway, after remembering how he told her that she shouldn't cover her scar with her hair, he gives the same advice to Mei about the marking on her back, saying he knows this lady with a big old scar across her face and she's the prettiest girl around. As both girls take in this new side of Gabi, it causes Mei to become starstruck, wanting to stay by his side instead of scared of him like she was before. Leaving the bathhouse now, and as the 3 walk back to Hoko's residence, Sagiri notices that Gabimaru is truly starting to change. At the same time, Gabimaru reminds himself why he's exactly here. He'd managed to get a breather in, and finally remembered those feelings of his, but his priority isn't to bathe around. No, it's to make it home and save his wife from her tyrannical father. Inside of Hoko's house, Senta, who's literally fried his brain after gathering so much information, which is just like me on this video right here, insists that they should spend the night as there's still so much to unravel. Sagiri tells him that he should rest for now then, but Senta, who's overheating, insisted that he'd be able to keep watch after he takes a bath. However, once outside and on guard duty, he falls asleep with Gabimaru, who's just chilling right next to him. Sitting there, overthinking everything that's happened so far, Gabimaru decided that it would be better to head out alone to Hirai before the enemy makes their move against them. As Gabimaru rushes for Hirai, he sees a number of immobile tree creatures chanting strange sutras amongst the fog. That was a tongue twister and a half for some reason. While walking along, he wonders if they're praying, and thinks back on how Senta said it's probably dangerous to act before they know what's really going on. Even though Gabi knows that this could be the most dangerous place in the world, if he doesn't press on, there is absolutely no chance he'll ever see his wife again. Stopping for the moment though, he wonders how in the world he's even going to know when he arrives at Hirai. It's not like the homeland with road signs. At the same time, an unknown person is seen following him. Pressing forward, Gabimaru eventually comes to find a massive gate. Remembering what Hoko said about Hirai being a place of splendor, he believes that this is where the hermits and the elixir must reside. Just as he goes to enter the area though, he stops, noticing something behind him. Coming face to face, both Gabimaru and the same mysterious being who just took out Tenza stare into each other's eyes. Randomly, it becomes saddened by his presence and drops to its knees, just asking him to leave, explaining that she had already dealt with capturing another group of humans today. Hearing this flicks a switch on our boy's head and he immediately realizes, just from her statement alone, that she turns people into the elixir of life. After seeing each other as a threat, the two engage in battle, jumping straight at each other. Gabimaru lands 2 successive blows on the woman and comes to the conclusion that she wasn't human after regenerating her wounds. Turning things up a notch, he flips back into a handstand spinning flame kick that lands directly onto the face of the immortal being. He then activates the ability, Ninpo Fire Monk, to completely incinerate the immortal. With the creature smouldering below him, Gabimaru noted that it was far too strong to even consider questioning, when all of a sudden the godly being darts straight back out with its charred body and lands a direct hit on Gabimaru, sending him shooting into the sky. Phasing into the sky in an instant as well, it then lands another massive kick to the gut of the ninja. Thinking that it's destroyed the human, it reforms to its normal male shell, but is perplexed when he sees Gabimaru standing there, asking if he was indeed Lord Tenson. In a display of skill yet unseen in this series, both Gabimaru and the being known as Lord Tenson continue fighting in Hirai. Coming to a standstill for a moment, Gabi asks where the elixir is before diving straight back in and throwing another series of kicks and punches. He notes that all of the damage he's inflicting is pretty much useless as it's regenerated by its ability just too fast. Trading blows with this thing is just like Roku Rota as well, it's only going to result in certain death. What he needs is a strategy that's actually going to hurt it. Ascetic Blaze didn't work, so he opts for a technique that he hasn't tried so far. He throws a small swift kick to the gut or tendon of the monster and notices that the impact felt slightly different from before. Somehow, it actually did some form of damage, causing Lord Tenson to cough up blood and transform into a woman. By the way, whenever they change into a woman, I have to do so much blurring of body modification, so I apologize for that. Yuki himself just goes too ham with his art style, and it's amazing. I just wish they wore, like, tops sometimes or something. Anyway, continuing. Tenson tells Gabi that he's probably not even aware of what he just did, and changes into another fighting form that we haven't seen so far. Becoming enraged, it tells him to die before sending what seems to be invisible sonic energy waves that deal an insane amount of damage. Not understanding what in the world just happened, Gabi becomes overwhelmed as Lord Tenson sends out a barrage of attacks that leave our boy with physically no way to block. Unable to counter, Gabimaru just throws away any idea of trying to defend and grits his teeth before charging at the immortal creature. He gets within thrown hands range and begins doing his thing. Man knows that if he survives, he gets to go home. End of story. That's it. That's what's going to happen. Even with parts of him missing, he will make it home. He speeds his attacks up through pure grit and somehow manages to gain the upper hand before beating the false god down onto the ground, defeating it. After being defeated, Gabimaru tells it to talk as he just wants to find damn elixir. However, Lord Tenson smiles, and as its body begins to bloom flowers, it states that they would be furious with it again. In that moment, Tenson loses its natural shape and morphs into a massive monster made up of those previously blooming flowers. After the Lord Tenson transformation, Gabimaru calms himself and tries to think of a strategy. However, the transformed immortal unleashes uncontrollable bolts of lightning that blitz the entire area and badly wound Gabi. Throwing a massive boulder aside, Gabi doesn't hesitate and darts back in, trying to land some form of hit on the monster, but it's utterly useless as he's blasted back once more. Lying in a heap of rubble, he tries activating Ascetic Blaze, yet it's once again useless as his body freezes up on him, making him realise that he's already reached his limit and has no stamina left at all. Being unable to move, the monster overwhelms Gabi, causing him to wonder if this is real or if it had all been one long nightmare. Waking up, randomly, in his house, his wife lets him know that he'd been tossing and turning, possibly having some kind of bad dream. Breaking down, Gabi tells her that he had had the worst nightmare he's ever had. As time passes, we see Gabi chilling out on his veranda while his wife brings him some dream-warding tea. Looking at her, he says that even if this is a dream, it's wonderful that he was able to talk to her again. With her slowly becoming confused with what he's saying, Gabi apologizes as he knows that there is no chance he's ever going to see her again. Sadly, back in the present, Gabi reawakens in the grasp of the monster moments before it seemingly crushes him. No. Gabi ain't done though. Instead, what we thought was our boy dying was in fact him starting his last-ditch effort while remembering a specific ninja principle. Ironclad Ninja Law Rule 20. Should death be upon you, in the moments before your doom, inflict grievous damage upon the foe that would wring the life from you. Bursting into flames once more, Gabi knows that when facing death, he has to surrender everything, even his subconscious. Having activated Ninpo, Fire Monk, Gabimaru eventually bursts through the monster's grip, causing him to fall to the ground below. Not having the strength to even get back up, Gabimaru just thinks of his wife and apologizes for not being able to make it home. Randomly though, Mei then appears beside Gabimaru and helps him escape by creating a crater using a mysterious ability, allowing him to safely slide off the cliff. Enraged, the monster attempts to attack the two with its lightning, but fails to hit them before they flee. Reverting back to normal now, Tenson just wonders what in the world was the reason for Mei's actions. Inside of Hirai, all of these mysterious rulers, that each in their own can also be called Lord Tenson, are gathered for a meeting about the humans that landed on the island. Jufa, which is one of the names for these creatures, becomes angry with Shugan for failing his guard duties and being reduced to a Kishikai state. He violently attacks him, but is quickly scolded by the leader for causing harm to a fellow family member. He brings up that they can only punish those which they serve, and because of that, he may only harm Zujin. Putting the failure that is Zujin aside, he asks Jufa for any information on the humans they've encountered so far. Ju relays on how he dropped both Chobe and Toma into one of the pits, which in their eyes is far too deep for any human to climb out of. Massive foreshadowing, I think so. But anyway, Mudan, who's trying to take the role of kind of like a boss here, I guess, advises them to not underestimate the humans. If it had been just a Soshin that was taken out, it wouldn't have been no big deal. But since they managed to slay a Monshin, things seem different about these humans. He brings up a terrifying possibility that say they were able to escape the pit Ju threw them into, then there would be nothing more fearsome than a wounded beast. Plus, if every other human on the island wielded the same kind of strength, then they might truly face a terrible beast. Unbeknownst to these goons, that's exactly what's going on here. The leader then asked Shugan if they'd successfully won the battle they had last night, which he was certain. The seven then make a toast to longevity, and Shugan is fully restored to his normal form. So what they mean by Kishikai, like I didn't mention this earlier, thought I was going to but I didn't, as the monstrous plant form that they evolve into under great stress, which is, you know, like the one that we just saw before. Which is also another representation of yin and yang if you look at it more like retrospectively, the colours and all. Kishikai literally means demon corpse undo, which has some kind of aspect in the story later on, which we'll bring up as well. And it is a concept inspired by Ji Hong's weakest immortal hermit form, the Shiji Shion. From what I've seen and like we can obviously get so far, this story dives into the more Chinese mythological side of things, and especially the stuff from this like Ji Hong fellow. Anyways. Meanwhile, I'm back with the main group. Senta apologizes to Sagiri for accidentally letting Gabimaru leave his sight the previous night. Hoko brings up that it's almost impossible for any ordinary human to travel through the mist, but Sagiri believes that if he did indeed set out, he may have actually found a way to navigate the area, and if that's the case, they need to find him at once. Yuzuriha though disagrees, as it's not like they've got any time to spare themselves, and wondered why Sagiri was even concerned about Gabimaru. Hoko interrupts and offers to guide them through the mist. Seeing as how Mei left, he has to go find her anyway. Hearing this, Yuzuriha switches up and is persuaded into finding Gabi, once again because of Hoko. You know, you gotta love the tree dude. Once they leave, Sagiri notices that with Gabi having run off, it's now beyond the scope of her duties. Still, she can't help but hope he's okay. Elsewhere, Gabimaru awakens with Mei beside him and immediately comes to the conclusion that the thing he just fought was no god, just a living, breathing monster. Pleased with the realization, he stands, ready to figure out a way to defeat the beast. From the battle so far, it's obvious to him that he can't do it alone, but with 2, 3, 4, or even more comrades, it might be possible. In that moment, he notices another 2 newcomers appear directly behind him, the G's. After encountering Tamaya Gentetsusai and Yamada Asaemon Fuchi, Gabimaru and Gentetsusai go back and forth predicting each other's actions in their heads before they make a move in the actual battle. Stepping in between the two though, Fuchi ceases their pointless imaginary battle and instead plans to extract information from Gabimaru. Having honed a special ability since he was a young fellow that allows him to recognize someone's strength at a glance, Gabimaru decides to sit down and request an alliance with the two. Gentetsusai draws a sword and swings it at Gabi to see if he was trying to trick them, but after the previously hollow man didn't flinch at all, figured he was telling the truth. Still, he felt disappointed with him, for Gabi showed him just how truly weak he was, and he tells him that he wasn't looking for cowards who'd bow to an enemy. Either way, Fuchi asks to hear him out, wanting to know why the infamous Gabimaru would go this far with some randoms. Going over everything that has happened up until this point, both Fuchi and Gentetsusai are especially intrigued to hear more about this random Lord Tenson fellow. Fuchi, who's just blown away with Gabi's explanation, asks how it was able to regenerate and was there any signs that it had internal organs. Not knowing every detail, Gabi says that honestly he's not even sure what happened, he just needs to earn that pardon and get back to a certain someone. Just as intrigued himself, Gentetsusai agrees to teaming up and tells him that he had no interest in the pardon, but rather to become a legendary figure that will live forever. Confused, because that obviously means the dude still wants the elixir, Gentetsusai reiterates that literal immortality would get boring fast. What he wants is to be able to perform feats that shake the earth, then that way the name Tamaya Gentetsusai will live on for eternity. He's a true historian or a true warrior, that's history for you. The only way you get to really live on is people write about you and talk about you in the history books. But anyway, screaming to the sky, he tells the gods themselves to believe it. One day they'll paint pictures and write tales about his strength. Fuchi, who thinks his criminal has absolutely lost his mind, also agrees after learning that an undying organism actually exists. Having come to their agreement, Fuchi asks Gabi to spill the beans on what he knows. Agreeing, he goes to start off with Mei and explain her, yet as soon as he looks at her, he's shocked to see that she's grown a few years in age. Fuchi, who obviously, hasn't met Gabimaru so far, or Mei, asked why Gabimaru was shocked, to which he explained that Mei has aged for some reason. Then, after hearing her speak for the first time, Gabimaru quickly rushed in and grabbed her, asking if she was the same as Tenson, and for more information on the elixir. Noticing how forward he was being, Gabi stepped back and thanked her for everything so far, but also questioned as to why she couldn't speak up until now. At the same time, Yuzuriha curiously asked Hoko what in the world Lord Tenson was. Finally, it's explained to us absolutely confused readers that Lord Tenson is in fact 7 different immortal beings. According to legend, it's possible that it used to be one immortal being, but obviously Hoko is unsure as so much has changed throughout the historical text. What's known though is that there is the Supreme Shandi Samantabhadra, Heavenly Dari Ashko, Enthroned Jujun Amogavahadra, Sagacious Dashnig Ratna, Regnant Wanyun Tathata, Decorious Gong Gong Mansuri, and Defied Dijun Kundi. Obviously, apologies for all of my terrible translations or pronunciations on those. Perks to any of my Indian fellows that can actually speak the language, obviously. You guys are insane. I don't know how you do it. Anyway, apparently the Great Hermit over 1,000 years ago reached enlightenment, achieved deification, and thus split themselves 7-fold. The immortal beings' appearance and voice are shared between them, but they all vary in personality and the role they take. Like Senta mentioned in the Island arc on how it was a poor mix-up of religions and cultures, these names are exactly the same. They combine titles from Chinese cultures and mythology mixed in with unrelated Buddhist deities and their concepts. Funnily enough, in the Japanese version of the story itself, they use the Japanese pronunciations, whereas in my video, we're like big brain in it, bar my pronunciation, and in the English translation, it uses the accepted spellings from each specific religion. Anyway, continuing, the Tree Man also reveals that everyone of the island was once human, with abnormally long lifespans in comparison to the average man. Yet, even still with their long lifespans, their prosperity ended after 1,000 years, and eventually everyone hit abbification. Once someone does begin turning, they only have a limited amount of time before their mind goes blank and they travel to Harai to sit in the Zazen pose and chant strange sutras. Hearing this information, Senta objects to Hoko's previous statement on the island being Shinsenkyo and believes that it's more likely based around a man-made religion. Words like Harai, Ishu, and Zazen, and even Lord Tenson's titles all relate to existing different religion spheres. Consider the physical remains scattered all over the island. All of them reflect very real human religions. Due to all of this, he can't accept that this island is cut from the real world as some sort of spiritual realm isolated for over 1,000 years. He tells Yuzuriha to remember Moro and how he was originally arrested for trying to overthrow the shogunate by founding a new religion altogether. Just like his weird religion, the one they've discovered here is also made up from a distortion of different faiths. In his mind, Hoko's stories have only supported his theory that this island and everything inside of it, including them being lured to the island, are all works of a mysterious creator. With his explanation in mind, Yuzuriha believes that it's pretty much impossible to stop someone who's been planning everything behind the scenes for over 1,000 years, and assumes Gabimaru and Mei are already dead from even trying to approach it. However, Sagiri believes that Gabimaru is very much alive, and is already formulating a plan of action, as no matter what, he will see his wife once more. Sheesh, even Sagiri on that Gabi wife hype train now. Back with Gabi, he inquires as to how in the world Mei saved him back there. Mei, who can't speak properly, tries to tell him that it was Tao, weak, strong spirit. Fuchi brings up that the tandem, which was one of the words she said, could be related to the flow of chi or chakra, but he obviously can't say for sure. On the other hand, Hoko explains to the girls that Tao is the energy that flows through everything. Everything that exists comes from the never-ending flow of Tao, and if someone is able to tap into that flow, then it could allow them to meddle with creation itself. Elsewhere, Shion and Nurugai go through some training exercises. After getting absolutely blitzed by the blind king, Nurugai pleads with him to explain his swordsmanship, but he refuses her as he just couldn't bear to watch another student fall before his eyes. Not pleased, Nurugai tells him that she can sense he isn't any ordinary guy. There was someone in their clan who could see with sound, but the level Shion is on is almost otherworldly in comparison. So, the reason Big Shion is able to murk people while blind is because just like taste or smell, all things in this world possess unique waves, and that's exactly what he's able to perceive. The technique is so refined that he's even able to tell exactly what Nurugai's hairstyle looks like, yet there isn't any said name for this ability, so he just calls them waves. So, mastery over Tao allows the user to not only sense things, but it boosts their physical abilities to the same level as a god. Tapping into that power requires an extremely balanced spirit. So remember the stuff Mei was trying to say? Well, the strong, weak, more or less meant balanced spirit. Once someone achieves mastery over the ever-flowing cycles between rage and serenity, like we saw with Sagiri against Roku Rota, then they will begin to sense the waves. According to Buddhist texts, it's called the middle wave, the state of being able to draw out a power that exceeds your natural potential. Asking what the right wave is then, Shion gives her an example of how he activates the technique. He explains everything from his stance to how he holds the blade, and even the feeling that he gets while wielding the blade. With a bunch of Shoshin perfectly rolling up behind Shion, he displays just exactly what he sees. Tapping into all of the specific waves, it reveals a dark world made up of white waves weaving in and out of the darkness, creating the creatures and landscape around him. Lashing out, Shion easily takes down every single monster, all while explaining to Nurugai what goes into the use of the technique. They both begin taking on the remaining creatures together. He tells Nurugai that he still refuses to become a teacher, but she is free to learn as much as she wants from him. Elsewhere, Gabimaru is also ambushed by a large amount of Shoshin. Stepping forth in one of those freaking massive swings, Gantechusai takes out the first wave of creatures with ease. He knows that he wants to learn this Dao thing, but sitting around in lessons is so damn boring for the beast. He teases Gabi for how beat up he's gotten since making landfall, and tells him that they need to learn in the heat of battle. With all of these so-called training dubbies in front of them, he asks Mei to jump down and give them a few examples of Dao. Though, as she does so, Gabimaru notices an unfamiliar presence among the Shoshin. So, remember that pit Chobe and Toma were thrown into, a little while back? So that there was created by Lord Tenson in order to assimilate any humans dropped inside, making them one with the flowers. From that, they are able to extract something called Tan, or more specifically, the elixir of life. If anyone tries to escape those pits of theirs, which is almost impossible due to how just deep it is, then the walls themselves will hinder them. Still, it's shown that their pits weren't deep enough for the demon brothers, who somehow managed to climb their way out. After escaping, Toma suggests leaving the island, but Chobe angrily declares that he will take revenge on the two that put them there. Man doesn't even need a strategy, as from the first battle he figured out their weakness was the lower halves of their bodies. After offering Toma a piece of flesh to eat from the pit, the two brothers are randomly taken off guard when a monster rolls up and starts chatting as if it's a part of the conversation. Not meaning to frighten them, the random looking thing dressed in a Chinese outfit tells them to not lash out as it possesses some form of intelligence. Instead of fighting, they should just talk. So, this thing here is actually used for scouting purposes, and a bunch of them have been sent out to all of the still alive humans on the island. Unlike the Shoshin, which are incomplete beings that lack any thought or emotion and aren't even allowed inside of Harai, or the Monshin who act as guards for the area, they are the Doshi, direct disciples of Lord Tenson, who possess intelligence and are taught directly by one of the seven. The Doshi explains that he was ordered to assure that they were still in the pit becoming tan, while his other comrades were out locating the other humans on the island. He then just casually asks for the two to return to the pit. However, Chobe responds by driving forth and attacking the creature. Easily dodging a slow blow by the Doshi, Chobe lashes out, disarming the monster and causing it to jump backwards. Knowing that this thing is in touch with Tenson, Chobe demands that it tell him everything about those freaks, but the Doshi refuses, calling him a foolish idiot. Bringing in some backup, it commands the Shoshin to take out the humans so he can return them to the pit. Not bothered by the freaking Shoshin though, Chobe orders Toma to fight off the Shoshin while he handles the Doshi himself. As the two continue to scuffle, it's revealed that Chobe's attacks are causing almost no harm to the Doshi because he doesn't wield Dao. This leaves a perfect opening for the Doshi to fatally wound Chobe, striking him in the face, causing him to fall face first onto the ground below. Seeing his bro fall down, Toma becomes horrified, screaming out his name. Getting up, he runs at the Doshi who's taunting him when all of a sudden, Chobe reopens his eyes. The Doshi leans down to drag him back to the pit, when simultaneously, Chobe awakens and spins on the floor facing his opponent before striking a blow directly to his face. Looking at his brother, Chobe tells Toma to return to fighting the fodder losers while he deals with his fiend. The Doshi notices that Chobe's throat has regenerated from the previous damage, and while baffled, deduces that during his time in the pit, he must have been affected by the vines that infused some kind of tan into him. Looking at him some more, the Doshi takes note that it's probably the case since his Dao has changed shape in such a short period of time. Realizing how dangerous he could be if Chobe isn't dealt with now, he reignites the battle against the newly evolved human. Instantly, he breaks his arms by manipulating the Dao around his body, but just as quickly, Chobe manages to regenerate them and strike back. The Doshi questions whether Chobe feared losing his humanity after his transformation, but the demon brother states that he couldn't care as nothing in this world was set in stone. Fixing his statement, he says, no, there is one thing that never changes, that's always current, but pointed out that someone like him wouldn't understand where he was coming from. He charges forward, asking to see more of this new power, yet this time he's actually able to visualize what the Doshi's invisible attacks look like. He then strikes the monster's navel, causing damage and showing proof to him that weakness does indeed lie within the stomach. So these doshi fellow are kind of like the messengers and personal assistants to these Tenson fellows. The word that they originate from, doshi or daoshi in Chinese, is a blanket term that refers to Taoist priests, monks, and masters. Back in the battle, and as Chobe's Dao begins to grow larger and larger, the doshi becomes frightened, trying to call forth the Soshin to save him, but sadly for our little doshi, it's shown that the other bro had managed to dispose of all of them. Welling forth the little Dao he has left, the doshi creates some kind of energy orb, but is unable to use it as his hand is crushed by Chobe. Staring into the terrified soul of this pathetic creature, Chobe states that he now knows how to manipulate his Dao. It's simple, he brings it in from the environment around him. With nothing left to do, Chobe activates the exact same ability the doshi just used, perplexing the creature who thought it was utterly impossible. Now seeing the waves of Dao in a similar way to that of Shion, Chobe smiles knowing just how weak his enemy is, before finally dealing the finishing blow. While Chobe begins interrogating what's left of this doshi creature, Toma looks closely at the markings on his brother's neck and notices that they are beginning to spread. Snapping his head towards his brother, Toma gets frightened by Chobe, but soon comes out of the daze he found himself in. Walking in to help tie up the doshi, Toma takes an even closer look at Chobe's neck and notices that his scars look plant-like. Meanwhile, while fighting off the Shoshin, Gentetsusai asks Mei if he was starting to understand Dao, but Mei shakes her head in disagreement, stating that he was focusing too much on strength. Looking over at his fierce rival, who's absolutely destroying the other Soshin, he asks if he was starting to understand Dao. Just like himself though, Mei also states that he was also focusing too much on strength. Fuchi, who's off to the side examining the remains of the creatures, becomes delighted with his inspection of the Soshin anatomy and relays the information to Gabimaru. He finds it odd that even creatures who share the same outward appearance have completely different anatomical structures. From that alone, he's able to deduce that each opponent they go up against has its own weak point. However, that doesn't exactly explain what Mei is as well in their eyes. After remembering how she helped him escape, Gabimaru comes to the realization that no ordinary human would have been able to pull off the feat that she did when they escaped. Funnily, he intently looks towards her, wondering what she is, but as Mei sees him, it causes her to break down and begin crying for a fourth time. This always gets me, but as Gabi and Gentetsusai continue taking out fodder Soshin, he asks Tamaya if he was married as well, and the big man lets him know that he has wives all over the continent. Absolute freaking king. But anyway, taken by surprise, Gentetsusai then blocks a sneak attack by Doshi. Trying to strike back, he swings his hook arm towards the creature, but he was sadly unable to stop it from weaving between his attacks and taking Mei off his shoulder. Now back a fair distance from the main group, the Doshi greets Mei in a polite manner, stating that it had been searching for her in secret for centuries. After she vanished from her eye, it caused the doshi to fall into despair as they were unable to search for her publicly due to Lord Ryan's orders. Now that they've finally reunited, he begs her to return to Harai as they are in grave need of her aid. So I wonder what in the world Mei could possibly be, or the relation that she has to the immortals in Harai. What do the doshi need her for so desperately, and who in the world is this Lord Ryan fellow? Still so many questions, of course, with us being almost a third through the story here. I'd love to know your thoughts on it all down below. I find some of the things get repeated quite a lot, but that's always going to happen when you've got 3 or 4 different groups all needing to learn the exact same information. So hopefully I was able to slim down the repeat info here and there and make it more concise, though the way Yuki does it, where it swaps around between characters as he's explaining parts of the world, is really damn good, and I can't wait to see what the anime does with it, because I think it'll be quite exciting on how they skip around between characters as they're learning what it actually is. It was just hard for me to portray here. But either way, continuing forward, wanting to know what in the world is going on, Gabimaru insists that the doshi tell them what Mei is. Firstly, it tells them that it is none of their concern as Mei is not supposed to be near humans. Yet, since they helped with her return, it says that she is similar to Lord Tenson, one nourished by the lives of humans. Finding out that she isn't human pushes Gabi to the edge because he knows that getting caught up in something he doesn't understand will only result in death. He needs to remember why he took this mission, but after seeing the tears beginning to fall from Mei's face, he rushes to her side and puts himself between her and the doshi creature. He knows that acting on impulse is usually the last thing he would do, yet despite not having any association with her, he can't bear to make her cry again. Furious with this interference, the doshi partners himself with another similar looking goon and declares they will turn them into tan and retrieve Mei if that's truly the case. After noticing the second doshi's appearance and how it manipulates the bugs around them, Gentetsusai realizes that he's the mofo that made him lose his hand. He's the butterfly boss. Watching the two doshi summon a swarm of their respective insects, Gabi quickly comes to the conclusion that they're able to manipulate the insects around them. Before he could strategize any further, Gentitsusai steps in and cuts down the butterflies and states that he seeks revenge on the butterfly doshi for causing him to lose his left hand. He lunges in for another attack, angered by the fact that he had to refine his sword style, but is hit by an invisible attack by the centipede doshi that grazes the side of his face. Initiating a close-hand battle, the two doshi charge forth, pushing our boys back into a defensive fight. Bugs weave in and out of the battlefield in combination with the doshi, blocking their vision and causing them to accidentally end up hitting each other. With the boys bickering between each other now, the second doshi, which is the dude controlling the centipedes, asks to Az why they wanted to protect Mei despite not having any connections with her. Gabimaru knows that if it was the old him, he would have just left her as soon as possible, but now he wonders as to why he's begun changing ever since he landed on the island. Accepting this as the new him, he replies to the creature that he was just repaying a debt. He then flipped the conversation back on the doshi, curious as to why he was so fixated on a girl that doesn't want to even leave with them. The centipede doshi explains that his kind train themselves in the way of Tao, just like the Lord Tenson does. For them, Mei is a key component to their training in the ways of Tao. There are 5 ascetic methods to training one's body in Tao, which makes me wonder if Gabi's ascetic form is also one of these 5 methods or something. But Doin, Taisoku, Shuitsu, and Shuten are the first 4, and you can train them all by yourself. However, the most important of them all is hot, steamy Bocchi Jutsu, which, as you can probably pick up on, demands a partner of opposite gender. This is due to how I brought up earlier in the video, for the cycle of yin and yang to complete, it demands intimate congress. What's actually really cool is that these 5 meditation methods come from real life Chinese history through both Taoist and Zhejiang practices. All things inside of this world possess qi, either of yin or yang affinity, even those that do not live. The higher levels of a specific affinity will result in an even greater level of Tao when someone performs Bocchi Jutsu. Doin or Doin, I don't know how to say it properly, someone tell me down in the comment section below, I'm probably completely wrong. Taisoku and similar things will prepare someone's mind and body, but the method to join both is through Bocchi Jutsu. Those who are able to hone their Tao through this method unlock the ability to reshape the fabric of reality. Lord Tenson has apparently achieved this level of power and is now an ascended being in which the entire yin and yang cycle flows unbroken. Thus, it has been this way for the past 1000 years as Lord Tenson manifests the ultimate Tao. The reason that they need Mei is because the doshi are made up of yang energy, and in order for them to complete their training, they require Mei's assistance since she possesses yin energy. Mei in their eyes is a failure as one of the Tenson, as instead of possessing both yin and yang, Mei was only able to produce yin aligned qi. Therefore, Lord Rien banished her from the palace and offered her 2 different options. Either she could pass away, or obviously like she chose, reforge herself from the start as their training partner. Which is utterly disgusting when you think about it. I'm purposefully not going into depth on certain aspects of things or showing half the panels here, otherwise this video will be taken down, and I want it to stay up obviously, and I want it to be fit for younger audiences so that they can understand the story in a friendlier way, not in such a dramatic way that Yuki puts it in sometimes. So, you know, if you guys want to get it in Yuki's way, obviously go out there and read the actual manga. But obviously I'm dimming down things here because the reality of the situation is just sad. I can fully understand why Mei wanted to break down after being threatened with going back. That's all I'm going to actually say on that and end that there. Hearing all of this though, both Gabimaru and Gentitsusai, like myself, become disgusted with this information. Angered, Tamai tells him that he'll take on the centipede creep, but looking at his boy, he's blown away to see just how enraged he also is. Stepping in and asking if she's marked, he tells them to stop with their rude explanation of Mei and treat her like a proper normal person, not an object. Not bothered with the threats of a human though, the doshi transforms into its Shikai form and declares that they will take them out on the spot. Gentitsusai then makes the first attack, jumping up and swinging at the butterfly doshi, who retaliates by sending a swarm after him. He notices that they're easier to attack when bunched up, but gets caught off guard by the powder coming off the butterflies. Slowly becoming dizzy, he asks for Gabimaru's assistance, but gets told to deal with it by himself, as he's just as busy with fighting the other doshi. Shooting out an attack itself, the doshi uses a similar blast to Lord Tenson to push Gabimaru back. Yelling to his teammate, Gentitsusai lets him know that the butterflies are dangerous. Hearing him, Gabimaru uses Ninpo Paru Bridge to expel a torrent of fire that seemingly burns all of the butterflies and soaks the doshi in a cloak of flames. Looking at his enemy, Gabi realizes that he won't stand a chance unless he finds a way to sense Tao. Remember Fuchi, who's just been chilling here this whole time with Mei in the middle of this? Well, after interpreting her words from earlier, Fuchi yells out to Gabimaru that he's focusing too much on strength. To perceive Tao, your heart must accept both strength and weakness, and unless he accepts his weaknesses, he won't learn it. Mei also helped Fuchi sense his own Tao by touching his hand and giving a demonstration on how she uses it. Gabimaru tries doing the same with her, but once she activates her Tao, he can only slightly feel something. However, that's it, he can't see it. Yet, after hearing Mei state in her own weird way that weakness gives birth to strength, Gabimaru is reminded of Sagiri's words and how his love for his wife that he thought was a weakness is actually a strength. Finally understanding what the strong weak is that Mei keeps going on about, Gabimaru watches as some form of glowing energy appears around his hand. Stepping forth towards the heat of battle, the previously hollow man tells Fuchi that he thinks he gets the gist of it now. Watching him walk ahead of them, Mei notices just how large Gabimaru's Tao truly is. Having felt the sensation before, Gabimaru is able to see the invisible attacks from the doshi and dodges them with ease. Blown away with just how quickly he caught on, Gantetsuzai states that it's probably due to the specific training he went through as a member of the Iwagakure. Apparently the people there even have otherworldly moves and inhuman forms that they can take on at a moment's notice. It's likely that it's not exactly Tao, but possible the techniques are based on similar principles. However, Mei shakes her head in disagreement. As he continues to fight the centipede doshi, Gabimaru begins to understand how Tao works and begins perceiving everything around him, not just the stronger aura, but also the weak and dying ones. He also manages to understand why he perceives Sagiri as such a terrifying force. Even with all of her doubt, she still pushes forth, making her a stronger person. With the centipede doshi throwing a fat right hook towards Gabimaru, our boy just puts his hand out and simply blocks the strike, being able to distinguish every insect apart that makes up the monster's form. He then reverses the polarity of the monster's Tao, exploding the arm of its Shikai form. Now, with the upper hand, Gabi darts up and screams that the pathetic doshi no longer stands a chance. Spinning in midair, Gabi lands a fat kick that pushes the creature completely out of its Shikai form. Feeling gassed up now, Gabi tells the centipede doshi that he's finally ready to throw some hands with their master. Laying there on the ground now after being defeated, the doshi compares Gabimaru's abilities to that of Lord Tenson's, blown away with just how accurate he was with his strikes. Annoyed, Gabimaru demands that the doshi tell him who he was working with and where he can find this Lord Tenson. Seeing no other option, the doshi explains that itself, along with two other doshi, were ordered by Lord Tenson to observe the humans that arrived on the island. They were to discover how this new group differed to those that had made landfall in the past. Mainly though, it was to assess if leaving the humans alone would suffice, or if they could present a threat. Wanting to make the final blow himself, Gantetsuzai swoops in to steal the day. With Gabimaru turning around to look at him, the two doshi used their abilities to attack our boy while his guard was down. Gabi though, having achieved bliss, perceives the attack and quickly manages to jump off Gantetsuzai towards the butterfly doshi. Falling down upon him now, Gabi uses his Ninpo Stone Storm to pepper his opponent while simultaneously, Tomoya Gantetsuzai kills the centipede doshi. With Tao still a mystery to him, Gabimaru figures that if he experiments more with it, he can find a way to damage his enemies. Since they can't question the, obviously, murked doshi now, Fuchi considers asking Mei for more information, but Gantetsuzai thinks it would be best for her to return home. Having saved his life twice, Gabimaru wanted to repay his debt to Mei by going along with whatever she wanted to do. Knowing of the notes that Sagiri had written on Gabi before the mission had begun, Fuchi notices that his behaviour is different from what she had interpreted, and wonders if this new soft side of him will help him on his mission. Suddenly though, Gabimaru begins bleeding from the nose before collapsing to the ground, confusing everyone around him. This is for the fact that Tao is life force itself. To employ it in battle is to eat away at one's life force. Using too much will cause the backlash to not only affect someone's body, but even their soul. This is for the simple fact that the body and soul are one and the same. They're a manifestation of Tao. Meanwhile, in Hirai, one of the seven is seen showing Rien the new training area, which features an indoor pool. After presenting the final part of the room, which was like the Bochujutsu chamber, like the old sneaky room, another Tenson criticizes how ridiculous the idea was, but Rien objects, saying that by copulating with others, it can bring out new powers. Jufa then comes out of the chamber, absolutely covered in some stuff after having gone in an absolutely insane session with another Tenson, and is offered Tan to recover. After grabbing a fresh glass of the immortality liquid, Jufa asks Rien about Mudan's whereabouts, to which it's revealed that as Sagiri enters the gate to Hirai, Mudan had gone to confront them. Upon entering the gateway, Sagiri, Yuzuriha, Senta, and Hoko don't initially see Mudan, as instead they're blown away by just how weird their surroundings are. Bringing them all back to reality though, Mudan waves his hand, causing Hoko's head to fall clean off. Finally, so like with a bunch of these names actually revealed here, I can tell you how dope Yuki actually is. So each of these Tenson's true names refers to Chinese names for flowers. Rien is lotus, Mudan is peony, Zujin, which is the other guy's name I didn't mention I'm pretty sure, is hibiscus, and Jufa is chrysanthemum, which itself fits into like the whole theme of fake beauty. Like I'm not entirely keyed in with the flower meanings themselves, but from what I read online, their meanings almost perfectly reflect how each specific Tenson tries to act with the outgoing appearance and all that kind of stuff. So elsewhere, and back on the mainland, in an inn in the Satsuma domain, and after learning of his return from the island, the Shogun's officials ask Yamada-Asaemon Jika about the events that had occurred. Jika explains that before they even arrived on the island, Chobe killed his assigned criminal, so with a heavy heart, he had chosen to return back from the mission. Even still, the current had forced him to the island. Eventually though, the man did make it home. After cutting the story short about how he even managed to escape, an official begged him to explain in detail about what exactly happened during his escape, but Jika refuses, saying that explaining it would only be troublesome and he no longer wanted to be involved with that hellish place. Another Yamada-Asaemon then interrupts and bows while apologizing for Jika's behavior. Knowing that the Yamada knelt before them isn't any ordinary man, the representative overlooks his offense and reads a message from the Shogun, ordering more assignment to travel to the island. After the meeting, Jika complains to the Star Wars Anakin wannabe over here, how the Asaemon were being treated as pawns, but the young bloke Shugan reprimands him for his behavior towards the officials. Hearing Jika's half-laxed reply about Shugan's presence being a help to him in the meeting, Shugan becomes furious and tells him to change his attitude as it is unbefitting for a samurai. Jika apologizes and then, obviously instead of pushing the issue, further inquires as to what reinforcements they'd bring along on this journey to the island. Shugan informs him that instead of criminals, the Shogun plans to hire ninja from Iwagakure. During the time Jika was returning from the islands, another screening was held to gauge the average strength of criminals. Once the battle commenced, every single one of the criminals was annihilated by Iwagakure's shinobi. The reason for their involvement in the return to the island is because, and obviously, their chief wants to make certain of someone's demise. Shugan explains that they will make for the island in a few days and bring a swift end to their mission. Having walked outside now, a random dude then comes up to Jika, asking what they should do with the random giant monster head that he had brought back from the island. Jika's actually goated. Man's so cooked that he completely forgot to even bring up the evidence he managed to grab while fleeing the island. Either way, he states to them that it never really felt like the right time to reveal the literal monsters he'd fished out of the ocean. Walking up, Shugan then takes a closer inspection, curious as to what in the world it is, but the worker warned him that it might be alive. However, the Anakin-looking wannabe states that the creature was indeed deceased, as he couldn't sense any waves of life force coming from it. Honestly, I keep bringing up the whole Anakin thing, but when I first read through it, at this exact point, and without even knowing his backstory yet, I feel like this dude had just murked a whole village or something. He just has that weird demeanor about him, you know what I mean? He's just got something going. He's just a little bit odd. Nearby, and after having met with two shadowy figures, it's confirmed that the rank 2 Shogun and rank 3 Jika will be joining them on a journey to the island that's based purely on someone's ability. Skipping back to the moments before our main crew entered Harai, so after travelling for a day, Sagiri, Yuzuriha, Senta and Hoko finally managed to reach the gates of Harai. Just like before, they take in the odd surroundings when all of a sudden a random figure in front of them cuts off Hoko's head from a distance. Mudan cruelly jokes that he's impressed with them as they're the first humans in over a millennium who have made it inside of Harai. Yuzuriha senses that the thing in front of them definitely wasn't human and attempts to flee, but is caught in an instant by him. Sagiri draws her sword and demands that he let Yuzuriha go, when from the ground below, Hoko states that he is Lord Tenson, the peony spirit enthroned Fukujukun. Obviously we know him as Mudan, one of the 7 gender benders, and as he looks at the tree quickly figures that Hoko was still alive. However, due to his size being reduced to only his head now, he tells the others that his arborification process will only speed up from that point onwards. Hoko accepts his fate, since he obviously believes that his soul will rest in Harai. Yet, and probably the biggest gut punch for the Bonsai King, Mudan smiles, stating that the religious beliefs of his were all lies in order to maintain the peace and structure on the island. In truth, every living thing on the island was the result of experimentations, and the humans that ventured to the island were merely research materials. Leading into that entire theory of just research materials on humans, coming up behind him, he presents the Kyoshi as examples of his experiments. By the way, these Kyoshi are like Yuki Kaku's messed up take on the historical Zhangji or Chinese hopping zombie or vampire. So they're just, an interesting parallel that Yuki's gone and chucked into the story again. Anyways, with the others disgusted with what he's done, Mudan states that he just loves tinkering around, but this isn't even half of what he could do, and that the higher quality humans usually become tan. Hearing him bring up this random tan thing, Senta questions if he was actually talking about the elixir of life. Quickly realizing what Senta was referring to, Mudan tells him that it does exist, yet the elixir doesn't actually benefit humans as it will only turn them into trees. So if they are actually here for that, then there isn't any chance they'll find what they're looking for. After hearing this piece of information, Sagiri worries over Gabimaru as now it doesn't even seem like there's a way to complete the mission. Breaking a train of thought though, Mudan just asks that they surrender, as their mission has ended here. Catching him by surprise though, Yuzuriha substitutes herself for an arbified tree. Appearing directly behind him, she throws a bunch of kunai into the back of Mudan. Then, as she begins to fall, pulls out her sword while chanting and slices the immortal being. Just as quickly darting away from the monster, she grabs Sagiri's shoulder, turning the direction she was facing and telling her that they need to escape while they have the chance. With the others trying to gap it, a regenerating Mudan comments that she's extremely impressive, but got one thing wrong. The Kyoshi are not servants, but toys. Again, with a flick of the wrist, Mudan commands the Kyoshi to jump at Yuzuriha and detonate upon coming into close contact. Getting caught between the two of them, Yuzuriha only barely manages to avoid the explosion. Rising to her knees, Mudan notes that though she's hidden it extremely well, she can already perceive Tao. Wanting to back up his girl, Senta steps forth, telling Mudan that if this concerns her life and death, then he'll have to go through him. Becoming intrigued, the Immortal comments that if Yuzuriha has the aptitude for it, then he'll teach her how to properly wield Tao. If not, then she'll make quality tan either way. Having watched Senta step out in front of her, prepared to put his life on the line, Sagiri wonders if he had any attachments to Yuzuriha. Not interested in anyone but the shinobi, Mudan rushes towards Sagiri, telling her to move aside before launching her across the area using a distant strike. Turning his attention to Yuzuriha, Mudan asked if she observed how we gathered Tao together. Before going any further though, Senta, who's like way quicker than I ever expected, cuts off both of Mudan's hands, saying that he will have to get past him first. Jumping in from behind, Yuzuriha tells the number 5 to back off before using her Ninpo slime string to trap the creature. Wondering what could possibly work on him, she uses Ninpo nectar poison to melt away the immortal's shell, then follows up and annihilates the rest of him with Ninpo Grim Garrot. Reviving himself as a bunch of thorns, he taunts Yuzuriha, calling her application of Tao nothing more than a child's flailing around. Thinking that if they keep him blinded, they might stand a chance, Senta cuts the top part of Mudan's head, but it's utterly useless as he taunts them while blind. He also ceases the regeneration of his eyes and dodges every single one of their attacks. Getting in next to Yuzuriha, he grabs her leg and swings her towards Senta, knocking them both to the ground. The reason that Mudan is able to comfortably fight back even while blind is obviously because Tao is felt, not seen with someone's eyes. If he cloaks himself in it, it allows him to feel out the movements of his opponents and tells them that they are utterly no match for him. Standing there, fully T-posed out of his mind, the immortal god re-welcomes them to Harai, causing Senta to fall into despair upon not knowing what to do against such a monster. Nearby, Sagiri tries to recover from Mudan's earlier attack, stating that it was like it affected her very soul. She pleads with Hoko to think back over all of the techs he owns for anything that relates to a possible weakness. Hoko though, who is obviously going through it, realizing that everything he's ever known was a lie, says that he can't be stopped since he has the powers of a god, and he's already accepted his passing. Unable to just give up though, Sagiri encourages him to try and remember anything and reminds him of the fact that if they don't survive here, then he'll never see Mei again. Cutting in, Mudan notes that Yuzuriha's substitution technique and other uses of Tao appear to have the same attribute as him, though this left her confused as to what he was even talking about. Not noticing Sagiri behind him obviously, he considers taking out Senta, but quickly catches on and avoids the sneak attack. Having figured out that he was using someone's intent to figure out their next movements, Sagiri throws her sword forth, wondering what an item without intent would do. Mudan, I swear this man just closed his eyes or something, but this dude just watches as Sagiri's blade flies straight into his tendon. With Hoko screaming at her to finish the job, Sagiri catches up to her blade and cleaves down, pulling the blade through the monster's tendon. The reason that the tendon is such a vital spot to attack throughout the series is because Tao is born there. Then, from there, it cycles around somebody's body before returning back to that point. So in the case with Sagiri, even if someone like Tenson takes damage in the tendon, it should theoretically destroy them over time. However, Mudan reveals himself to be perfectly fine, explaining that attacks without Tao do not harm him. Having already come to that conclusion herself, Sagiri thanks him as all she needed was to get in close and confirm exactly how it was activated. Taking a breath, Sagiri releases a massive burst of Tao, completely confusing the immortal nerd. Shocked by this phenomenon, Mudan leans back just enough to avoid the lethal swing. Trying to think about what in the world just happened, Mudan quickly comes to the conclusion that Sagiri can also control Tao and gleefully smiles. Due to the stuff that's happened so far throughout the series, like her experience with being near Gabimaru and fighting Roku Rota, Sagiri knows that she's already able to perceive Tao. All she has to do now is input a certain amount of energy while controlling her breathing patterns. After learning that Sagiri's Tao can indeed harm him, Mudan screams in delight, wondering if she'll become another piece of beautiful art or manage to kill him first. Placing his hands together and using Hojutsu, Earth Yin, Night Pilgrim, he instantly vanishes and appears before an unaware Sagiri attempting to attack her. Seeing through his trick, Yuzuriha restrains Mudan using her strings and calls out to Sagiri, saying that he's using a similar ability to her substitution technique. Seizing the opportunity, Sagiri tries to take out Mudan, but the Immortal uses the Senjutsu technique to release a burst of Tao from his mouth to deflect the attack, allowing him to kick her back. Then, with both girls somewhat occupied, commands the Kyoshi to attack Yuzuriha. Coming in clutch though, Senta quickly cuts them down before taking a distant Tao strike directly to the chest. Thinking that the battle's going smoothly for him, Mudan taunts the group, letting them know that it's easy to read their movements. Yet, in that typical think before you speak manga way of doing things, dude has his leg forcefully detached by Yuzuriha using her Ninpo Whip Slash. Closing in, the group absolutely ravages the Immortal while he simultaneously taunts them for just how well they're doing. Quickly escaping the mess before Sagiri strikes, Mudan levitates up into the sky above them using Hojutsu Earth Yang Sky Pilgrim. Speaking as if this dude's a god or something, it says that those ignorant of the way of Tao would consider his techniques to be divine. Having summoned large water droplets, he then activates Senjutsu Tin Splitter, sending all of them rocketing towards the ground below, cracking the very floor that they're standing on. With blood beginning to fall from her nose, Sagiri notes just how much of her stamina is being robbed by this Tao. Remembering Mudan's previous statement about different types of Tao, Yuzuriha informs her that her Tao might be the specific type that counters his. Needing to force an opening for Sagiri to strike him down, she steps forth and uses that sticky string ability of hers to bring the Immortal closer. After withstanding a point-blank showering from Mudan's Tin Splitter, she rips the creature towards the floor while screaming out for Sagiri to finish the job. Reappearing himself, the beaten and bruised Senta seizes his chance to pin him down, allowing Sagiri a few more moments to prepare her attack. Boosting in, Sagiri slices straight through the tendon of Mudan while implementing her specific affinity for Tao, finishing off the supposedly immortal creature. Absolutely knackered from the battle they just endured, both Yuzuriha and Sagiri quietly rejoice. After finally ending their fight with Mudan, Sagiri comes to Hoko's aid and recaps what she knows about Tao. The amount of Tao depends on a specific individual, and it can be boosted or lessened by manipulating one's spiritual intensity. There are different types of attributes, each of which can give someone an advantage over the other. However, the most important thing that the group confirmed, even if it disappointed them, was that the elixir of life didn't even exist, not in the form that they suspected at least. Due to that realization, Yuzuriha states that they would have to come up with another plan, but it's no use thinking on something that they can't do anything about. Looking over though, she sees the massive golden head statues and considers the idea of replacing the elixir with a massive amount of gold. Putting that aside for now though, the group just decide to sit down and rest. Sagiri sits down with Senta and hears him give Yuzuriha a compliment, making her question if he had any feelings for her. Senta denies this and says that it's actually he's more envious of Yuzuriha's innate freedom. During his childhood, he really wanted to become an artist, but for generations, the boys inside of his family had been sent to train under the Yamada clan. He couldn't deny or change his future because it was tradition, though in truth he hated it all. The idea of killing most of all struck a note within him that led him to seek religion and eventually become a scholar. In the end, Senta chose to abandon his dream and carry out his duties as an executioner. He recalls how moments after taking out Moro, Yuzuriha managed to see right through him, and how he admires the way she seems so free. Feeling similar about Gabimaru and how he's changed over this mission, Sagiri brings up the possibility that in the future, all of them could work together on the island. Nearby, Yuzuriha notices that Mudan's body is continuing to turn into flowers at a progressively alarming rate. Instantly, a stinger launches towards Yuzuriha, taking her by surprise. Senta though, like the weeb king he is, quickly comes in, shoving her out of the way, but sadly receiving a direct hit by the plant. Falling into a hallucination, it shows Senta thinking about Yuzuriha while showing the beautiful artwork he'd made of her. Deeply sinful was the way of his work, yet she was the gale to completely change the perception he had about everything. Back in the present, the effects of Mudan's last-ditch attack caused flowers to instantly begin sprouting from the head of Senta, confirming his demise. Rest in peace, Big Senta, absolute weeb legend. Above him though, Sagiri and Yuzuriha turn up to watch in horror as Mudan starts to transform into a monster, before completing his transformation as a visual representation of yin and yang. At last, the flabbergasted humans knowing that they now are completely unable to do anything against another attack. Readying itself, it shoots a plethora of similar stingers towards the girl. However, saving the day, the blind king, Yamada Asaemon Shion arrives on time and beautifully cuts the stingers. Quickly acting, he then orders Nurugai to remove the growing flowers from Senta's body and tells Sagiri that he will stand in for the fight against this creature. After Nurugai helps remove Senta's blooming flowers, Sagiri asks Hoko if there was a way to save him. Unfortunately, Hoko states that it was beyond his control. Either way, she helps Senta by giving him medicine to slow down the bleeding. Sagiri looks towards Shion and asks about his current condition, but Nurugai informs her that Shion is more than capable enough to fight the monster and that they came with the purpose of finding a certain someone. Using the knowledge he acquired from the experimentations on the Soshi, Shion fends off a bunch of the stingers before sprinting at the creature and using Fiend's Flurry along with Autumn Rains to injure it. Not bothered, Mudan's Shikai form just annihilates the area by creating more tin splitters to rain down from above. Throwing his sword forth through the smoke as a distraction, Shion then appears himself and kicks the monster across the courtyard. However, random flowers start sprouting up all over Shion due to the scratches he was given by the monster's stingers. Without even considering the damage that he would take, he removed them by slicing away the stem of every flower on his body. Despite the setback, Shion refuses to give up, stating that he has no death wish, yet if death lies in the coming road, then he'll accept it without hesitation. Sagiri tries to help aid him, but Nurugai stops her, stating that she can even barely walk herself, let alone fight. Regardless, Sagiri explains that she can't allow Shion to sacrifice himself for the lives of others. However, if she does intervene, then by working together they could actually win. Hearing this, Nurugai is persuaded to fight alongside, but Yuzuriha complains that she just can't as she's too low on energy. Walking over to them, Nurugai randomly hugs both Yuzuriha and Sagiri, explaining it as this weird way to restore stamina that she'd been doing from a very young age, and now after learning of Tao, tried to implement it differently. Able to move now because of it, Sagiri and Nurugai ready themselves to step into the battlefield. Before doing so though, the duo coat themselves in bandages from Yuzuriha's protective fluid as a way to prevent infection from the monster's stingers, then they both step into fight alongside Shion. Getting the Blind King's attention, she informs him that she knows the monster's weak point, so the plan to take him down will be distracting the monster while he gets in behind and takes out its tendon. Rushing at them, Mudan attempts to take out Nurugai first, who somehow manages to weave in and out of all of the stingers. Not seeing his hand though, Mudan almost manages to slam down on Nurugai. However, Sagiri manages to come in clutch, slashing at the hand and defending herself from a secondary stinger attack. Rushing to get behind the monster himself, Shion uses his Harvest Shower technique to create an opening, but it's just no use as the monster quickly retaliates, shooting a blast of Tao towards the samurai. Refusing to be pushed back, Shion charges forth, jumps into the sky, and strikes down on the creature. Yet, this was all actually a ruse, as he uses this moment to land on the ground and strafe under the monster's leg as it was still coming down. Appearing behind its back now, Shion unleashes a flurry of slices that seemingly cut through its branch-like legs, dropping it to the floor below. Now, at somewhat of a similar height, the monster tries to defend itself, but Shion forces himself through the attacks while Sagiri restrains one of its hands with her sword, allowing Shion to get behind the monster again. Thinking about everything that has happened since he made landfall, Shion becomes enraged. The fact that all he could do was flee while his disciple was dying is unforgivable. For his own unforgivable crimes of weakness, he curses the gods, stating that until this foe's life ends, Yamada, Asaemon Shion shan't know exoneration. This next technique of his took years to craft. Thousands of lives made this hidden technique so lethal. For Shion, manipulating these waves of Tao is akin to manipulating his own life force and spirit. Swinging his blade down now, he threatens these false gods, telling them that it's time they learnt about the fleeting nature of a normal life, its beauty and terror. Shion swings his blade down towards the monster's tendon, but halts himself after not sensing any strong waves, making himself wonder if those were even its weak points. Which is massive after the whole speech he went through before that. Knowing that he doesn't have time to overthink the situation, Senta, the goat, arises from the ashes for a moment to scream out that the monster's weakness is its ovule since his body is plant-based. Guiding him to exactly where the ovule is located on the creature, Shion dives forth, dodging the regenerated stingers and slashing at the weak spot, causing multiple Mudan heads to begin sprouting out. One of the heads becomes captivated by Shion's unwavering ability to face death, stating that he had truly achieved bliss, yin and yang in perfect harmony. Slashing at the open weak spot now, Shion finally manages to take down Mudan, sending the massive creature he formed crashing onto the ground below. With it beginning to dissipate now, the surrounding area becomes covered in beautiful looking flowers. After finally ending the battle, Sagiri rushes over to Senta, who's still somehow alive at this point, but readily succumbing to his wounds. Sagiri begs Yuzuriha to apply more of her medicine to him, however, she refuses as it just wouldn't make sense to use the remaining amount she has left on Senta when he's guaranteed to die. Instead, she's more of a realist and understands that Senta knows he's at the end of his road, so it only makes sense to give the rest to Shion. Yuzuriha comforts Senta as she tells him to let go of his duties as an executioner and think about something that he truly desires as his last memories. Crouching down beside Senta in his final moments, she tells him to think about something else instead of this honor-bound stuff. Think about something that he holds dear, like a family pet or a lover he won't ever see again, and if it helps, she'll hold him close in these dark times. Slowly passing away now, Senta just thinks about the few small joys he had in life, and now the beautiful Yuzuriha next to him as he dies with a smile on his face. In a moment of silence, the group buries his body and decides to rest before continuing on their journey. Sagiri thanks Yuzuriha and Nurugai for their help, but states that from now on, she will not suffer the death of another ally. All of them will survive and escape this island no matter what. Elsewhere, and after waking up from his unconscious state, Gabimaru instinctively jumps from where he was to see again Tetsusai, Fuchi, and Mei all just chilling out staring at him. Fuchi informs him that they're situated in a cave halfway up the valley and are just stopping for the night. Gabimaru thinks to himself that he can't seem to remember all of the details to how he fell unconscious. With them awake now though, Fuchi begins going over what they know so far about Dao. Meanwhile, Sagiri's group enter Hirai and settle inside one of the buildings to also go over what they know so far. Yuzuriha and Nurugai happily use the opportunity to change into some Chinese looking clothing while Shion tries to discuss what they know about Dao. He explains that they need to use Dao wisely or there will be grave consequences for their body, mind, and in the worst cases, even death. Remembering what Hoku had told him, Shion brings up the idea that multiple types of waves or Dao actually exist. In his eyes, there would have to be wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. These 5 attributes are locked into a web of constant influence. Some types would help to heal or restore someone's Dao, whereas others would do the opposite and hinder someone's to a greater extent. Shion believes that if they can exploit these attributes or types, then maybe even the immortals might be felled. Nurugai then reminds him that they need to also focus on acquiring the elixir of life, which from what we know doesn't exactly exist in fruit-like form. Yuzuriha states that from what Mudan had said about the elixir during the early stages of their fight, it's not actually what they're looking for. However, according to Gabimaru, his village chief is immortal because of an elixir which proves that something must exist. Being a kunoichi though, Yuzuriha just knows how these villages work behind the scenes and explains the possibilities of the chief using an illusion known as genjutsu to try and fool his people into thinking that he was an immortal in order for them to bend to his authority. Meanwhile, Fuchi interprets Mei's words and explains to them that the proper use of certain attributes will help them defeat the enemy. While listening, Gabimaru wonders if he has some kind of amnesia or mind blank as he's still unable to recall anything from the past. With this in mind, and at the same time, Yuzuriha explains her theory that Gabimaru's wife might also be an illusion set up by the clan in order for Gabimaru to have a purpose in surviving his missions. Sagiri stands there shocked, unable to reply, while over there in the cave, Gabimaru confirms that he can't remember anything once more. He knows that he is Gabimaru the Hollow, the strongest shinobi in Iwagakure, but because his memory is fragmented, decides to currently go along with what's happening until he can determine whether the people around him are allies or hiding their true nature. Having finished discussing what they know about Dao, Fuchi decides that they should get some rest for now and move off tomorrow. Later on, as the others sleep, Mei walks outside to check up on Gabi, who tells her he's okay, but Mei becomes shocked after seeing that half of his hair's Dao is completely gone. At the same time, inside of Hirai, Sagiri sits outside until she's also joined by Shion. The two joke around for a moment, but Sagiri can't help to think about all of her fallen comrades and what could have possibly happened to Gabimaru. After hearing her concern, Shion asked if Sagiri had feelings for Gabimaru. However, she stops him midway and denies his allegations. Nevertheless, she explains that she feels sorry for Gabimaru. He was born into a murderous village and his past still haunts him. Plus, what's even worse is the fact that if Yuzuriha is correct about his wife not even existing, then his motivation for surviving this mission was a complete farce. Sagiri apologizes to Shion for spewing out all of her thoughts onto him. However, Shion explains that he understands what she was talking about and says that he can overlook this matter, causing Sagiri to laugh at his pun. You know, obviously because our man's blind and everything. The next day though, Gabimaru's group then leave the cave and travel up the rest of the valley before encountering the brothers Chobe and Toma. Hearing Fuchi say that more humans might mean more friends, Chobe smiles and spin kicks Gabimaru. Back on demon time, Gabi vanishes from in front of Chobe, lands on his shoulders and seemingly takes him out in one swift move. However, Mei screams out warning him that Chobe's Dao is massive. Randomly grabbing a hold of him, Chobe stands back up and rips Gabi into the ground, telling them that he isn't interested in becoming allies. Elsewhere, and after having left the mainland now, Lord Aoki finds it foolish that the Shogun has planned to send off around 50 Iwagakure ninja, believing that their leader has motives of his own. Shugan tries to calm the Lord down, assuming that his concern is with the multiple ninja on board. Randomly though, Aoki questions if him and the other 3 Isamen were capable of controlling these ninja since 2 of them seemed to be unranked. Rolling up to the island along with rank 4 Jika and the edgy Aizen stand-in is the little man Kiyomaru and the beautiful but still unmatched Isuzu. The little man himself, Kyo, he isn't ranked because the man is still young to actually take part in the system, and Isuzu isn't as well because she takes the role as a combat instructor employed personally by the Shogun. Shugan states that they don't just approach this mission as mere observers. No, the whole purpose for the expedition to the island is to back up and support the vanguard. Kiyomaru, who's just like obviously listening to all of this, becomes annoyed with Aoki as he thinks it's pathetic some random old fart can judge them because they're unranked, when in all reality he could probably take him out before the dude even knows what happened to him. Isuzu tries to stop him, but Kiyomaru flexes the fact that he could literally take down everyone on the ship alone and cuts the mask of the ninja that appears next to him. Furious with Kiyomaru's rude behaviour, Isuzu draws her blade, placing it near his neck and demanding that he sheaths his sword. With the two exchanging cold glares at each other, another random Iwagakure ninja tells them that they mustn't worry about them at all. Noticing him, she awkwardly apologizes to the male ninja, but he continues to assure her that he didn't mind, and if they still had doubts, then to pick any one of them, then that said chosen one will be thrown overboard to show their loyalty. Intrigued, Kyo hilariously tests his loyalty by choosing their ninja who spoke up as the one to take himself out. Crazily enough, it's shown that the dude was the leader of the Iwagakure squad, and before following through with what he promised, passed on the leadership to the ninja next to him. Following through with the order now, he takes himself out, proving the loyalty their squad commands. Crazily enough, like I didn't actually say it while he was passing away there, but he mutters a tune just before passing away, which is called the Toyansi. It's a tune that accompanies a childhood game, similar to like London bridges falling down when you're in the pool and you go into the water type thing, and funnily enough, it's still often used on the modern day crosswalks as a tune to let people know when it is and when it isn't safe to cross. When the music stops, obviously the game is over, and that was representative of like the tune the dude sung. I thought it was quite poetic of Yuki right there. Anyway, continuing on. Having gained leadership, the other ninja speaks up saying that they only desire to exist as tools and pleads for their trust. At that moment, one of the other Iwa ninjas walks over to his former boss and remembers the orders given to them by the chief. Infiltrate this mission and kill Gabimaru. Ensure that he is purged from this world, even if you have to sacrifice yourselves for the cause. Over on the other side of the bow, Kiyomaru discusses the validity of like what's just gone on with Shugan, calling them all just random weirdos. Shugan agrees, explaining that it doesn't matter as he's never like trusted them to begin with. All he's ever seen them as is criminals. They themselves alone are enough to find this elixir of life. Becoming enraged with the thought of losing even more loved ones, Shugan states his resolve to have every criminal on the island executed so his clan members can return home. Kyo throws out the possibility of already all of them being felled, yet after receiving a vicious glare, sprints off. I always laugh at this as well, but Shugan hopes that Aizen, his big man, the rank number 1, and that everyone else is still safe on the island. Meanwhile, Jika questions Aoki if bringing in all of these shady dudes was going to make the mission more difficult. Again, it's reiterated that it's the Shogun's plans to make a swift resolution, and he thinks that the Vanguard will be overjoyed by their upcoming arrival. However, Jika knows the reality of the situation. This ship isn't the bringer of hope. No, only chaos and death. The personification of a vessel equipped with people to drive them to hell even faster. The stuff of nightmares. With this in mind, Jika tries one last time to get him to have the ship to return home. However, it's obviously to like no use. Honestly, I really like Jika. His character's too cool and he's really mysterious. Kinda reminds me of the old OG-san at this point in the series or similar characters. Either way, like, there are just so many amazing lines in the story that are almost artistic with the way that they spark some sort of vivid image in your head. Both Shion, when he was like trying to fell Mudan, and both here with Jika are prime examples. I think it plays into the whole time period that Japan is in throughout the series. It's one where like art and language flourished, and I think it's perfectly adapted into the story in its own kind of like subtle way, with like Senta passing away, for example, and how like you got to see his own artistic representation of what Yuzuriha would have looked like. Just really cool. I don't know. Moving forward, floating there as he rebounds back off the ground, Gabimaru knows that Chobe just healed a fatal wound and figures that he's most likely also one of those immortals. Gabi shoots a kick towards Chobe, but it's comfortably blocked. Having a hold of his leg now, the criminal then flings Gabi over and smashes him into the ground below as if he had some sort of like superhuman strength. Gabimaru, who's still tripping at this point, focuses his mind on trying to take out Chobe. He screams that he's going to tear him to pieces before pulling up his mask and activating Nimpo, Blooming Needle, shooting out a rock straight towards his opponent. Chobe manages to dodge, but Gabimaru uses the previous attack as a distraction to quickly get above his target. Immortal or not, Gabi foolishly assumes that if he targets the brain and other senses, then it should allow him to get the upper hand. However, as we've learnt so far, when someone can manipulate Dao, that just won't work. Instead, Chobe kicks Gabi in the head, knowing exactly where he was just off presence alone. Gabimaru then bites at him as a last-ditch effort, which completely throws Chobe off. Jumping back, he wonders as to why he's acting so uncivilized, while at the same time, Gabi, still on the animal vibe, tries to bite his opponent in vital areas. Managing to get on his shoulders, Gabi tries to bite down once more, but is unable to do any damage as Chobe's wounds are instantly healed. Standing opposite each other now, Chobe steps it up a notch and stomps the ground, causing the area to break apart, leaving Gabi open to a free hit as he struggles with his footing. Chobe comments that Gabimaru is weak and uses his Dao to strike him. Standing nearby and having watched the entire battle so far, Gentetsusai wonders why Gabimaru is fighting poorly in comparison to his last battle, and asks Mei if she has any idea. Being able to see Dao clearly, Mei knows that Gabi's energy is lacking its form, and he lost something extremely important to him, but due to her inability to communicate properly, the others can't follow what she's saying. Beginning to take a fair amount of damage now, Chobe calls out to Toma to attack the others. Listening to his broski, Toma flies forth and goes after Gentetsusai, assuming that because he had lost his hand, he's easy taking. Tamaya Gentetsusai, the dragon, utterly perplexed by this person's choice to attack him first, catches his sword and headbutts Toma while stealing his blade in the process. Insulted with the thought that a kid could take him out, he throws the former assignment's blade down, telling them to get ready for the real battle. In Toma's mind, he only sees himself as an extension of his older brother, and his brother decides the order of things. Screaming at the Doshi, Toma then gets it to join the battle, commanding it to attack the smaller ones, but Fuchi, who's still with Mei, steps in to guard her. Back in the other beatdown, and seeing as how he was being overpowered, Gabimaru ignites his body and solely focuses on destroying Chobe. He knows that when on the verge of death, a shinobi can wreak untold levels of destruction upon their enemy. Now completely ablaze, he sprints towards the immortal criminal and uses Ninpo Burning Bridge in combination with Ninpo Stone Storm to send a bunch of heated rocks flying through Chobe. Crashing to the ground, Gabimaru gets on top of him, prepared to send himself and Chobe to the Shadow Realm. The criminal tries saying that they'll both perish if he continues, but Gabi literally doesn't care. He doesn't even know why he's on this random island or partaking in this mission to begin with. If he dies right now, it's not like it'll even matter. His village will just send another person to take his place. As, at the end of the day, shinobi are just a hive with nothing to lose, and those who cling to life will never win. Hearing this and becoming enraged with the idea that he can't win because he has an attachment to his brother, Chobe thanks Gabimaru for helping him realize his resolve. So remember Mei and like the strong weak stuff from earlier on? Well, as Chobe states to himself that he does indeed have something to lose, his mind becomes weaker and his body begins to transform into his breakdown state. Remember how I brought up earlier in the video that Kashikai literally means like demon corpse undo or something like that? This literally here is, I guess, Chobe's version of the Kishikai form, with his breakdown state, literally telling his body to come apart or break down. Anyway, moving forward, I just love how this form is called a breakdown because oh my lord, these boys are about to dance. Having unlocked this new form, Chobe unleashes a transformation and uncontrollably attacks Gabimaru. Gabi tries to ward him off by releasing a large burst of flames using Ninpo Burning Bridge, but it's no use as the demon slashes his way through them. Unable to block in time, Big C sends a bunch of tentacles shooting through the hollow, allowing him to toss Gabi across the entire area. Activating Ninpo Ascetic Blaze, Gabi just barely manages to detach himself from the vines. Unable to see anymore, Chobe's consciousness begins to be consumed by the darkness, causing him to slash out in anger, wondering where in the world the ninja could have gone. With the other groups no longer fighting, Gentetsusai wonders why Gabi isn't using Dao to fight like he did yesterday. Mei, who knows what's going on obviously, says that he is unable to use Dao and can't win against Chobe as the man is just too strong. Falling into a moment of deep thought, Gabimaru makes the conscious decision to use up his remaining life force to kill Chobe. However, he is briefly stopped by a vision of someone long forgotten. Ignoring this uneasiness, he rushes towards Chobe, ready to do whatever it takes. Watching these beasts become more and more confused, Fuchi just notes that both of them have completely lost themselves. Turning and seeing his brother become more beast than man, Toma remembers Gentetsusai's words from earlier and realizes that Chobe has been fighting for his sake. Back in the battle, Chobe continues on his rampage. Sadly though, he soon comes to see that for the past few blows, as he wondered what he was, he'd unknowingly attacked his brother Toma, who would just try to make him come back to his senses. Stuck and unable to move, taking in what he'd just done, Toma tries to break through to his brother's shell, telling him that he's everything in the world to him. Sadly, as he was doing this though, Gabimaru saw the perfect opportunity to deal the finishing blow and prepared himself to do so. Not wanting Gabi to burn away the last of his Dao because he'll die, Mei rushes in to stop him from doing anything else. Standing behind him, she releases a massive blast from her Dao, creating a crater that causes Gabimaru and the two siblings to start falling. Gabimaru manages to get himself to safety, and as Chobe turns to look for an escape route, throws stones forcing him deeper into the hole. Thinking quickly, Chobe uses his vines to throw Toma to safety while telling him to wait for his return. So, remember how Gentetsusai and Fuchi don't really know Mei yet? Like, this ain't the Hoko group from before, and seeing her use this level of Dao makes them question just how she accomplished such a feat. And an even more surprising revelation for the two, it's shown that Mei was now fully grown. Meanwhile, inside of Harai, Sagiri suggests that they go outside and reunite with Gabimaru and the others. However, Yuzuriha doesn't agree and instead thinks their focus should be on trying to escape from the island. Sagiri sees through her intentions of wanting to save herself and reveals her own plan to return home safely with every remaining person, as then that way they have an alibi. Sagiri reassures her that her desire to escape hasn't changed, it's just that everyone will be leaving this place together. Switching the conversation up, she ponders if Gabimaru managed to arrive at the gate from the very beginning, to which Yuzuriha reveals that he definitely did, as she found evidence that he was here before they came. In her eyes, their best bet to bump back into Gabimaru now is to actually wait around that gate. After deciding to head over to the gate, the girls note that seeing Harai clearly during the day is absolutely insane. Looking around the godly setting, the group becomes captivated by its mystic aura. Hoku remembers Mudan's words about Lord Tenson experimenting with humans' lives and the humans on the island acting as test subjects. Curiously, he asks himself if the current humans on the island will bring a change after seeing that they've managed to take out an immortal, and wonders if he will still be alive when they do so. Once they reach the gate, the group encounter Fuchi, Gantitsusai, Mei, Toma, and an unconscious Gabimaru. After the initial surprise of everyone noticing each other, both Sagiri and Fuchi ask what happened in their time apart. After noticing that Mei was still okay and had matured after using her power, Fuchi expresses his gratitude that her allies kept her safe. Confused on how they even arrived here, Hoku asked if they came up from the Soshin pits, and after learning that they did, Hoku can only think that throughout the 1,000 years he's lived, no one had managed to accomplish these feats, and because of that believes that the current travelers are humans beyond compare. After being informed of his boy's passing, Fuchi stands next to Senta's grave and cries in sorrow. After confirming the deaths of most groups and seeing the remaining survivors, Shion expresses regret that so little have survived the ordeal on the island. However, Gantitsusai comments that his feeling of regret was wasted on the condemned criminals, since they were fated to kill each other the moment everyone made landfall. Unlike Shion thought, he also states that thinking all your comrades would survive is ridiculous. He then points towards Toma, since it's obvious the dude was a traitor, and offers to get rid of him. Not wanting him to though, Sagiri steps in to stop him, as without Chobe around as well, he really doesn't pose a threat at all. Yuzuriha, who's just been chilling there this whole time, interrupts and has everyone around focus their attention towards Gabimaru's injuries, stating that the dude's literally knocking on death's door. Rolling up, Fuchi elaborates on what happened before they got here and how he expended far too much Dao. He did what he did when he came to healing him, but because the injuries go beyond physical, he wasn't able to do much. Kneeling down and looking at her injured friend, Sagiri watches as Gabimaru reawakens and instantly tries to stand up. Sagiri says that they should look into his wounds, but Gabimaru shrugs her off while saying he's fine. Shion warns him that without proper treatment he will die, but Gabi claims that he's already accepted this fact. Stunned with hearing the old Gabi again, Sagiri just questions who he is. Looking at her, Gabi answers that she already knows who he was. He's Gabimaru the Hollow. Launching himself forward, Gabimaru attacks Sagiri. Luckily for her though, Big Fuchi and Shion noticed what he was up to and blocked the strike. Knowing that the disturbance in one's Dao can affect memory, Sagiri explains that Gabimaru has lost all of his memories due to every battle he's fought wearing away at the construction of his very soul. Sagiri tries to reason with her confused friend, explaining that she is truly an ally and just wants to help him. After he repeatedly tries pushing her away, Sagiri becomes enraged and uses force to pin him down. Gantitsusai watches thinking they're doing the sneaky botchu jutsu or something, though Fuchi doubts this while Mei blushes saying that this act was different, yet similar in some fact, which, what do you mean by it? I'm confused. Sagiri, on top of Gabi, explains that they don't really have times for such trivial activities, but they need his strength to escape this island. So, in an attempt to wake him up even quicker, she reminds Gabi that he has someone to return home to. Then, finally, in that exact same moment, Gabimaru's Dao is restored and his memories begin flooding back in. Which is really confusing, I always get confused on how he managed to gain his memories back there. But it gets revealed later on, so don't you worry. So, throwback boys and girls. Remember after the crater incident that happened earlier? Well, after reaching the very bottom of the valley and regenerating his limbs, Chobe reflects on his actions during the fight with Gabimaru. Looking at just how far down he fell, dude literally cracks the code and figures out that the island is shaped like a bowl with ridges connecting the middle part. He then spots a group of Soshin and decides to use them to test out his applications of Dao. Meanwhile, all of the remaining survivors relocate to a cave that Gantitsusai found to remove themselves from Lord Tenson's sensory ability that he has over Harai. This is just due to the fact that their leader, who is Rien if you haven't kind of figured out by this point, can sense where they are at all times using the Dao in the air. Remember how there was a high level of humidity to the island, hiding it to start with? Well, it's my thought as well that he uses these abilities to hide the island while bringing in a select few to turn into tan. I'd love to know what you guys think on that down below though, so of course let me know. After Gentetsusai called Shion a coward because he was scared of Lord Tenson and warned everyone to be cautious, he receives judgment from Yuzuriha and Nurugai, who also reiterates just how dangerous they are. Having regained his memory, Shion asks Gabimaru if he had fought one as well, and he confirms it. He also confirms to them that he knows how to manipulate Tao now, but went about learning it the hard way, along with finding out just how terrifying Lord Tenson truly was. Having told his experience, Yuzuriha gives her opinion that it would be best for them to escape the island, but Gabimaru objects as he knows that without the pardon, he'll never escape. Hearing this, Yuzuriha goes to tell him about her theory, but a shocked Gabi cuts her off knowing that she was going to say his wife was just a form of genjutsu. He tries just pushing past what she said, but Yuzuriha wants to make sure she's not walking into a trap. Our boy, he knows she exists though, as he can tell just based on the sensation he has when he thinks about her. Wanting to know more info that isn't just like sensation based, as it's not very logical of him to think that a sensation is real, Gabimaru describes the little things he can remember about her, like her voice or the shape of her eyes, and says that even now on beautiful days like this when he's drenched in nature, he can sense her nearby. Phasing into a blissful memory, he reveals her name as Yui, which I hope I said right, saying that this was the only proof he had. The only way to be sure was to make it home and find out if she was actually real. His confidence causes Sagiri to feel delighted and gets Gentetsusai, who calls our boy a man's man, to feel like he finally found a perfect fighting partner. I actually love Gentetsusai, he's such a damn cool character. Yuzuriha though found it weird that a shinobi like Gabimaru can talk about his weaknesses, but Shion adds in the fact that he could sense Gabimaru's Tao growing, which proves to him that his wife is real, and people who have something to lose are considered extremely strong, which is just like Chobe for example, with him not wanting to lose his brother. So funnily enough, and continuing with the possible idea that she doesn't actually exist, Yui doesn't really confirm that it is a person. The kanji he used for her name simply means bond or connection, and it is the first part of how you'd spell out like marriage in Japanese. So does she truly exist, or is she a manifestation made up by the chief of the clan? I'd love to know your thoughts on all of it down below before we get to the end of the series, and obviously if you've read the series, then let me know your thoughts on the series down below. Back down in the valley though, and after murking every single Shoshin around, Chobe is met by Rian, who questions if he was the one who took out Mudan. Elsewhere, Fuchi, feeling in no mood to examine the doshi after finding out about the death of his comrades, decides to set him free. Over inside the cave now, Sagiri informs Fuchi that Mei is feeling ill and hasn't been able to recover any of her strength, so would he be able to make her some medicine? Annoyed though, after finding out that she's the same as Lord Tenson, Fuchi agrees to help, but demands that in return, Mei tell them everything they need to know about herself and Lord Tenson. Meanwhile, Gabimaru sits outside and makes a request to the other four to help him train to utilize Tao even more efficiently. Super eager to learn more himself, Toma starts off by attacking with Gentetsusai's sword. Dodging the slashes, Gabi focuses on sensing the movements of his opponent's Tao, not tracking with his eyes. Big G then comes in and makes his attack on Gabi, but he easily uses his Tao to sense the strike, weaving out of the way and allowing him to examine Gentetsusai's weak spots. He then kicks off the Tao in the sky to put some space between him and the group. Nurugai jumps in and tries attacking, however Gabi grabs her and uses her to push back the others as they approach. As the battle continues, Gabimaru believes that it's pointless to try and hone more refined techniques than the Immortals since they've been training for over 1,000 years. Instead, the key to defeating Lord Tenson is to use their own Tao against them. Standing back up, Nurugai approaches Gabi, believing that he was more than capable enough to take down Lord Tenson. However, Gabimaru believes that he still needs more time to improve. Big G Gentetsusai asks if he's finished with the warm-up though, cause man's keen to get serious, before randomly diving forth, raging out and preparing to strike down on Gabi. While the other two start freaking out thinking they're actually properly battling, back inside the cave, Fuchi explains to Sagiri and Yuzuriha that the island, the monsters, and Lord Tenson were created by a singular entity. This being is apparently a famed Hoshi who used Senshan principles in his attempt to research ways to achieve immortality. For those confused on what Hoshi is, pretty much it's an ancient Chinese mystic versed in divination and other healing arts. This particular mystic developed methods to tinker with Tao directly. From this, he created crossbreeds of creatures that had similar affinities for Tao. Then after an age of creation, Lord Tenson was finally born. This being as a fusion of human and plant Tao that is both male and female, both yin and yang, hence how they can change genders in an instant. Gender benders. Lifeforms usually use Tao over the course of their life, but the Lord Tenson's energy has been polished for over 1,000 years, far beyond the scope of any human ability. Yuzuriha, who's obviously confused over why they're even here, asks what their purpose for living on the island was then. Fuji explains that the Tensons have been practicing Taoism, or more specifically the inner ways of Tan, which is meditation, and the outer ways of Tan, which is making the elixir to achieve immortality. Hearing this, Yuzuriha and Sagiri become shocked, realizing that the elixir does indeed exist. Yet, Fuji tells them that it's probably just a prototype, a potion created from harvesting and extracting the Tao of humans in order to expand the Tensons' lives. Knowing this, Fuji tells him that it's possible to take out Lord Tenson if their Tao is depleted. Curious after learning this, Yuzuriha questions why they are going further with their research since they have already created Tan. Mei answers saying that it was possible that Lord Tenson was following the will of their master Zhu Fu. Fuji explains that Zhu Fu, also known as Jofuku in Japan, was a Hoshi mystic and served the emperor of the Shin dynasty, who journeyed off to research the secret of immortality 1,000 years ago but eventually came to an end once he entered Japan. Perhaps though, he never really came to an end and instead lives on as someone to this very day. I want to know your thoughts at this exact moment on who you possibly think that this person could be. It's given us this image of this dank looking foot, so surely that hints to someone of great age who is still indeed alive. So this Zhu Fu or Jofuku person, obviously just revealed before, is actually a real man from way back in the 3rd century BCE, and as I mentioned earlier in the video, he was sent out to search for this mythical mountain and the elixir of life. He oversaw a fleet of 60 vessels and thousands of crew members, artisans, and civilians. In 219 BC, he actually made it back after the first voyage, having unsuccessfully found the elixir or penglai. Yet, after heading out 9 years later, in 210 BCE, he never returned. Some people suggest that he ended up making landfall near Mount Fuji. However, in Hell's Paradise, it's obvious that the man's voyage ended in the seas southwest of Japan. While the girls and Fuji discuss the Jofuku's existence, Mei falls back, exhausted, also revealing that her left arm had turned into a branch. She explains that her usage of Tao is causing her body to turn into a tree and she needs to take in energy in order to heal. Yuzuriha suggests using a restoration technique, however Mei says that it won't work since she has little Tao already and because Ran broke her tendon, causing it to constantly leak out. After the cruel past Mei went through was shown to us, Hoko, then the champion he is, offered his Tao to fully heal her. Due to how Lord Tenson can extract Tao from living life forms, it's the only way for Mei to actually heal herself, but obviously she's hesitant to sacrifice Hoko. Big Bonsai though insists as soon he'll go through the process of arborification anyway. To him, this is one way he can also atone for his sins, explaining that he ignored Mei's desires of wanting to leave the island, and instead choosing to raise her as a replacement to his deceased daughter. Mei tearfully tells Hoko that from the time he found her, she always thought of him just like a father. She then accepts his offer, placing out her hand and absorbing his Tao. With Hoko's energy flowing into Mei, she gives him her final farewell before returning back to her younger state. Meanwhile, the previously raging battle has come to a peaceful end. Obviously, remember how Gentetsusai and Gabi went at it just before we skipped away? Well yeah, Shion is left impressed with Gabimaru's abilities and believes that he may have what it takes to defeat Lord Tenson. Toma then randomly drops down on his knees and begs Gentetsusai to help train him how to wield a sword so that he can gain the power to escape the island himself. Big G doesn't believe that he can trust him just yet, but in a show of honor, Toma then cuts his hair and asks once again to help make him strong. Impressed with the little guy's determination, Gentetsusai agrees with helping Toma and tells him to come follow him. Back down in the Soshin Valley, Chobe notices that the thing in front of him had the exact same face as the creature he fought earlier. Fascinated with the hybridization Chobe had achieved, Rian explains that they create the Watan Hua flower that converts human bodies into tan. Yet somehow, even as the root of that plant dug into Chobe's Tao, he still kept a sense of self. Wanting to examine him further, Rian attacks Chobe with an attack similar to Tin Splitter, causing him to quickly dodge while realizing that he has no chance in winning this battle. In an attempt to fight back, he transforms into his breakdown state and dashes at him before letting loose a flurry of strikes and states that Rian just barely managed to block. Somehow, Chobe actually manages to overwhelm Rian, but finds it difficult to keep the vines inside of his mind from taking over his true body. After piercing Rian's tendon, Chobe expands his vines and destroys the immortal's body, assuring to him that the tendon was indeed the correct place to take out these creatures. However, and really randomly, Rian then suddenly appears behind Chobe again, revealing that he destroyed only one of his many clones that he brought along with him. After seeing Chobe unleash Tao from the Watan Hua flower, Rian expresses his satisfaction at the fact he managed to control her and decides to take him back to the palace. Chobe tries to attack, but is unable to resist the effects of the vines, allowing Rian to bend down in front of him and use a Tao strike to knock him unconscious. Slowly falling into a dream, he reiterates his desire of not making the same mistake as his father by abandoning his brother. Later, Chobe wakes up in a bed and sees Rien as a female standing nearby tending the plants. Rien explains that she finds Chobe to be the final key to completing her research and wishes to understand his Dao cycle better through Botchu Jutsu. Yeah, but you know, we can't actually go there, so just know that your man is the key to unlocking the perfect being. Sadly, there is like so much I can't actually go over in this part of the story, but pretty much because Chobe is revealed to be the perfect being in this case, I guess you could say. When his Dao is extracted, then it will allow these creatures to turn everyone on the mainland of Japan into tan. So yeah, that's I guess the big evil plan that's in store for our main crew. Something else I also wanted to mention was that the kanji in Watanhua translates to outside, tan, and flower, meaning a flower used for the outer way of tan, literally. Anyways, later on in the day, our big Gantetsuzai breaks down crying in pain that Mei had reverted back to her child body. In his eyes, it was way more comfortable carrying her around when she was older. Actual Chad though, ain't none of that weird stuff. That's why I like Gantetsuzai, he's a champ in my eyes. Either way, back with the main group, Shion in collaboration with Gabi prepares to announce their next plan. However, Mei catches their attention when she senses that the second landing party has arrived on the island. She knows that it isn't Lord Tenson, but due to how she can't articulate herself well, says that their Dao is very strong. Having taught this man, Shion believes that it's most likely Shugan and the other reserve assignment who were sent as reinforcements by the Shogunate. Fuchi also tells them that another group of criminals were to accompany them as well. Curious, Gabi asks Sagiri if Shugan is a potential ally, and she vouches for him, saying that he might even be the strongest amongst them. However, Gantetsuzai doubts her statement, knowing that he'll need more than just strength to survive here. Thinking back on the past, Shion confirms that Shugan is already able to perceive Dao, since it was actually him to first notice the sixth sense and call them waves. Over at the coast, Shugan hands off his blade and confronts a Shoshin. Obviously man's yoked up, already able to perceive the environment around him through the use of Dao alone. The monster somehow manages to grab him, but through what he learned while training with Shion, Shugan easily lifts the monster's hands from his shoulders and defeats it barehanded. Back with our main squad, Nurugai is impressed with the idea of how strong Shugan is. However, Yuzuriha mentions a certain story that made him infamous. Sagiri explains the story of how Shugan took out all of the captured members in front of their leader in order to reveal the remaining hidden members. After he revealed their location, they too were all arrested and, well, yeah, you can imagine definitely what happened next. Hence how he gets the Anakin name, those poor kids. The Shogun was so impressed by his brutality that he presented the young assignment with a ceremonial outfit and a named blade, the Fuributsu Kaneki. The group becomes concerned, but Sagiri reassures them that deep down he's a great guy, leading Fuchi to state that Shugan was Sagiri's first crush. She says that even if that was the case, she merely admires his involvement in her earning a ranking in the Yamada clan. Back over with this sneaky man, and after taking out a group of Soshin, Isuzu and Kiyomaru come to his aid, but Shugan reassures them that as their senior, he will take responsibility on taking care of the lesser matters like fighting the pathetic monsters. While Sagiri believes that Shugan will come to their aid, Shion disagrees and reveals the full story of how Shugan not only murked the entire Silver Serpent group, but also their loved ones, since they might hold some form of vengeance towards the Shogun. Shion explains that Shugan despises criminals and would not think of allying with them or have anyone he associates work with them at all. As the new group at the shore begins travelling, Shugan stumbles across the site where Aizen was turned into a pancake by Roku Rota. After both of his parents were taken out by an infamous bandit, Shugan was dropped at the door of the Yamada clan. Obviously in a flashback, and as the two begin talking about what it means to be an executioner, Shugan tells Aizen that he fails to see the logic in their clan's way of executing criminals and wonders why they can't give them a painful death instead. Aizen explains that such an act would defile the execution grounds and the chipping of his blade would be meaningless. Being an Asuman means ridding yourself of that hatred, and he'll hone him into a great man. He then tells him that he looks forward to the day he becomes a glorious blade. In the present, Shugan screams in pain over Aizen's death, and instead of moving forward with the mission, makes a decision to lay his soul to rest. While giving him a proper burial, one of the ninja thinks to himself that 3 of these people are extremely odd, and Jake is just as random himself. With the priority for them being Gabimaru, they all plan on using the dangers of the island to outsmart the samurai and complete their mission. Out of freaking nowhere though, a massive flower type thing drops down on the 50 or so ninja, catching a few of them. Looking up, the group see a bunch of Monshin rolling up and trying to capture them, commanded by a Doshi. Another massive flower thing drops down on the trio, but Kyo and Isuzu quickly cut it to shreds while Shugan sat there unmoved, still mourning Aizen's passing. So the ninja also dispatched 2 squads of Genin to assist in bringing down the Monshin. After finishing his sutras, Shugan finally says Aizen can rest in peace. Not even standing yet, Shugan then swiftly draws his blade and cuts down a Monshin that attempted to attack him from behind.
Angered with everything that he's seen, Shugan smashes his brand new named blade against the monster's staff to repeatedly damage it. Standing there and bleeding from the eyes with rage, he swears vengeance against all that reside on the island. Hearing Shugan declaring his wrath to him, the Doshi prepares to attack him with Dao. However, the fight quickly comes to an end, with Shugan utterly obliterating and stopping him from regenerating. He then starts to do some really questionable acts. Jika obviously gets him to stop and tries to reason with Shugan in returning to the mainland with the information they've gathered so far, but is angrily told that that's not going to happen. He then asks Jika why he hadn't drawn his blade yet, leading the old dude to state that he can't. Even still, Shugan knows for a fact that he can, making him get even more furious. Cutting in on the boy, Isuzu tells him to calm down, making him realize the stupidity of his ways. Quickly changing his demeanor, Shugan apologizes to Jika, but states that his earlier statement of eliminating everything on the island was true, so don't forget that. Hearing this, one of the ninja recommends that they should handle everything in regards to collecting information, since the ninja has special tactics in that area. Meanwhile, I'm back with our main squad. The survivors of the Vanguard party listen to Shion's plan of separating everyone into two groups where one finds an escape route and the other finds the Tan elixir. After Gentetsusa asks how exactly they're going to fight Lord Tenson, Shion repositions everyone and creates a diagram on the ground of the Dao attributes that each of them possess. The idea is that they will use their attributes to hinder each member of Lord Tenson and defeat them. Yuzuriha though believes that it's hopeless to continue due to the risks and not knowing who they're up against at the coast of the island. She then suggests an alternative way by finding a way off the island and instead going into hiding as a way to possibly survive. Shion understands where Yuzuriha is coming from and knows that there are honestly just too many unknowns in the coming future. So, because of this, he takes everyone's thoughts on the matter into consideration by giving them the option of going their own separate ways or working together and surviving. After walking into the cave, Shion immediately senses the presence of every single person behind him deciding to move forward with his plan due to their own personal reasons in surviving. With the situation growing more dire, Shion is at least relieved that they all came to the same decision and tells them that they are all each other's last chance of survival. So, after Mei does her thing, Fuchi interprets for the group and begins explaining the plan they're about to undergo. From what they can learn, Haraya is designed to be a massive fortress modelled of China's Ipang Palace, and these sea monsters prevent anything from leaving the island. However, Mei reveals that Haraya contains numerous ships and an underground floodgate that allows departure along a safe current. So their mission is to avoid confrontation, acquire the elixir, and steal a ship to make it back home on. Gabimaru tells them that according to Mei, the Tan elixir is located in a laboratory, but the palace's interior is constantly changing. With time drawing closer to the moment they invade enemy territory, Shion pulls Gabimaru and Yuzuriha over to have them instruct the group in the art of espionage using Dao. Looking like an absolute babe with these specs on, Yuzuriha teaches the group on how they're to mask their presence by suppressing their Dao. Afterwards, Gabimaru also nerded out teaches his lesson in using Dao against their opponents. After the training was over, everyone is divided into two teams. The escape route team, made up of Big G, Shion, Nurugai, Toma, Mei, and Fuchi, and the elixir retrieval team, made up of the other three. So while the three powerhouses are off doing their thing sourcing the elixir, the escape team needs to find the boats and open the floodgates. Realizing that Mei has wanted to leave the island for a while now, Gentetsu suggests that they let her depart alone and not wait for the elixir team. However, Gabimaru asks Mei if there's anything she desired to do before leaving the island. Surprisingly, Mei tells him that she actually wished to meet with Rien and Jofuku again to ask them why they changed from how they were before then escaping. Remembering his wife's words to him about valuing every day and living a decent life, Gabimaru promises to fulfill Mei's wish no matter what. At a similar time inside of Harai, Dalfa greets Chobe at the end of the Doshi ritual ceremony, but is stopped by Jufa. He cruelly tells the other Tenson that there is no need to communicate with livestock, and just breathing the same air makes him feel ill. Angered by his presence, Jufa lashes out at Chobe, who easily manages to block the strike. Realizing just how much stronger he's become, Chobe tells the Immortal that he should have finished him off in the last fight, because now he can see through all of his moves. Stopping them from further escalating, Rien orders Jufa to behave himself and has Chobe follow him to his laboratory so that he can study his Dao. As the two walk and talk, Chobe notices that he is starting to get used to this new power, but after looking at Rien, senses that his Dao is on a completely different level. Initially, he was planning on escaping as quickly as possible and running back to Toma. However, after seeing the difference in strength, decides to stick around in case he can find some sort of weakness. Once entering the laboratory, we see a massive Watanhua flower, which is called a Banko. These flowers don't allow them to store extra tan, but unlike these smaller flowers, it can process a far greater quality of tan all in one go.
The reason Tan can't be preserved is because over time, Tao eats away at that of the human's life force. Eventually, and just like the human, the plant will soon wither before it can produce the perfect quality Tan. This is why Ren desires Chobe's rare Tao to complete his research. Again with Yuki referring to something from our world here, this Banko, or Pangu in Chinese, is an entity that appears in prominent creation myth. In this creation myth, it explains that in a world of nothingness, Banko was the giant who emerged from his egg, separated yin and yang with his axe, elevated the sky above the earth, and upon his death, turned himself into the sun, moon, landscape, weather, and animals. Pretty much, it's the god of earth in this creation myth, and possibly even something similar in Hell's Paradise. Meanwhile, the elixir retrieval team infiltrates Harai and once safely landing on the roofs, signals to the others that the area is clear to enter. Sagiri notices that their plan is moving quickly and wonders if it's truly time for the mission to come to an end. Pulling up his mask, Gabimaru states that they always knew they were on a timer, so yes, everyone will leave this island tonight. Flashing back to the preparation, Fuchi breaks down Mei's explanation and gives out a basic layout of the castle. He reveals that each Tenson has a sanctuary of their own, and the elixir and the escape ship are most likely in the center area. Popping in, Mei tells us who is in each area of the castle. In her eyes, the elixir is most likely with Rien in the laboratory. Jufa and Daofa were between the old silly inside of the Bochujutsu Sanctum, the Taisoku Sanctum is the domain of Zujin, Shuitsu Sanctum is the meditation domain ruled by Gufa, and finally, the Shuten Sanctum run by Mudan, but, you know, that man ain't around anymore, so there's probably no one there, for the time being at least. She also states that since the Banko flower droops at night, Rien will not be in the temple conducting research. Instead, he'll most likely move to the main residence where Jofuku resides, making it possible to also avoid running into him after securing the elixir. Gabimaru then explains that he and Yuzuriha will land atop the inner gate and will survey the layout of the castle using their Tao sensory. In the present, Sagiri notices a dreadfully sinister amount of Tao coming from the palace and starts to falter. Gabi and Yuzuriha though console her, stating that it doesn't bother them as they're already used to it. Using what they learned in preparation for this mission, both Gabi and Yuzuriha take out all of the guards while constantly keeping their Tao suppressed, not to alert anyone. After taking out all of the doshi, the elixir retrieval team successfully make it through the first part of their predetermined plan and enter the castle. Almost instantly after getting inside, they make it into the supposed room with the elixir. Gabi opens the door and senses the layout of the room, but suddenly sees Tao forming an entity in the middle. Surprised that someone knew he was there, the Tao silhouette is revealed to be Ran, who had the same idea of suppressing his energy. If you ain't subscribed yet, by the way, just do it. Stepping forth, Mei asks her younger brother how he knew of their arrival. Ran commends them for their attempt, but reveals that Chobe has already informed them that the humans would be coming to invade the palace, and agreed to keep track of their arrival by sensing their Tao on one condition. This is just due to the fact that after hurting his brother in their last battle, Chobe was able to track his exact location, and because, you know, Toma is with the group, he probably knows where the group is. Just like when he went up against Zujin, Gabimaru finds himself in trouble due to Ran possessing the water attribute, which hinders his fire attribute. The plan, if they bumped into an enemy with a stronger attribute, was to run, as if they try fighting with such a heavy debuff, they've got no chance. Hopping into a JoJo-esque pose, Ran becomes delighted to see Mei once again and begs her to return back to their side, explaining that they no longer need to follow the outer way of Tao since they've completed their research in creating the elixir. Utterly shocked, Gabimaru asks for more info on what he just said. Obviously, because of the fact that the Tenson discovered Chobe, they feel that with his cooperation, they'll easily be able to create a potent enough elixir. All they need to do now is produce more tan that has a considerable quantity of exceptional material. That's why, for this exact reason, Rien has started the rite of just consumption, as the end is indeed coming near. Despite his plea, Mei refuses and says that she only wishes to say goodbye to everyone. To her now, it's obvious that she's different to them, but dying is sad. Instead, she came to say goodbye before leaving the island with everyone else. Disappointed, Ran states that the rite of just consumption would have to continue and she can become another offering. After Sagiri asks what he meant, Ran explains that it was a ritual to capture and offer the humans to the Grand Master. Over with the boat squad, Gentetsusai, Fuchi and Toma get separated from Shion and Nurugai due to a massive cloud of mist that obscures their vision. Pushing forward either way, the three then bump into Daofa and Jufa while Shion and Nurugai are approached by Zujin for a second time.
Knowing that their plan to avoid Lord Tenson has failed, the group decide to move on to their second plan, which is just straight up hands, giving everything they've got because it's not like they're ever going to outrun these fiends. Not phased, our boy announces to Rand that they won't give up without a fight, and instead they're going to beat him down and say goodbye to this island. Seeing as how the ritual has already begun, Rand prepares to let loose, knowing that all they need now is sacrifices. So I just want you to all think back to the pod analogy I used in one of the earlier videos, I'm pretty sure it was the very first video, and how it was literally shown to us on the panels themselves. Now think about like how what they're doing with this elixir is simply another form of this old school Japanese curse. They're sticking all of these venomous beasts into the island, which is literally shaped like a pot, in the hopes that they can procure a vial of immortality juice. I don't know, it's just something that clicked in my head right now, but I love how early on it's foreshadowed that this exact thing would happen, with Chobe figuring out that the island is kind of like a bowl. Knowing that even though he's going up against someone with an unfair advantage, Gabimaru tells Sagiri and Mei to go search for the elixir while he and Yuzuriha hold off the creature. However, Mei warns him that they are not in Rien's temple, shocking Gabimaru. Sensing the kick coming at him from behind though, he quickly dodges and jumps back before flying forth at the immortal trying to land a kick himself, but Rand comfortably weaves out of the way. Hopping into an unrealistically messed up pose, Rand confirms his sister's comments as he'd reconstructed the palace before they arrived. Apparently the Tao of inorganic material was even easier to manipulate than that of living creatures. Constructing buildings and renovating are all tasks that actually fall to Rand, so it's even easier for him to control that than others. With that, he creates some spikes from the floor that trap Mei, leaving her with nowhere to run as he slowly closes in on her. Needing to protect Mei, Gabimaru decides to fight, but is unable to harm him due to not possessing the right attribute. Yuzuriha sees an opening to attack and throws a Tao-imbued kunai. However, the kunai bounces off his body due to Rand cloaking himself in a Tao-like armor. Getting caught off guard, Rand slaps them with a fat double kick that pushes both Gabi and Yuzuriha back. Observing his Tao, Gabimaru can visibly see the thick layer of armor protecting him from any attacks. The crazy thing about Rand's armor is that unlike traditional armor that has holes under the armpits and other vital spots where you have to move obviously, Rand has no gaps at all to exploit. It's almost as if his Tao and muscles are in perfect harmony, flesh perfected. Needing to force an opening, Gabi re-enters the battle and fights Rand vertically while they both stand on a bunch of massive pillars. Rand jumps at Gabi, kicking away a massive chunk of his pillar. However, our man uses this to his advantage as he picks up the rocks and activates Ninpo Stone Storm, sending them rocketing back at the immortal. Not phased due to the elemental diff, Rand just returns the ability by kicking them back at Gabi, causing them to drop to the ground. Gabi then tells Yuzuriha that it was time to begin their next strategy. Confused after hearing this, Rand examines his Tao and notices that nothing has even changed, so he can't see how things would also change in the battle. Rand then readies himself to fight Gabimaru, who's now closing in. However, Gabi then suddenly vanishes from his sight before reappearing and landing a fat blow that sends the immortal tumbling across the sanctuary. So, back before the mission began, Gabimaru explained that Tao was like a current of water flowing around one's body. It's even tangible, allowing the user to change the speed, size, and strength. The attribute you've got determines which direction your energy flows. You normally have ways of combating opposite attributes. Sadly though, the Tao of the current Lord Tensons are so massive that the normal rules do not apply. Because of this, Gabimaru theorizes a 3-step process to use the enemy's Tao against them. Firstly, you weaken your own energy around a specific part of your body to take in their Tao. Then, you ride the current so that the boost of Tao spinning around your body doesn't damage you, but floats around till you can reverse its polarity and send it straight back at the opponent. In the present, Gabimaru smashes Rand into the ground by redirecting the Tenson's Tao. He syncs his breathing with Rand and falls into place between tranquility and serenity, finding the middle ground and allowing him to ward off any incoming blows. Realizing that even getting grazed by one of the Immortals' attacks would be brutal, he considers starting the second step to his plan, but decides to hold off for now. Slowly healing himself, Rand becomes impressed by Gabimaru's skill with Tao. He explains that the thick clouds of mist tend to activate a person's hidden powers when they arrive, yet he's just something else. Gabi in his eyes possesses sheer talent. However, Gabimaru disagrees with his comment, stating that everything that has happened was because of everyone's efforts and the sacrifices they've made along the way for the sole purpose of defeating the Lord Tensons. While Rand is left shocked with Gabi's pure determination, Sagiri quickly frees Mei from the restraints and lets the others know they're gonna head for the elixir. Screaming at them to behave themselves though, Rand swings around and attempts to stop them, but is stopped himself by Gabimaru, who yells at the others to get it done. Still trying to get past, Rand quickly figures that Gabi's using his own Tao against him and decides to suppress it, yet as soon as he does, Yuzuriha comes in and slices the plant man in two. Darting forth once more, she goes to finish the job, but is warned by Gabi to stop. Ran, standing there and impressed with the skills of his enemies, decides that in light of the ritual, he is not allowed to toy with them. His body then suddenly begins turning into a bunch of flowers and vines before exploding into his four-armed Kishikai state. Elsewhere, Ran sits in the ritual circle and reviews the names of the human invaders given by Chobe. With Zujin encountering Shion and Nurugai, Ran believes that he holds the advantage since Shion's wood dao will have no effect against Zujin's water dao, and Nurugai isn't able to use hers yet. Still, he does sense a great deal of rage coming from them and knows that anger can greatly increase someone's ability. Also, at a similar time, Gentetsusai and Fuchi face Daofa and Jufa. Ran believes that his team will defeat them with ease as neither of their opponents have refined their dao. Though, he does take note of Gabimaru as he can sense that they need to be extremely careful with him. After he finally finishes his review, Ran presents the completed elixir of life to Jofuku and announces that once they defeat the human invaders, they will be ready to depart to the mainland to continue with the ultimate plan. Meanwhile, the assignment from the second landing party become exhausted after travelling so far in such a short amount of time. After making it to the Tan Pit, all of them are disgusted and disheartened once they find what remains of Tenza and Genji. Furious at the fact that more of his close friends have died before he was able to save them, Shugan states that they have to make for Harai now. Once there, everyone, the hermits and the convicts will be eviscerated. Having also stolen one of the special flutes the Doshi used to control the Monshin, Shugan blows it and commands them to carry him and his crew to Harai at once. Back over with Gabi and remembering his past discussion on how if the enemy manages to redirect its tower during the fight, it'll be impossible to win, Gabimaru comes up with the idea of boosting Yuzuriha's Dao-imbued weapons with his own to defeat Lord Tenson. Back in the fight, Gabi sees Ran going into attack and prepares to use the same plan of redirecting his Dao. However, he and Yuzuriha are completely dumbfounded when a single punch from the immortal Kishikai state blows apart the surroundings while also knocking them back. Following up, Ran absolutely pummels the life out of Yuzuriha and Gabi, sending our boy shooting outside of the building and causing Yuzuriha to drop to her knees severely injured. Elsewhere, Sagiri and Mei run throughout the palace, searching for the laboratory. Mei notices the loud noises coming from the Doan temple and becomes worried for the allies. Sagiri assures Mei that Gabimaru will be alright since he has a backup plan, but even still, the idea of him following through with that plan worries her. Taking things up a level, the Kishikai monster knees Gabi, causing massive damage before following up and smashing him into the ground. Disappointed in how easily he's being beaten, Gabi takes note of how unlike the previous Kishikais they've seen, Ran's mind is still in control, allowing him to perform his techniques to an even higher degree. Despite her past warnings that when push comes to shove, she'll dip out of the fight, Yuzuriha lets loose her rope ability to grab her teammates in an attempt to try and survive. However, Ran catches up to them, and as she realizes that if she doesn't block, it's the end for her, Gabimaru manages to block the attack just in time. Having had enough with this pathetic cockroach of a human, Ran throws away any idea of using Gabimaru for Tan and instead smashes down, breaking his guard and seemingly ending our man's journey home. To top it off, Ran then throws Gabi into a pillar, leaving him there to live out his final moments. Lying there and remembering all of the times Gabi had said that his life takes priority and that he wouldn't die until he makes it home, he again reiterates that thought, as man is not about to end it all. No. Pricking his finger with one of them sneaky old flowers, the young man chooses to sacrifice whatever it takes in order to be back with the one that he loves. Regaining his footing, Gabimaru stands back up, somehow fully healed, while revealing his black eye and the vine-like patterns that stretch out over the left side of his face. So, the reason that Gabi can actually achieve this state and not just bloom into a bunch of flowers like everyone else who's been stung is for a very specific reason. Pretty much, if only a little bit of tan makes it into the body, it has the possibility to balance out, making someone the same as Tenson. Gabimaru, who had overheard this explanation, got everyone to accompany him to Mudan's pile of bloomed flowers. He then retrieved one of the flower's stingers and planned to receive the same power as Chobe by overcoming the arborification, but at that time Mei objected to doing so just due to how dangerous the risks are. However, Gabimaru reveals that he was already aware of how Chobe managed to accomplish this feat and is willing to take these risks. What separates Chobe from everyone else is that he has something to fight for besides himself. So when he's down on his luck, he finds the strength to defy death no matter what because he's got to get back to his brother. Back with the girls now, Sagiri becomes shocked after only just learning about part 2 of Gabimaru's plan, but knows that he is willing to do anything in the hopes of returning back to his wife. Over in the battle, Gabimaru dodges out of the way of a few thundering punches and kicks.
Focusing himself, Gabi knows that he needs to take out Ran before the flowers take over his body. Even still, he notices that Ran's attacks are starting to become slower as he consumes more Dao throughout the battle. Yuzuriha, who's still recovering from the previous battle, tells Gabi that he ain't normal. No matter what happens, even if he does die, he doesn't stop pushing forward, all for the hopes of seeing someone that might not even exist. Turning and looking at her, Gabi explains that yeah, he might be crazy, but there's only some places idiots can truly reach. Someone who keeps a cool head and thinks logically just won't survive. There's times where you've just got to let loose. He compliments Yuzuriha as someone who pushes people away on the off chance that they might make her an idiot. Hearing this, she becomes encouraged by Gabi to step forth despite her wounds and fight with her friend in a dance of death. Knowing that his fire Dao has no effect on Ran's water, Gabimaru tells Yuzuriha that they need to rely on her earth affinity to defeat him. Needing to make an opening for her, Gabi starts off by activating his ascetic form and using Ninpo, demonic firebug, to throw a burst of fire at Ran. The immortal easily extinguishes the flames, but Gabi slides in next to him and activates Ninpo, Burning Bridge, sending a fireball rocketing towards Ran's face. Slashing his foot back, Ran comfortably dissipates the flames from around him, yet as he does so, Yuzuriha makes her move and latches onto him with her mucus strings. Thinking that's good enough to finish him off, Gabimaru heads in and dodges an attack Ran makes to his tandon. He then uses Ninpo Ascetic Blaze in an attempt to scorch the creature, but as he looks down at his work, sees a hand reach through and toss him towards Yuzuriha. Slightly impressed, Ran says that even with this shame of theirs, it's only a futile struggle that's prolonging the inevitable, and yet, it's beautiful to behold. Hearing Gabi talk some smack, Ran then prepares himself for the final bout and tells them to show him everything they have. Okay, so like I hate to do this, but I'm not gonna hit you with a 30 seconds of just like one-page techniques over and over and over again. It's fire what's going on right here, right now, boys, okay? Well, but reigniting the battle, the two shinobi then unleash their various ninjutsu techniques in combination with each other. Ran somehow manages to block every single ability and pushes them off, but suddenly notices that his body has begun to crack. With the immortal randomly confused with what's just happened, Gabimaru reveals that his earlier attack was meant to overstimulate Ran in order to make him lose his sense of judgment and timing. Throughout the fight, they were able to stall for enough time, with Ran like not knowing what's going on, to have the Kishikai state use up all of its Dao. Suddenly, Ran's Kishikai form explodes, revealing his weakened and reforming states, giving Gabimaru and Yuzuriha a perfect opening to attack. As the two rush in, Yuzuriha starts to feel pain coming from her wound, but tries to endure it until they can defeat Ran. Rising back up in front of them, Gabimaru sees that Ran had managed to cancel out his form before completely running out of Dao. While changing genders, Ran swipes at Gabi, making it obvious to the ninja that he's trying to recover his lost Dao by cycling between yin and yang. He screams out to Yuzuriha to use her ability before he recovers, and hearing this, Ran reaches out, clutching down on Gabi's shoulder, telling him that it's impossible. He knows that the wound she received earlier is extremely deep, and should she continue with her plan, she will die. Stopping in her tracks, Yuzuriha agrees with Ran's statement and throws her kunai away. Suddenly spinning around though, the queen catches her weapon and sparks up her Dao, as it's time to follow through with what she came here to do. Slapping his hands together, the immortal goes on the defense by forming a field of massive spikes in an attempt to take Yuzuriha down before she reaches him. Putting out his hand, Gabi helps Yuzuriha avoid the spikes by flicking her up into the air. She then jumps down off the ceiling, and as she perceives the remaining Dao inside Ran's tandon, annihilates it with the earth affinity infused kunai. With the first battle here coming to an end, the immortal being then starts to crumble away, calling out for his brother during his pitiful demise. Well, what a battle as well. Like, that was gangster, and that's only the beginning of like this entire arc. Oh, you're not ready. This whole arc is just that, after like story, after era. Oh, it's just, oh my god, so good. After watching Ran fully turn into a bunch of foliage now, Yuzuriha warns Gabimaru about the arbification process eventually taking over his body. Still, in his eyes, he knows that he had no other options if he wanted to see his wife again. He then suggests that they catch up to Sagiri and Mei, but Yuzuriha, needing to rest, tells him to leave without her. Before leaving, Gabimaru tells Yuzuriha that he'll be waiting for her at the boat, and also once again thanks her for saving his life when they first encountered each other on the island. But man, this moment always gets my freaking tear ducts rolling. After being alone, Yuzuriha unbuttons her dress and removes the mucus protecting the wound she received earlier. Thinking to herself, she finds it sad that she never showed her heart to anyone. Till the end, she remained the same, always going at it alone, whether that be life or death. Knowing that her life was at risk, Yuzuriha apologized to her deceased sister, Saya. She really tried to live for both of them, but this here is the end of the road.
Remembering what she said to Senta when he passed, she tells herself those same words. When it hurts, go ahead and think about whatever you want. A pet cat maybe? A lover you left behind? Your family? Pass on with that beautiful vision. Yuzuriha then faints with a smile on her face after thinking about Saya as her final thoughts. Damn, and that hurts. I'm sorry I had to blow some stuff there throughout that battle and everything as well. Yeah, Yuki just had to calm down. I don't know why he had to take her top off and everything. But yeah, that obviously that just hurts my soul, and it was some brilliant writing on Yuki's behalf. But I can't wait to even get further into the story right here. Everything ties up and finishes so well. Nearby, while Gabimaru runs, he remembers the plan that they needed at least 5 people of their group to help sail one of the underground ships and goes to push forth to the temple. However, he stops still, dropping to the ground as the effects of the vines spread through his body. Beginning to crawl now, he remembers Yuzuriha's words on how the more he regenerates, the quicker the vines will take hold. Thinking of this and the look she'd have on her face if she saw him now, he fully collapses before losing consciousness. Moments earlier though, over in the, the cheeky Botijutsu chamber, if you know what I mean, the sanctum now, Gantetsusai and Fuchi, Majis, and Toma encounter Jufa, Daofa, and the bandit himself, Chobe. Seeing his brother, Chobe puts out his hand and informs Toma that Lord Tenson has agreed to make them immortal. All he has to do now is join them. Hearing this, Big Gantetsusai tells Toma to leave and rejoin his brother, as he doesn't think that them gaining one more wimp is going to even out the odds. I love how confident Gantetsusai is. After saying goodbye, Toma walks up the stairs to finally see his brother for the first time in days. Instantly, as the boys see each other, they break out in a gleeful smile and slash at the 2 immortals standing next to them. The creatures try to retaliate, but the boys are able to overcome the monsters and send them tumbling down the stairs. Proudly standing there, Chobe tells his bro that he was slow on the uptake, but can already sense that he's coming to his own. The reason that Toma knew what was going on is because they have their hair done in a specific way with one, side being tied. I just thought that was a cool, aspect done into the story that you can kind of see when they're lying between each other, one of those is done up. But yeah, continuing on. With a fat smile on his face, he thanks both Gantetsusai and Fuchi for keeping his brother safe, and shows his gratitude by having them take on Daofa, while they take on the other immortal themselves. Gantetsusai and Fuchi then watch in shock as Daofa regenerates from the previous attack and expresses her disappointment in Chobe's betrayal. Getting the babe's attention, Gantetsusai points his blade towards her and asks if he wanted him to take away the pain. Over the other side of the room, the bros then prepare to fight Jufa, who, after recovering, becomes enraged at the fact that these people attacked Daofa. So, let the rematch begin from, beforehand, obviously. Just like last time, Jufa believes that nothing is going to change no matter how much they try. Dashing in, the brothers lay down a plethora of strikes that the immortal manages to fend off. Dropping down onto the floor, Toma jumps off Chobe's back and manages to land an attack on Jufa. However, he actually uses this to catch Toma off guard and almost hits him with a volley of energy balls. Having been pulled to the side in time by his brother though, the two then re-engage in a close combat duel, slashing at the immortal and slowly beginning to push him back. Unable to stop the force of the brothers from pushing him back, Toma darts in close and manages to deal a significant strike to the monster's face, making it realise that this battle is the complete opposite to last time. Just like in the battle with Ran, he then angrily decides to ignore the ritual and take out the 2 brothers. Meanwhile, on the floor down below, Gantetsusai explodes after seeing just how beautiful Daofa truly is. After taking a compliment from Fuchi, she dashes at Gantetsusai and attacks him with a strong punch before following up and kicking him in the head, sending him crashing towards a pillar. She jokes that hearing some old creep gawk over her makes the skin on her body crawl, even though she's literally 1,000 years old. Anyway, calling Fuchi cute though, she offers to partake in a round of, Botujutsu with our boy. Hey, my brother Fuchi. However, Fuchi cuts her off literally and declines, stating that he's only interested in examining the constructs of her biology. Picking himself back up as well, Big G becomes excited with the idea of spending some quality time with Daofa. Wanting to get down to business and continue with the rite of just consumption, Daofa then bulks up. The boys dart in and slash at her, but the immortal easily takes control over the battle, comfortably dodging all of their strikes. Jumping up, Daofa lets loose a wave of Dao that pushes out from all around her, flinging our guys across the entire room. Seeing that they can't defeat her by normal means, Fuchi suggests that they formulate a strategy to fight against her ability to use Dao. However, Gentetsusai screams, frustrated with the notion of Dao, as, like, having heard the word a million times isn't going to change anything in his eyes, plus he can't even remember half the stuff that goes into actually using this technique. Instead, he just wants to have fun in this battle. He runs at the Immortal, trying his best to take her out, while she simultaneously mocks him for not being able to use Dao. Bro, the amount of times I've said Dao in this video, someone needs to count it up, because it's got to be in the hundreds for sure. Floating up, Dao lands a simple tap on Gentetsusai's face, but the resulting blast was like it sent forth a flurry of Dao kicks and punches that left him on the ground immobilized. Dancing around him, relentlessly mocking him, she tells Gentetsusai to give up. However, Big G just refuses and comments on how she must have had fun toying with humans for the past 1,000 years. After hearing this statement, Dao loses her smile and expresses that all of this time they've trained to achieve immortality, they lure humans over and over and over for 1,000 years. Yes, yet still, somehow, even now they haven't been able to achieve the perfect immortal bodies. They've all realized it, it's just that if she stops smiling now, she'll completely lose her mind, or maybe, maybe she already has. She then attacks the two with another blast of Dao and disagrees with Gentetsusai's statement, saying that the whole process isn't fun at all. Having properly experienced Dao for the first time, Fuchi picks himself up and imagines the breakthroughs he can make to medical science with this knowledge. Also feeling a little different, Gentetsusai stands up, excited to continue the battle. Initially confused, Dao is astonished by the enemy's ambitions that causes them to continue fighting and senses their Tao surging around them. Sprinting at the Immortal now, Dao launches an invisible projectile towards Gentetsusai. However, he briefly senses her attack and dodges, shocking the Immortal, who receives a fatal blow from him. Back before they all left the palace, Shion explained to Nurugai, Fuchi, and Gentetsusai that they were unable to sense Dao because they depend too much on their eyes in battle. To use Dao, one must detach themselves from reality and all the body to embrace the sensation. Laying there at the time and not participating in learning, Gentetsusai explains that he only believes in things that he can cut, while Fuchi explained that he can only accept things he can touch. In the present day, after managing to land his first attack on Dao, Gentetsusai figures that he can use this weird technique, only for the Tenson to instantly retaliate, sending him shooting into a pillar while saying that it was probably just luck on their behalf. Fuchi comes in from behind and manages to push her away from Gentetsusai as he recovers. However, she suddenly appears right in front of him again and hits him with a point-blank attack before grabbing him by the neck and blasting him with another flurry of energy balls. Dao then drops Fuchi while she comments on how sweet the lengths he was willing to go to in order to help his friends were. Battered and bruised, Fuchi says that Gentetsusai wasn't his friend, yet in that moment he falls into a memory where he told Big G they weren't friends, but they also weren't so different from each other. This didn't apply to, just him as well. All of the executioners at the end of the day are just human, and if they make connections with someone, it leads to genuine feelings, just like anyone else. In the short time that they've spent together, he was able to observe that the samurai were no different from the convicts. Everyone is made of skin and bone with an innate desire to live. From the bottom of his little heart, Fuchi wished that Gentetsusai, along with everyone else, would return home safely, even if they never spoke again after that day. Watching the little man in front of him, just standing there, Gentetsusai senses that he's in massive danger, and like the mad lad he is, rips out his own freaking eye. Back just before, when he dodged that blast, he knew that he was relying on sensation and not sight. Now though, man's on a completely different level and can perceive everything around him through the use of Dao. He quickly grabs Fuchi and dives out of the way before another volley of energy balls could take them out. Stepping back into the fray, Gentetsusai screams that every attack she hits him with only increases his strength, and now he's eager to let loose. Flashing back into the past, after our big man Gentetsusai was defeated by his former master. Turns out our big man's name's actually originally Tetsunosuke. And while he was sitting there, he wondered how his master was able to defeat him despite being an old cripple. Knowing that his pupil wants to learn more, his master explains that the young man has become greedy with wanting to become strong and tells him that he must let go of his strength, then let go of it some more, and he'll finally find everything he wants. Now, thinking on that statement some more, Gentetsusai reiterates that he didn't have a clue what his master meant back then. Yes, and after a life of mistakes, he finally gets it. The more you gain, the harder it is to take a good look at yourself. In the present, Gentetsusai, like the G he is, manages to dodge Dao's projectiles and continuously strikes away at her, not giving her a chance to regenerate. However, his attacks are unable to stop her from reviving, as sadly, Gentetsusai doesn't have the right attribute to properly take her down. Not wanting the battle to turn into one of attrition, Fuchi knows that only his metal Dao will be able to stop Dao from regenerating, and jumps in to grab her so that it subsequently weakens the Immortal, allowing Gentetsusai to cut the tendon. With time beginning to slow as Big G swings his blade towards their foe, he asks himself if he should just trust this new sensation. Remembering his master's words again to stare good and hard at what's left, as in there he'll find everything, Gantetsuzai closes his eyes and uses a Dao-infused strike to precisely cut the Immortal's tendon without harming Fuchi, who continued holding her from behind. Meanwhile, over with the bandit himself, Chobe in his own battle prepares to unleash his transformation on Jufa to increase his ability, but is stopped by Toma, who believes that they can defeat him together. Hearing this, the Immortal Fang tells them that they are foolish for thinking they stand a chance against him and his sister, to which Chobe explains that no matter where, what, or who they are, he always crushes his opponents with his bro covering the sides. Becoming enraged that the pathetic livestock just won't end this futile battle, the Tenson tells them that the only thing they have in common is the fact that they fight better in pairs. Reaching out his right hand, another suddenly reaches through the opening in the curtain next to him. Down below, it's shown that the body of Daofa had begun to bloom into a tree-like state with fruit growing on each of its limb-like branches. Apologizing to his girl, Jufa then begins fusing with the other Tenson while stating that together they will obliterate them. So, as a child, Jufa and Daofa were told that they were special, and that they were born as two parts of a whole. Since then, Jufa developed the urge to protect Daofa, and always came to Mei for answers. In one specific memory of his, Mei tells him that it was natural for him to care for her since they were partners. The fact that he is able to imagine the pain she feels is perfect proof of that. Empathy is both the root of uneasiness and compassion, yet, because of what they are, it's inherently harder for them to understand or internalize these thoughts. Sadly though, a change soon started showing itself in Rien after he introduces the 5 Tenson to the Hoko. He explained that they were allowed to use them to replenish their Dao, and assigned them their true training art in an attempt to help them achieve immortality. Both of them were, in my eyes, disgustingly assigned with Botchu Jutsu, like come on man, they were pretty much family at this point, and it's kind of hard to make them do that. During one of the training sessions, Daofa expresses her pity and using Hoko to replenish their Dao. Jufa agrees with her, which in turn causes Daofa to feel happy that he understands exactly how she feels. After a few centuries had passed, Jufa becomes frustrated that the Hoko are on the verge of extinction due to their arborification, and how Rien and Jofuku are not trying to fix the problem. Gufa, which is like one of the Tenson I'm pretty sure I hadn't mentioned before, suggested using the humans from the mainland as another source, which, just like Mudan says, if they don't do exactly that, then it's likely they'll deplete their Dao over time and also die. After remembering everything Daofa had gone through, Jufa becomes angry and slams the table, screaming that everything they've been through has been for nothing. Looking up, he suddenly starts to watch as the Tenson's faces turn into smiling pits of darkness. Fearing what they've become, he starts to question if they've all gone mad. Did the endless training drive them to insanity? Feeling broken inside, he just ponders the thought that maybe it's him and Daofa that are the crazy ones. Later, he walks down to the floodgates and sees that Mudan and Daofa are preparing to send out arborified Hoko to lure in humans to the island. Jufa asks his girl if she was okay with doing this, as after all, she had in the past stated that she didn't like treating the Hoko this way. Turning around with a beautiful, open smile on her face, she confirms, answering with a yes, while asking if this was crazy of her. Kneeling down next to her, Jufa puts his arm around Daofa and tells her that she wasn't crazy. The humans are like the Hoko, lower than the livestock and fit for their use. Wondering if he's indeed crazy at this point, he pushes it to the side, instead thinking that it's the world around them that's gone mad. Sadly, back in the present, with the two finally becoming one and transforming into their Kishikai state, they look down with their own crazy transformation, telling the pathetic humans that they're nothing more than livestock. Damn, and I always feel so bad for Jufa when I first read through there. He just wanted his girl to be happy, so he followed her till the end of the earth, and absolute respect for that, man, but you probably shouldn't have done that. You ruined yourself. Having fused together into their destructive embodiment of love, the duo emit an ear-piercing screech, causing Chobe, Toma, Gantetsuzai, and Fuchi to immediately protect their ears. Chobe throws his sword to attack, but misses as the monster flies up, breaking through the ceiling of the palace before ominously floating above them in the night sky. Confused, Fuchi begins to wonder how the monster was able to fly with an unnatural proportion. However, the way it captivates his thoughts makes him feel as though it's the embodiment of love itself. Gentetsusai mocks Chobe's earlier attack, causing our Bandit King to claim that he'll fight Big G next after defeating this monster. Fuji tells Gentetsusai that they need to administer first aid before he could fight again. However, he refuses and says that his only focus is on defeating the Immortals. Looking at his friend though, Fuji watches as Gentetsusai starts to uncontrollably laugh. Quickly realizing what's causing it, he sees that one of these spores the monster had sneakily let loose managed to sink into Gentetsusai's neck. Having managed to not get hit himself, he removes the barb and tells the others that they need to get under cover. Chobe knows that he needs to break the stalemate and prepares to jump up and fight the monster. He transforms and sends forth a couple vines that allow him to get a hold of the Immortal. Hanging there, he then morphs his hand into a massive battle axe and cuts Dalfar's tendon with his vines, making him realize that his metal affinity dominates one of the Immortal's wood affinities. Randomly splitting itself in half, the Immortal then sends a lightning-fast barrage towards Chobe, which connects and manages to skewer him. Then, picking it up a notch, the creature boosts itself forwards before using that momentum to send Chobe flying across the area and back through a building. Having watched this, Gentetsusai mocks Chobe once again, while next to him, Toma panics thinking that her brother is in danger. Fuji calms them down and says that there is no way they could slash the monster in one slice, so in order to defeat it, they have to work together. Big G and the Bandit King exchange some half-assed insults about working with each other, yet as soon as the creature tries to attack them, they turn their anger towards it and deflect the attack. Don't mean to pop in on myself here, but I kind of just realized Fuji literally replaced Senta as a character with his entirety, except unlike Senta, he isn't afraid to inflict injury on other people. Oh well, he reminds them all here that the enemy is the Kishikai amalgamation in front of them, and that they can focus on fighting each other later if that's what they want to do. Finally stepping forth with everyone now planning to work together, Chobe, Toma, Gentetsusai and Fuji all vow to win. With all of the others standing behind him, Chobe transforms and blocks the monster's vine attack. Growing some more branches, the Immortal shoots some stingers towards the ground, but the bandit throws himself in front of them to save his bro from being hit. While stuck, dazed, wondering if he can even handle this foe, Chobe reviews the elemental attribute cycle and knows that because of the secret technique he has in store, he's the only one who can actually finish the Immortals. Yufa sprouts an extra vine to attack Chobe, but suddenly it's sliced in half by Toma. He then grabs Fuji's hand in order to strengthen his metal dowel and darts forth with him to slice Dalfar's tendon. Getting in close, Toma uses Fuji's momentum and flings him in close enough so that he's able to land a slice on the tendon. Sensing an opportunity, Gentetsusai jumps in to deliver his attack, but accidentally slips and falls into the pool as the monster itself once again flies up into the sky. Standing there, Chobe sees Toma arguing with Gentetsusai and remembers how throughout their entire life so far, he's never seen this side of him. Throughout their childhood, he was always someone who could only ever follow in someone's footsteps, but now he's noticed that his brother has slowly started to become his own person. Realizing that, they probably should be focused on the battle here, Chobe points everyone's attention up to the newly evolved monster still floating in the sky. Knowing that they can't defeat the monster without destroying both tendons simultaneously, Chobe assigns himself with Gentetsusai in order to kill Jufa with the strategy he has planned, while the leftovers, Toma and Fuji, deal with Dalfar. Reverting back to his Sympoma state, he asks his brother what he should do now. Chobe though simply punches him in the head, demanding that he make his own decisions now, since he has faith in his brother's abilities. Gentetsusai isn't exactly chill about teaming up with Chobe, and is initially reluctant to listen to his orders, but after the bandit compliments his strength, man gets straight manipulated into fighting with him. Chobe looks over towards the monster and notes that they are similar for the fact that both duos are willing to protect their own. In his eyes though, Toma has grown to the point where he no longer needs protection, and because of that, states that he will rip them both apart so that they can pass on together. Super nice of you, Chobe, to let them die and go to the afterlife together and all. Anyway, skipping back to before the battle began, we see that Rien, while setting up the ritual of right consumption, told Chobe that his brother bears an ill omen. Back in the present time, Chobe, Toma, Gentetsusai and Fuji all charge towards the Kishikai monster while constantly fending off a barrage of vines. Turning to the small man, Gentetsusai tells him to give him some cover as he dives forth in an attempt to cut it down. Seeing him get hit directly though by multiple vines, it causes Fuji to think that the swordsman has almost reached his limit. The monster launches their spores towards Fuji, but having seen their attack in time, it's protected by Toma, who throws his own body in front of it. Needing to step out of the daze that he caught himself in, Toma shakes him around and explains that his Dao is vital in their plan of winning. Jumping up into the sky, Chobe notices that everyone is on their last legs, but this is it, they won't have another chance to win. Claiming that he's ready now, the big man himself manages to sneak under the monster through the water before popping up and sending a massive slash directly up through the immortal, cutting it in half and leaving the others with a perfect opportunity to take it down. Fuchi, Toma and Chobe then come in from both sides, swinging their attacks towards the immortals. Jufa and Dalfa try to reconnect their Kishikai form, but just before they are able to do so, our team successfully destroys the tendon of both immortals. Screaming for her partner, Dalfa emerges from the pool, weakened, but is quickly stopped and held in the arms by Fuchi, who tells her just to stop as these are her final moments. Jufa then also climbs out of the water, extremely weakened, and tries to attack Chobe. Since his Dao won't be able to hinder them, Chobe punches himself in the gut and removes 2 bottles of water Dao that he originally planned to use against Gabimaru. He then pours the liquid on Jufa, which almost acts like an acid to stop him from regenerating. Basking in victory, Chobe just tells the creature that he should never have picked a fight with the other brothers. Randomly, Gentetsusai comes in and finishes the job, causing Chobe to think that the man was taking pity on the creature, when in all reality man just wanted to up the KD. In our big brute's head though, his thoughts are slightly different. While remembering Dalfa's words from their last battle, he kneels down and places a page from Dalfa's body next to Jufa, thanking her for the fun they had throughout this fight. As he slowly dies and tears appear in his eyes, Jufa apologizes to his girl for not being able to protect her. Now appearing as children in a different world, which obviously represents the most sane and happiest time probably in both of their lives, I'd imagine, before all of the weirdities started happening. Either way, the two of them then embrace each other in the afterlife, with Dalfa saying that she was glad he was her partner. Back in reality, and with the battle having been won, Fuchi wonders how the others are currently faring. Then, once again, going back to a bit of an earlier time, Sagiri and Mei encounter Gufa, who says that he won't attack them if they don't move from where they are, but also adds that he will absolutely crush them if they even take one step forward. After arriving, Mei pointed out that this was the Rentan temple, yet Ren wasn't here, so she just casually asked her fellow immortal where they could have gone. Gufa says that Ren had left not too long ago and he was given the task to guard the ritual circle. Gufa explains that the items in front of him are meant to tell the fortune and current status of the humans fighting against the other Tensons, which is how he knew that her and Mei were on the way here. Sagiri then reaches for her sword, causing Gufa to emit their Dao towards Sagiri in a similar manner to someone overwhelming a person with their aura, which causes Sagiri to collapse from the pressure. Impressed with the fact that she can still move though, Gufa tells her that if she does continue to resist, he will crush her. Sagiri explains that she does not wish to fight and instead places her sword on the ground while apologizing for invading their island along with their behavior since then. With that said though, she finds it pathetic how he tries to stop her when all along they were purposely luring in people to the island. This conflict is merely an extension of what they sowed, and sadly, with how things are now, it's only going to result in more losses. In an attempt to prevent this though, Sagiri offers a declaration of peace between both sides. They will leave and the immortals will allow it to happen without delay. Hearing this, Gufa drops the hold he had over Sagiri and allows her to move once more. However, he warns them that even if they return back to Waguo, it would be pointless. Wanting to know what they meant by this, the immortal explains to the two through an illusion created by Dao that Rien's true plan is to depart Harai on a ship and release the paradise butterflies on the mainland, turning every human into Watanhua flowers. Then, once all of the humans had turned, they would form together into one giant Banko, called the Divine Beast Banko. From that, Rien can finally produce the much sought after perfected Tan. Hearing this shakes our girls to her core as finally, for the first time in the series, someone of normal sanity found out the truth about Rien's maniacal plan. By the way, Waguo, I probably said that completely wrong, is the ancient Chinese name for Japan pronounced Wakuko in Japanese. Funnily enough, the name actually came about in the 3rd century and it literally meant dwarf country. Later on in the 7th century though, and to amend their short shaming, the Japanese people changed the kanji up to mean peace and harmony. Sagiri asks Gufa why. Why would they all go to these lengths? What could possibly be motivating them? He says that they, as in him and the other Tenson, feel nothing for humans, and that they are materials for them to use in order to make an elixir. Hearing this change in her old friend, Mei objects to the statement, saying that Jofuku's original research was for the good of mankind and using lives isn't. Yet, in Gufa's eyes, they've all changed, ever since one specific day in which they all tested a specific method and managed to lure in the first group of humans to the island. On that day, they learned just how beautiful and delicious humans truly are. It was more than they ever expected. Humans outside of Harai were weak, frail things, yet they possessed far more exquisite material.
The reason for this is because humans are beings full of doubt and indecision. They waver between the extremes, which itself is the essence of Tao. Love and hate, life and death. Due to the Tensons being born as higher beings, they simply cannot fathom those aspects of Tao. So to Gu-Fa, it's frankly unthinkable that they would look for a more suitable form of immortality elixir at this point. With the elixir completed by Rien, Gu-Fa also says that to come to an understanding would be meaningless, and all they can do now is try and steal more lives from each other. Looking over his shoulder, the dude then points out that as they speak, Shion's talisman is beginning to burn up, symbolizing that in his battle, he's nearing the end of his road. Over in his fight with Zujin, Shion manages to cut the Immortal's body 215 times. Looking at the thing in front of him, he comes to a quick conclusion that his plan is working. The creature is beginning to slow its regeneration speed. Walking up to it once more, Shion, absolutely exhausted, continues to attack, slicing the thing in half again. Then, after getting right above the creature, Zujin quickly springs back and manages to get some distance between them in an attempt to regenerate. Nurugai goes to attack herself, but Shion holds her back while explaining that the monster itself is also just as knackered. Terrified and unable to take them out, Zujin just asks what in the world Shion is, as he definitely isn't normal. Remembering the moment where everything first changed for Shion, he grits his teeth and tells the Fiend that those who steal the lives of others willingly could never understand, while those who have been stolen from will never forget. Looking like an actual 80-year-old bag of bones now, Zujin defends themselves by attacking the duo with the remains of all of the other bodies that had been generated throughout the battle. However, Shion sees through his opponent's ruse and slices the Tao-infused bodies to bits. He then jumps forth using the infamous Itoryu Harvest Shower, but fails to land a hit on the fleeing Immortal. Zujin initially thinks Shion misjudged the distance between them, but the reality of his attack was revealed when the Blind King, acting like he has perfect 20/20 vision, fakes a trip and grabs the tip of his sword from the ground and throws it towards Zujin's tendon. Getting up from his injury, Zujin sees that Shion himself is just as exhausted from using too much of his Tao, and in that moment takes the opportunity to attack. Nurugai runs towards Shion to assist him, but as per usual, she is told to stay back as he doesn't want to put her in danger. Sadly, Zujin uses this moment to her advantage and seemingly crushes Shion with the Tao bodies. Laughing out loud, thinking that she had managed to take down one of her opponents, Zujin is promptly gobsmacked as they watch Shion slice his way out of the body coffin. In utter shock at Shion's determination, Zujin asks why. Why would he shave away at his own life force and go so far to avenge his fallen comrade? Standing there, utterly broken over everything that has happened on this island, Shion explains that he hasn't had a single chance to feel grief or mourn. At times, he even finds it difficult to rage. Still, no matter what, he states that until he managed to rid the earth of these pathetic creatures, the grief, despair, nothing will return to him. He wonders how many more hundreds of cuts it'll take until he can finally put his student and best friend to rest. Literally just in fear for their life at this point, the creature makes a last-ditch effort to heal itself by slipping backwards into the water. Coming back up, it's shown that somehow, in just a matter of moments, Zujin was able to heal themselves by taking a leaf out of Gu-Fa's book. So, unlike all of the others, or like the other Tenson who partake in Botchu Jutsu, Gu-Fa doesn't. He finds it disgusting. Instead, he maintains a middle ground between both yin and yang. Zujin then tries something new on the side of the Tensons and begins to partially transform their body into the Kishikai form. Standing there and looking just super freaking clean now, like their fit actually goes way too hard on the Immortal right here, she taunts Shion, asking if it was still possible for him to land all of those cuts. Just like with Tenza, Zujin states that it is accustomed to their tricks, and it's fairly evident as the three begin their fight once more that Shion and Nurugai are only barely able to hold on against the partial Kishikai form. Tricks though, this statement said by Zujin hits probably one of the saddest notes within one of our favourite characters, as it's literally who Shion is, a trickster. He couldn't care what this pathetic amalgamation of leaves thought. His mother was the one who gave him these scars. He was always born blind, but because he was also born as a travelling performer, it was a necessity to trick people into giving them some measly donations to live. Over time, he came to be known as the Divine Boy, who could see through anyone's swordsmanship without even seeing. Moving forth throughout his life, Shion remembers how one day it led him to the Todoza, which is actually like a real-life guild for blind men to join, and the Kengyo was the highest ranking member of that org. It lasted from the 14th century all the way through to 1871, and there was also a female section called the Gozeiza. The highest ranking member, which was the Grand Kyogo, was said to have the authority equal to a daimyo. Once that said Kyogo in Hell's Paradise heard of Shion's abilities, it was through him that he managed to end up as a student of the Yamada clan. To not sully his mother's honor, Shion went along with the false backstory that he was the illegitimate child of a famous swordsman and kept his real past life a secret from the Yamada clan. Even still, this fact shames him to his core. After becoming a fully grown adult and hearing Tenza speak his mind to Shugan about how he should see him for what he is now, along with watching him gradually gain acceptance despite his past, Shion becomes inspired to be like his student, just like how he grew into the man he was. Back in the present, Shion blocks one of Zujin's attacks and states that no matter what, if it's just this one, it will die by his hand. He will gladly give his life for that cause. Quickly leaning back, he dodges Zujin's lightning Dao attack and hears them gloating about how he does not stand a chance against their power. Shion angrily silences Zujin before they could finish their sentence and declares that he will defeat them. That form is merely a cheap trick that prioritizes performance over dealing destructive blows. He tells Nurugai to stay back as he will end this himself before rushing in and detaching Zujin's left hand, then in the same moment plunges his snapped katana deep into her tendon. Remembering the survivors' strategy meeting about how they need to target Lord Tenson's plant-like ovules to deal the finishing blow, Shion disembodies Zujin with his blade, then, standing above, presses his sword down on the Tenson's ovule to end the battle. While doing so, Shion is suddenly assaulted by the remains of Zujin, sending a bunch of the vines shooting into his body. Mei explains that they need to pull the blade out, otherwise the ovule will continue to attack the one who holds the blade down. However, Shion continues to press down on his sword, knowing that if they both die, then he will still be victorious in the end. Nurugai worries that if Shion continues with holding down the sword, then he will die. However, Shion tells her to stay back. He expresses the pain he felt as he left Tenza behind to fight for their lives and pleads to Nurugai to leave him behind as he takes responsibility for his past actions. He finds it horrid that he made the correct choice to flee in the past, and now all he can do is this. His eyes don't shed tears, so he's unable to show how much he truly cared. Nurugai tries to intervene and talk to him, but Shion just demands that she flees, causing her to turn and run away as tears begin to fall from her face. She knows exactly what her sensei is going through now, as she's been in the exact same shoes. She could never forgive herself. Instead, she thought that she was the reason everyone in her life died. Yet, after meeting Tenza, seeing his actions, and hearing him say that he was unable to accept her reason for wanting to die, it causes her to stop and look at the blade in front of her. Beginning to walk now, she then sees a vision of Tenza bending down in front of her before standing up and gifting Nurugai back her blade. Nurugai tries to explain her situation, but before she can even verbalize what's going on, Tenza holds out her blade with one hand and says that if that's the case, then there's only one thing to do. Encouraged by her man, Nurugai grabs the blade and boosts it back towards the palace. Inside of the building, Shion is fully covered with the vines and sadly starting to feel his life being eaten away. This alone to him confirms that just like him, the immortal is also slowly beginning to fade away. However, Nurugai suddenly flies through, tackling Shion and freeing him from the death grip that he was in. After tearing away the remaining vines, Nurugai bear hugs her sensei in an attempt to restore his Dao. Sitting there absolutely exhausted now, Nurugai points out that the immortal is slowly regenerating, but at this speed, it'll most likely take a whole day to recover. Shion believes that they should take it out now since it's nice and easy, but Nurugai objects and tells him that that's exactly why they've got to leave. If anyone even tries to get close to the creature when it's in that state, then the vines will immediately skewer anyone, so instead they should leave and get to the others. Shion, he just can't seem to bring himself to this though. He finds it impossible to leave with that specific creature still sucks in air. Finally, Nurugai tells him that that isn't it. He's wrong. Tenza never died with pain or regrets. She saw it with her own eyes. He was smiling because he knew that the people he loved were able to escape. It was the smile of someone who was proud in their final moments, but also an air of sadness. She doesn't think that he regretted a thing about his final moments. Walking up to him, Nurugai hugs Shion and asks that instead of holding revenge in his heart, he tell her all about the man that he used to be. After Shion looks towards the blade embedded in Zujin, he notices the reflection of Tenza beside him and Nurugai. Finally feeling somewhat at peace now, Shion thanks Nurugai for reasoning with him and agrees to leave. Back over at the ritual circle, two bottles suddenly shatter while another slowly begins to crack. This here obviously indicates that instead of the criminals or executioners, the members of the Lord Tensons have been defeated pretty much simultaneously. Noticing that the talismans remained intact after the battles concluded, Sagiri believes that Gabimaru and the others are still alive. With the ritual pretty much over, Gufar gets up and prepares to report to Rien. Confused, Sagiri questions Gufar why they weren't willing to avenge their comrades. Pretty much, this is just due to the fact that these Tenson supposedly carry no emotion or bonds with one another. Instead, their passings were merely a larger part of their training in the way of yin and yang. Gufa even reminds Mei that the same went for her. The Tenson are beings that only seek the way, no bonds or emotion. What they've seen from her is only an act created by a lost child. Confused as to why she would even reveal herself after leaving, Gufa inquires as to why she came back. Our little Mei, still hardly able to verbalize herself, just answers that she finally understands what life means. Turning back, Gufa just sadly responds that he does indeed envy her. Honestly, Gufa, along with, I think it was Daofa, were really the only other two Tenson to see kind of how messed up their ways had become. Maybe Jufa a little bit there. Obviously Mei understands as well, hence like why she left. I just think the reason the other two didn't is because they do truly have emotions and never wanted to break away from what they'd come to know. Either way, everyone is suddenly taken off guard as the palace then begins to violently shake, with Gufa saying that the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Outside, it's revealed that the maniacal maniac, the Order 66 merchant, rank 2 Yamada Asaemon Shugan, riding atop his Monshin, smashes through the wall that made up Harai's surroundings. Back over with the larger squad, and after having given Gantetsu an eye patch to help protect his left eye, Fuchi, Toma, and Big Chi have a comedic discussion about its positioning. Chobe hilariously interrupts their conversation, calling them utter fools for weeing away time, and quickly brings their focus back to the main issue at hand. He reveals to them all Rien's plan of turning every human in Japan into Tan, synchronizing them all with the monster called Banko. He also remembers how Rien told him that he was confident that the other Tenson wouldn't die, but also stated that if they did happen to die, then it would not matter to him. Chobe listens to Gantetsu's complaints about how he finds the situation far too complicated, and also agrees with Fuchi's suggestion on his eye patch, much to the assignment's happiness. Toma, getting a little curious as to what his brother's gotten up to with the Tenson, inquires, but is utterly shocked after Chobe reveals that he engaged in Botchu Jutsu and was constantly experimented on. Knowing that they must stop Rien and retrieve his ship from the floodgate to escape themselves, Fuchi asks Chobe if he is willing to ally with them. Before he could give them an answer though, the four suddenly feel the room begin to tremble. Meanwhile, Nurugai helps Shion up so that the two can walk together while he's still injured. Shion ensures Nurugai that even if things don't go as they planned, and they end up in the worst possible scenario, then he will ensure her that she's still able to survive and return home. Edo though would not be their destination, instead they will roam the country together. In the current time period, there are still a fair few mountain clans that remain hidden. Maybe living life that way will suit them both. He gets down on his knees and promises that so long as life burns in his eyes, he will be her protector until that day comes. The two then, get into a good old comedic discussion about another one of Shion's blind metaphors there, when they both suddenly feel the palace begin to start shaking. After the tremors settle down, Shion is unable to detect what caused it. All around them though, appearing from the darkness, Iwa Ninja masks break through from the shadows, with one in front of the duo telling them that they have been ordered by Shugan to eliminate all convicts and any assignment who have sided with them. At the same time, Gantetsu and the other three there, along with the currently unconscious Gabimaru, are surrounded by various ninja. Instantly, the ninja around Gabi lash out in an attempt to take him out. However, Gabimaru wakes up and in one perfect motion takes out all four enemies. After looking and realizing that it was Iwa ninjas he's just murked, Gabi deduced that the next Gabimaru is here. And what does Gabi mean by that? I'd love to know your guys' initial thoughts down in the comment section below. So, in a flashback during the first night they camped out on the island, it's shown that Sagiri was constantly told by Gabimaru that she was feeling sleepy, even though she denied it. She recommends though that he sleeps after the battles he's fought, but is quickly told that people like him and Iwa are able to go for at least 10 days without sleep. With this in mind, she asked as to why Gabimaru was even worried about people coming after him. Gabimaru tells Sagiri that he has no doubt that they'll track him down and find him. Hearing him, Sagiri becomes confused by this as to why would they go out of their way for just one stray ninja? So this is as Gabimaru reveals here, for one simple fact. The combination Gabimaru the Hollow is a codename meant to carry and pass down through Iwagakure's strongest shinobi. Saying Gabimaru 12 times in one sentence here is gonna make my brain explode, but either way, well, remember when the chief found Gabi with his murked parents? Turns out that the dude there next to him was the previous Gabimaru. He wasn't telling our Gabi to necessarily behold weakness, but instead the current Gabimaru of that time, who I'm guessing was the one who probably murked Gabi's parents. Otherwise, how did the dude gain that position unless Gabi's parents were just random ninja and trying to leave the village, and it's just me who's read way too much into the scene here. But moving forward, either way, back when Senta was alive and during the time Yuzuriha and him ran off to evade the flames, she actually explained this possibility to the Weeb King. She went over the horrific tale of Gabimaru the Hollow, and how the name alone was the only thing she knew was real. She's almost certain she heard tales about how even if Gabimaru was slain, he still somehow shows back up and wreaks havoc even more than before. Decades pass, but this name never ages or dies. It's as if it's a living, breathing representation of terror. Seemingly falling into a flashback of Gabi's own memories, it shows the Iwagakuri's chief telling the potential young Gabi candidates on how he will pick from one of them to become the next inheritor. During the training, the chief sets his sights high on the young Gabimaru, like the one that we know, for his impressive skills and lack of emotions. So, Gabi used to be kind of different, I guess you could say. This dumb kid once threw a rock at his head, and well, yeah, you guys can see what happened here. Gabi doesn't know what the middle ground is. After finding out what happened, the chief asks the previous Gabimaru on the one who possibly committed this act, and it's assumed that our Gabi kind of popped off here. As the early days' brutalization continued throughout the clan, the chief takes note on how each of the victims separated the young Gabimaru from the weak, so that now only those who are like-minded equals remain. Later on, one of the shinobi comes up to Gabimaru after becoming impressed that he carried out a dangerous mission. With admirers and peers that envy him, along with having true talent, the chief decides that Gabimaru will be the next shinobi to inherit the alias. The chief tells Gabimaru that he has chosen him as the next successor and must complete a ceremony where he has to take out the current Gabimaru in a fight to the death. I'm assuming this is with absolute ease that our boy wins here, as we don't even see what happens. The previous Gabimaru just got completely off-screen by our boy in a matter of moments. Overly enjoyed with just like how broken Gabimaru is, the chief screams in delight that he will become history's strongest Gabimaru the Hollow. Back in the present now, Shugan orders the ninja to execute any life form they come across, except the other surviving Yamada. Then, just as abruptly, leaves with Isuzu and Kiyomaru, while nearby, Jika decides to guard the rear, when in actuality, man's just trying to do the least work possible. Looking up to the ninja next to him, Jika says that he knows this whole obey the shogunate concept is just a front used to hide their own agenda on the mission. Thinking back, the specific ninja remembers the chief's orders to kill Gabimaru in order to become the next Gabimaru the Hollow themselves. Standing up, she tells Jika that they share the same goal, since at the end of the day, their objective is to kill everyone else on the island. However, the ninja tells themselves that the only thing that was more important than actually taking out Gabi was to bring him back. Looking up with a maniacal expression on her face, the ninja just remembers that after all, she was the one who slaughtered everyone in his way and took out those who were envious of his success. After confronting her, the ninja admits to this. She explains that they have been supporting him all along from the shadows and confess their feelings to him, that they love him, that they'd be happy to die by his hands or kill him. Yuki just came out the bag with like a maxed out clingy ex-girlfriend right here. Holy, that's like the personification of actual crazy. Also, on another note, those masks and ninja wear resemble the ones used in Noh theatre. Noh drama is the oldest surviving form of Japanese theatre. It combines music, dance, and acting to communicate Buddhist themes. The tradition began throughout like the Muromachi period with around 60 masks that originally had like religious connotations. Funnily enough, and you all probably saw this coming, Gabi's crazy girl we just met wears the mask that represents a jealous female demon. Back in the depths of her eye, inside of the floodgates, Rien senses the tremors coming from outside and is also reported to by Gufa that the other remaining Tenson have been killed. The rite of just consumption has failed and extremely skilled human reinforcements have arrived. With no other choice, Rien stages a counterattack by sending the Doshi out for battle while keeping a minimum number with him as protection. As they rush towards the battlefield, Rien reiterates that this is war. The losses and outcome of this battle matter not. Before long, everything should return to how it once was. Above ground now, we see everyone, including the Doshi riding their steeds, beginning to throw hands. Seeing as how they can't manage to defeat every single fodder opponent, Gentetsusai Fuchi, Toma and Chobe decide to instead make a run for it. Over in another battle, Shion procures himself a sword from one of the ninja and is told by Nurugai to follow her to safety. While sprinting away themselves, Gentetsusai lets them all know that he knows a thing or two about experiencing war. These fights they're currently in go way beyond just pitting strength against strength. In war, living and dying is complete luck. There's no fun about the battles and no pride at all to be won. It's only hell on earth, and the people who survive are only those that run. Those who have pawn to do their bidding, and the complete madmen with gods on their side. Over with one of these madmen as the Doshi army charge towards him. Shugan remembers Aizen and is driven to cut down the entire freaking army in only a few deadly swings. After seeing Shugan's battle skills, Kiyomaru asked him if he had some experience with war. However, he's quickly told by him that this battle isn't war. It's an execution to purge the scum who dared to defy the Shogun's honorable blade testers. He then commands his two underlings to cut off the enemy's escape routes and slaughter them all. At the floodgates, Rien encounters the so-called wannabe Gabimaru and is surprised that he couldn't detect their presence at all.
Gabi's stalker here says that they have no desire to fight with Ren, and is sure that if they just waited here, Gabimaru himself might come to the floodgates. Getting curious himself, and while asking if this person happens to be from the mainland, Ren also commands the Doshi to take them out. However, the second Gabimaru here, just like Gabi did with Sagiri, asks if they'd like to see some ninjutsu, before suddenly using Ninpo ascetic blades to incinerate the Doshi. With the area around them beginning to catch fire, the ninja orders its clansmen to burn all of these ships except for one, while they themselves take on Ren. Back inside of the good old Renton Sanctum, Sagiri and Mei are confronted by the Doshi and Iwa Ninja. Sagiri sees the ninja charging towards her and instantly defends herself by sensing their Dao to track the flow of their movements. While fighting off everyone, she notices that the Doshi don't track Mei, while the shinobi do not attack her because of her position in the clan. Believing that it's most likely due to the specific orders each side was given, she comes to the conclusion that the key to winning lies in exploiting this weirdity. The two Doshi then come charging in to attack. However, heyo, it's time. They are randomly pulled away from the two by a random sticky string. Of course, it's no one other than the sneaky Kunoichi herself, Yuzuriha. Seeing that her friend is still somehow alive after her previous bout, she runs in and gives her a hug. Pretty much like we all got hard baited on thinking that our girl passed away there, when in all reality she just actually had to kind of take a nap. But if you kind of think about it in the perspective that when you usually get injured and need to go to sleep, you usually think your body's shutting down and dying, so it makes sense that she probably thought it was the end of the road for her. But turning out that after a nap, she's back. Then, noticing one random small ninja, Yuzuriha finishes off a small group of them and explains to Sagiri that before meeting up with them, she checked out the surrounding area. The situation is probably the worst they could be in right now, as they are seemingly cornered by all four battles that are happening around them. Since the shinobi were hired by the Shogun, Sagiri thinks that they could persuade them to fight, together with them. However, Yuzuriha tells her that it just wasn't possible, since they are out to kill all of the criminals, and reminds Sagiri that their task in coming here has not changed. Sagiri knows this, and points out that the elixir is most likely at the floodgates as well. Seeing Sagiri for the first time since arriving on the island, Isuzu becomes relieved, but is shocked to see her standing next to the criminal Yuzuriha of Keishu. Sagiri tries to explain to her that, she and the other executioners had no other choice but to team up with the criminals given their situation. She tells her that many lives were stolen by this woman's hand, so think of her victims. Do not dishonor them, as Yuzuriha is truly a villain. At the same time, Kiyomaru confronts Shion and Nurugai while Jiki confronts Chobe and Toma. Isuzu explains in combination with the others that each criminal and immortal creature are their enemies, and anyone who is willing to help them, even the assignment, are also seen as an enemy now. With that said, Isuzu asks Sagiri to move away from Yuzuriha and come join her side. Meanwhile, Kentetsusai and Fuchi, who had temporarily separated themselves from the other brothers, run off in an attempt to find an escape route. Catching their attention though and slowly appearing through the shadows behind them, it turns out to be no one other than Shugan, looking rizzed out of his freaking mind, like the fit is actually Darth Maul spec. Anyway, standing there in front of them, Gentetsusai notices just how menacing this dude is. Realizing that Fuchi has untied his criminal's hands, Shugan then angrily demands that he give him a proper reason as to why. Wondering what's up with this uptight weirdo, Gentetsusai tries doing a similar thing like he did with Gabimaru back in one of the earlier arcs to feel out how his opponent might fight. However, Shugan sees through his intentions and silences him, telling Gentetsusai that he only wishes to speak with Fuchi. Gentetsusai just stands there, dumbfounded as to who Shugan is, since unlike the other opponents he has faced, he is unable to get an exact read on what he's packing. Shugan, who's still not over the first question he asked, yells out to Fuchi to explain the reason why his criminal's hands are untied. Like we all know from everything that's happened so far on the island, Fuchi tries telling him that they had no other choice but to ally themselves with the criminals due to their extreme circumstances. Shugan hears this reason, but as he's here now, tells him that he no longer has to be by Gentetsusai's side and can behead him instead. He pleads with Fuchi to not throw away all of the memories they have together, all of the times they spoke about anatomy, and the paths that he has chosen in life. Saddened with the reality of the situation, Fuchi says that he also cherishes the times he spent together, learning about life through his experimentations, but also says that before coming to the island, he didn't understand the value of life. No, not until the death of his close friend. He instead draws his sword and apologizes for disappointing him, but what they need to do now is focus on escaping. They can worry about everything else later. After drawing out his sword, Shugan is shocked to see that Fuchi used the Suba as Gentetsusai's eye patch. To him, and most other samurai as we've been over before as well, the blade is a warrior's soul, the Yamada soul. Furious, he screams that if he's misplaced his soul, then he'll be forced to. But before he can even finish his sentence, man is cut off by the Big G, who himself became dissatisfied at the fact that Shugan just assumed he could murk him with ease. Instantly, the two clash swords, and while stuck in a blade tussle, Tamaya knows that he's fine and should be able to throw him around with the size advantage. Winning the tussle like he thought, Gentetsu-sai manages to knock Shugan off his feet. However, as he thinks he can take advantage of the scenario, notices that the samurai had legitimately transformed into someone else. Having gained some distance, Big G instantly closes in and goes to strike down on him, but Shugan easily blocks Gentetsu-sai's next attack and takes the time to tell him about the fond memories he had helping Yamada-Asaiman Genji with his calligraphy. As he starts to describe Genji, Shugan's strength increases and causes Gentetsu-sai to see him as an image of Genji now. Shugan now, with his massive strength buff, deflects Gentetsu-sai's attack and challenges him. With all of the fallen and even some of the alive Yamada beginning to appear as spirits behind, Shugan states that it will not be him who delivers the final blow, but the blades of all Yamada-Asaiman. As the bout begins, Shugan uses Genji's helm splitter technique to completely off-balance Gentetsu-sai, who is unable to counter before the samurai disarms him. Having lost his sword and with no other option left, Gentetsu-sai throws a punch, but Shugan once again avoids the attack by imitating Kisho's ability. With the big guy beginning to fall over, Shugan explains the kind of man that Kisho was. Though he rarely asserted himself into conversation, he was a genius when it came to foreseeing and warding off attacks. Shion suddenly uses a combination of both Kisho's Harvest Shower and Genji's Helm Divest in an attempt to mortally wound the criminal. Dropping to his knees, Gentetsu-sai says that he wished he got to place him more, but now he's slowly starting to fade. Not taking him entirely seriously, Shion screams that mercy isn't meant for the likes of criminals. No, this is an execution. Having swung the blade down atop Big G, Shugan is left mortified to find that no one other than Fuchi had somehow managed to block the strike. Fuchi tries explaining that crime and evil are the same. Gentetsu-sai is undoubtedly a criminal, but by no means is he evil. He tells him that he's just over this whole thing. He doesn't want anyone else to pass on, even if it means turning his back on the laws of this era. Having heard these words, Shugan sees that Fuchi hasn't changed since the first time they met. And yeah, I'd love to go over what they did here, just, best of buds, back in these old days doing little experimentations on people and stuff, but YouTube these days. Anyways, as we bang it back to reality, Shugan suddenly slashes Fuchi before he even had the chance to react. With tears beginning to fall from his face, Shugan just remarks that he was a sublime man till the end, someone who only ever put those in front of himself. Elsewhere, inside of the Rentan Temple, Isuzu explains to Sagiri that she has faith in Shugan because he upholds order. He protects those who abide by the law and punishes those who go against them. The level of crime does not matter. In his eyes, it's the standard itself that needs to be upheld. At the same time, Chobe and Toma surrender, Shion lays down his weapon, and Gabimaru is approached by two ninja with faces resembling Iwagakura's chief and his wife. Back with the fallen Fuchi though, Gentetsu-sai thinks that it's mental Shugan would ever go that far for the sake of order. Absolutely raging out at this point, Shugan screams that no, this isn't crazy, what he witnessed was pure determination, from which there is no return, and for that reason, he condemns Tamaya, a villain, before seemingly finishing it all. So elsewhere at the floodgates and manipulating the flames themselves, Rien controls the second Gabimaru's fire ninjutsu and uses it against the surrounding ninja, taking out a bunch of them before they even got a chance to react. Dodging out of the blast to herself, the female Gabi throws a kunai at Rien, which connects directly with the immortal's face, but after it recovers immediately, sees that not only can the being use sorcery, but also regenerate. Thinking back to what Gabimaru said to her earlier in life about how no matter what the situation, an enemy is still a physical being. If it has a conscious mind, then a strategy can be formed. With that in mind, the second Gabimaru places out her hands onto the shoulder of some ninjas and commands them to use the last of their lives to set the ships ablaze. Not wanting the ships to burn up, otherwise all the butterflies and the whole plan goes up in flames, Rien tries to manipulate Dao in an attempt to crush the ninjas boarding the ship. Unable to stop everyone and seeing just how tense Rien had become, the second Gabimaru calls out that she'd found her love. To her, it's obvious that she'd been holding back as to not damage the surroundings, but in reality, it's only when the ships get damaged that cause Rien true pain. Pondering if it's a possible love, the ninja states that at times it can be a troublesome thing, and at others a strength, but in this fight here, it is indeed the immortal's weakness. All of the surrounding ninja, which seemingly keep appearing from cracks, send a plethora of shuriken towards the creature. Rien then easily blocks off the basic attack, but is shocked to see that the elixir of life has been taken from her by the second Gabimaru, who, without a second thought, then tosses it to another ninja and commands them to get it outside. As Ren tries to stop them, the second Gabimaru activates Ninpo Pyro Bridge to launch a torrent of fire that completely engulfs the immortal. Ren doesn't drop their concentration over which ninja has the elixir though, and destroys them with a shot of Dao. However, it soon comes to their attention that one of the items they were carrying was the squad leader's mask, and the other with the elixir had managed to escape. The female Gabi knows that she stands no chance of winning when it comes to strength, but this is war. When someone is in an unfavorable condition, they must exploit the enemy's point of view to create chaos. That way, any outcome is possible. As in war, it isn't the strong who prevail, it's the wicked and twisted. After bringing the elixir outside, the shinobi pulls out a massive seashell and signals the team that it has been acquired. Isuzu hears the signal, indicating to her that the mission is now complete. Yuzuriha, who's on the ground in front of her, unable to deal massive damage due to still needing to heal, attempts to fight Isuzu without her full power. Seeing the slimy string coming towards her, Isuzu easily counters by kicking rubble up from the ground below. Sagiri quickly darts in and gets Yuzuriha out of the way while asking her fellow executioner to calm down, as Yuzuriha is not a villain. Utterly enraged by the fact that Sagiri just won't listen, Isuzu responds by telling her that even though they captured the elixir, she will not stand to see any of the criminals alive before they leave. Going into a small flashback, it shows that even though Isuzu didn't exactly have a bond with everyone inside of the dojo, she felt a connection with Sagiri the first time they met, since they were females in the Yamada clan. So now to see her teamed up with an enemy on the island, it makes her enraged. Meanwhile, Gabimaru watches as the two shinobi Kinkakubo and Genkakubo use transformation jutsu to reform their faces into the Iwakukure's chief and his wife. Speaking as the chief, he tells Gabimaru that he's been expelled from the clan. No grave shall bear his name, as to leave the village means that you no longer exist in reality. Speaking of reality, same goes for his wife. Apparently she is only an illusion created as a shame to help imprison his heart inside of the clan. However, it sadly backfired in this case. Funnily enough, Gabimaru compliments the two ninja on their adept use of transformation jutsu, and hearing him do so makes the big guy shudder with joy over the fact that Gabimaru would say so. Hearing the two talk to him about the next Gabimaru's instructions, our boy easily figures that the next Gabimaru must be Shija, which the two confirmed. Along with this, they also updated their previous commander that Kumukiri along with the others had perished on the voyage to the island. They also insisted on telling Gabimaru that Shija was obviously the person who murked all of the other candidates, and that in their eyes, they still view him as the true Gabimaru. Finally, I can let my brain rest now and just refer to the female Gabi as Shija now. Holy, the idea that her name wasn't mentioned after this point just blew my mind when I first went through and reread this arc. Anyway, after they also hear the massive trumpet go off, the guys let Gabi know that it informs them that they've actually acquired the elixir of life. Then moving on to the issue at hand, Kinkakubo humbly asks Gabimaru to end his life, as this way, the chief will remove the kill order on him, and if he wants, he can make it painless by licking the ninja's toxic saliva. Gabimaru obviously found this method of theirs to be completely and utterly gross, but is begged by Kinkakubo to reconsider since in their hearts they're all allies. Pointing out to them that they hadn't entered his thrown hands range, Gabi praises them for following the basic ninja principles. Despite this, Gabimaru flexes his bloodlust and causes them to stumble backwards. Somewhat annoyed, Kinkakubo asked if he was still willing to defy the chief, and hearing that Gabimaru planned to escape this place, Kinkakubo tells him that even if he does make it back to Japan, Yui does not exist. Obviously, our boy's heard this bot-ass take how many times now? Man just can't fathom the idea that she isn't alive, especially since he knows the people from Iwa specialize in psychological warfare, so in his eyes, he has to see it to believe it. Although they were unable to reason with him, and much to the annoyance of Gabimaru, Kinkakubo says that he and the others are all delighted that he refused, since this gives him a chance to fight to the death with the current Gabimaru of Iwagakure. Everyone inside of the clan obviously looks up to him, especially the younglings. The idea that they all get to fight him in Mortal Kombat is a dream. Funnily enough, some of the higher rankings even dropped down to get the opportunity to become fodder on this mission, just so they had the chance to throw hands with Gabi. Bowing their heads in honor of what's about to come, the plethora of genin rush towards Gabimaru. However, using Dao sensation and looking like he perceives absolutely everything in reality right now, it's like some Gojo spec, Gabimaru quickly deals with the ninja, dodging in and out of all of their attacks and using their own weapons against them. With the fodder losers dealt with, Gabi tells them all that Iwakukure's tactics, such as psychological warfare and numbers, will not work on him. Kinkakubo notices that our boy has become a lot stronger, but is corrected by the ninja saying that no, he finally learned to become weak. He then states that he doesn't care who he has to fight, whether it's the Lord Tenson or every Iwagakure, even these new Yamada. If they stand in his way and try to hinder him from escape, he will obliterate everyone and everything. Dude, I laughed so hard at this part when I like first read through it and everything. You'll see in a moment what I mean. But we'll just skip around here quickly so you get the idea. Well, as Gabimaru quickly begins taking down all of the genin who are like overly satisfied, they all introduce themselves before instantly being murked by our man, who all the while lets them know what they did wrong with their techniques, training them in their final moments like a true king. Ending the beatdown though, Gabimaru takes out the final attacking ninja with a fat kick, completely cracking the floor they're standing on. Going Byakugan mode all of a sudden, Gabi activates his Dao and takes the opportunity to sense the palace's layouts, revealing these skirmishes taking place between enemies and allies. Quickly dodging a random fodder ninja that tried attacking from behind, he also senses that Shija is located at the floodgates in a boat. Sagiri is safe for the time being, but he is shocked to see that Fuchi had fallen. Keeping the mission as his main priority first, Gabi ignores assisting the others to rush towards the Rentan temple to meet up with Sagiri, steal the elixir of life from the ninja squad, and leave through the floodgates to reunite with his wife. Meanwhile, Zujin's plant-like remains suddenly reawaken. Then, slowly moving, it leaves the Taisoku temple and takes the underground water system to eventually reach the divine beast, Banko. Remembering like Rien's past explanation about how the Banko required more high quality Dao to stay alive and that consuming it would be dangerous, Zujin in their half-baked state throws the warnings aside and makes its way into the amalgamation of vines to become one with the divine beast. Erupting from the top of the palace, wood and other remnants of it go flying everywhere as Zujin emerges completely fused with the divine Banko and draws everyone's attention. At a similar time, it's revealed that Chobe allowed himself and Toma to be captured by the enemy, as he believed that it's better to bide his time rather than fight while outnumbered. However, Chobe bizarrely starts to feel a pain coming from his arm, which, as Jika starts to ask him what's up, flowers begin uncontrollably sprouting from his body. While this occurrence is happening, a captured Doshi walks out in front of Jika and starts to transform back into a human. With the dude's sentience returning, he just wonders as to where he is and the whereabouts of his allies and how he even arrived here to begin with. At the same time, Gabimaru's flower Dao also starts to react and his body begins sprouting flowers across it. Looking into the distance and seeing the massive flower monster, he assumes that it's most likely got something to do with that thing. At the floodgates, Rien's body also reacts and while sensing what caused this change, finds that Zujin had merged with the divine Banko. The Zujin-fused Banko then releases a plethora of roots which begin to track to any large source of Dao, transforming them into trees in the process. Over in the Rentan temple, Sagiri notices that Mei's body is starting to react to the Banko, causing Isuzu to rush outside and find out what exactly has happened. Only making it to the doorway though, she then becomes horrified as she looks outside, witnessing multiple sunflower-like human trees mixed with taller Monshin and Soshin stuck in the Zazen pose, walking through them towards the center of her eye. Meanwhile, Shugan notices that Gantei and Fuchi had managed to disappear, and instead only finds a flower bed in front of him. While this has been going on, Ran thinks back to an old conversation he had with Ran. In it, he was saddened about how the divine Banko wilted, but refused any thought of ever turning it into Tan as it was just too strong to control. Even for them, the Tenson, it would throw off the delicate balance of Dao that gives them form. In reality, and sadly because of what Zujin has done, everything will have to start anew. Endlessly, they shall return to the outset. Just like before, their hopes are dashed, a feeling one only gets when travelling between Jigokuraku itself. Having heard Ran state this once again, Ran asks why he would go so far. What is he truly trying to achieve here? Shugan, who's still looking at the flowers in front of him, realizes that both Fuchi and Gantei hadn't left but were covered by them and wonders what could have possibly caused it. He is then found by Iwagakure shinobi who have come to confirm that Shija was taken out while fighting Ren, but managed to stall him momentarily, and now the Tenson is about to leave on his ship. After getting the elixir of life from them, Shugan orders the ninja to uncover Gantei and Fuchi's bodies from the flowers and confirm their status. Once Shugan had left though, and made his way to the floodgates, an Iwagakure shinobi reforms their face and reveals themselves to be Shija in disguise, stating that they had substituted themselves with another Iwagakure shinobi, allowing them to escape. They then, for good measure, throw 2 kunai at the flower bed to make sure that Gantei and Fuchi don't survive. Shija then jumps up onto a roof, and once she sees just how messed up the area has become, states that it's almost as if they're on the other side. Seeing the massive Banko monster in front of her, she realizes that mere mortals are no match for such a thing. Laughing now, she leaps from the building in some hectic looking JoJo's pose, ready for her otherworldly deathmatch against Gabimaru. Shortly after, Fuchi, still somehow alive, wakes up and comes to the conclusion that Shugan must have held back as he definitely could have ended him there. Looking over to his man, he sees that Gantei is in a terrible condition and decides that instead of treating himself, he needs to help him.
With his hands trembling, Fuchi tries focusing on treating his wounds until he sees an apparition of himself telling him that he should give up, since this new outlook of his on life will not do him much good in this era. This is an era in which men happily surrender their lives if a superior commands it, one in which a son takes pride in serving as a kaishaku. Shugan is a perfect representation of this, and that's why he acts this way. He knows that the Yamada clan is already treated like a band of ronin, and this could cause them to be disowned by the Shogun. Fuchi's apparition pleads with him to know his place, as if he emerges from this, it'll ruin everything. With Fuchi slowly beginning to fade, he tells himself that the clan does matter a lot to him, and he doesn't want it to be disbanded. Still, he believes that what he has learned on this island matters, and now he's beginning to lose his mind over these competing emotions. He knows that he truly does want to support Gentetsusai, and even though Shu tried to end his life, he doesn't blame him. In the end, he just wonders if this is what it means to be human. Opening his eyes to the sound of someone mumbling, Gentetsusai instantly rises to his knees and panics, seeing Fuchi lying down dead in front of him, realizing that he had given everything just to heal him. Screaming at him, he asks if the Yamada assigned on Fuchi really just went and saved his life. Unable to open his eyes or even respond, Fuchi, who's still somehow alive, just becomes delighted to hear that Gentetsusai called him by his name for the first time. In his last thoughts, Fuchi warns Shugan that the survivors are not to be underestimated, since he has observed their will to continue fighting no matter what. Everything and everyone on the island is a walking paradox. Fuchi then happily waves goodbye as he accepts his fate and tells us all that he hopes everyone's dreams become realized, enemies and allies alike. And my throat has a meteor-sized rock in it right now that hit harder than Sense's death in my books. I don't know if it's because I love these two guys the most and their interactions with both Yuzuriha and Gentetsusai, but seeing him happy for everyone here in the end, figuring out how he truly felt towards people, and how he came to see that everyone was similar is just a great way to end a character that I initially thought was a simple replacement for the Weeb King. Plus, to those saying, in my last video, that this was just hands, yeah, a lot of it is, but it's also just jam-packed with proper character development on each side, and enough world building so that we don't feel like we're missing out on some, massive piece of info. It might sound crazy, but for, how concise and quickly, the story is moving, it's still smashing everything I wanted to know and more. Plus, the art that Yuki has just been showing recently is god tier in this arc. Also, I probably should mention this, but Big Gabimaru just ripped off the flowers that were around his body. Several minutes before everything went down, Gufa entered the main temple annex to protect the basin as ordered by Rien. While looking through the flame thingy he's holding, Gufa becomes confused if this was indeed Rien's true plan all along. In the present, Shugan is told by the Iwagakure shinobi to not engage the giant monsters since their touch will cause him to be engulfed by flowers. Not bothered by this, Shugan makes quick work of the monsters using Senter's fighting style and cries upon thinking about his passing. Pushing forth, he notices that the Banko isn't paying attention to him and makes a run for it to enter the main temple before the vines could block his path. Meanwhile, Sagiri, Yuzuriha and Isuzu defend themselves against the monsters. Next to them, and seeing as how their Dao around is being disrupted, Mei slowly begins to start blooming herself. Seeing her, they all realise that they must do something quickly before it's too late for Mei. Yuzuriha swings up to get a good look at Zujin, and after seeing that it's blocking the entrance to the floodgates with vines and monsters, notes that it seems as if they're back at square one. She then sees that Sagiri is trying to convince Isuzu into cooperating with the convicts, but to no avail. Wanting to help her mate, she drops in and tries her hand in persuading her. However, Gentetsusai also arrives carrying Fuchi's body while boldly stating that they do not need to join forces with her, as after all, it was Shugan who took down Fuchi. After the group buries Fuchi in flowers, Gentetsusai directs his anger towards Isuzu and once again says that they do not need her help. Agreeing with him though, Isuzu says that they do not need to cooperate as Shugan is still here. Members of this mission weren't chosen because of their innate ability. Rather, the three of them were ideal disposable pawns set up for the amusement of the Shogun. If it were a priority of them to end this mission, they would have selected Shugan to begin with, as his power is incomparable. Yuzuriha, who knows that they need help, becomes annoyed with Isuzu's stubbornness after she continuously refuses and calls her a gorilla, only for Isuzu to get hit with a fat dose of that childhood PTSD and reply that gorillas embody the very concept of Bushido. Getting down on her knees, Isuzu then intends to commit seppuku to take responsibility for the death of her comrades and hopes that her death will appease the Shogun. As everyone continues to bicker amongst each other, Jika arrives with Toma, Chobe, Kiyomaru, Shion, Nurugai and the Iwagakure shinobi. Jika tells Isuzu that if he doesn't return home, then the responsibility will lie on Shugan to commit Kurmicide. However, he does also say that he just came up with a great plan that will be able to defeat Zujin and might have a way for the criminals to earn their freedom, but needs assistance from Gabimaru in order to do so. Remember how I brought up that the divine Banko was literally the god of creation and creation myth earlier in the video? Well, now we've seen everything. What do you think about that being the reality of it in the series? It just kind of needed, I guess, one of these Tenson to control it to become a living being on this planet, like a titan in some kind of aspect. Anyway, moving forth. Chobe, while suffering from Zujin's effects on his body, explains to everyone that according to Mei, the divine Banko had spread all over the palace and that the fragments in the air are Tan particles from the flowers, which will cause anyone to undergo arborification if inhaled. Mei also warns them that they will have until morning to destroy it, or everyone's Tao will be disrupted and cause them to turn into flowers. Knowing that they have to stop it to destroy the Tandon, Chobe lets them all know that he senses the Banko has 5 Tandons of each of the 5 elements scattered around the grounds of Harai. After remembering how he won their fight with Jufa and Daofa, Gantetsusai predicts that they'll probably have to destroy all of the Banko's Tandons simultaneously. Looking around at the state of everyone here, Shion becomes concerned with their condition since the battle with the Tensons has left them in a bad shape to continue fighting. As a few larger monsters roll up behind their group, everyone easily takes care of them, destroying them in an instant. After hearing Sagiri and Nurugai make excellent points about needing enough Tao to destroy the Banko and stop the monsters from pestering them, Jika, while lazily big chilling on the floor, tells them all that they need Gabimaru to handle this problem. Which, like I went over just before, except this is much more expanded on. Then, out of freaking nowhere, Sagiri ducks after sensing a fire torrent coming from behind her, which incinerates all of the monsters and reveals that the one and only Gabimaru has arrived. However, due to him being inflicted by the Banko's effects, he collapses to the ground after finally reuniting with everyone. With Gabimaru in a bad state, Jika sees that he has to change his plans and turns his attention to the Iwagakure shinobi beside him. Obviously, Gabimaru was super glad to see that Sagiri is okay, since he reminds her that he needs her in order to return and receive the pardon. Despite everyone feeling exhausted, Chobe says that they have to fight back no matter what happens. He then walks up to Gabimaru and compliments him on the first battle before stating that given what he's seen, it's fairly evident that he's also got something to lose. To which our battered and bruised Gabi confidently says that he does and that nothing else mattered to him. Chobe becomes satisfied after hearing this from him, and Shion, who's close by, then looks at Nurugai and sees that he also has something to lose. Jika then walks up to Isuzu, who wonders if Gabimaru has charmed Sagiri after seeing her wanting to help him. She knows that she swore not to defile her brother's legacy by working with these criminals, so instead she decides to defer and catch up with Shugan when she can. With everyone on board now, Jika prepares to discuss the plan but wishes for Shion to explain it instead, much to his annoyance. While Gabimaru is seemingly distracted, the Iwagakure shinobi ready themselves while remembering a specific shinobi principle. When going for the kill, keep your presence suppressed. No movement. Let it all come as naturally as breathing. Then, as if nothing is out of the ordinary, they all take the opportunity to attack him with thrown kunai. In the moments before they strike from the shadows, Shion explained to the unaware group that a Tandon can only be destroyed by a user with the correct Tao attribute, and Tao restoration will increase the attack potency. Mei then confirms the Tao attributes of everyone who's in the group, and because we know everyone, I'll just go over the ones that we don't know. Jika is Earth here, Kiyomaru with Metal, and Isuzu who has a Water Tao. Wondering if this scruffy dude is anyone you can count on, Yuzuriha questions Sagiri about his skill, to which she also becomes unsure due to the bad rumours about him. These bad rumours, by the way, are that he pawned his blade away so that the one he has now is trash and often gets on the booze with the boys, not completing his assignments. While they're distracted, the Iwagakure shinobi throw their kunai at Gabimaru in an attempt to finish their mission. Randomly though, Jika notices their attack and turns, asking if they really want to go through with this. So you see, even Sagiri has been confused for a while as to why Jika is rank 3, and even asked Shion back in the day. Shion states that taking his personality into account, he's the lowest of lows. It was confirmed that he even sold his sword for some cash, and now only carries around a simple bamboo takamitsu, which is a sign of disrespect to the Shogun. However, he's never once been accused of it, due to how his blade cuts like steel. Shion explains that one time while they were on the booze, he told him that he could perceive the truth in all things, and through that manipulate someone's momentum by applying force in certain spots. He claimed that it was something that went beyond just the waves that Shion was able to perceive, and in reality, it's fairly evident that man's aligned himself with some yin or yang as he was able to easily reflect all of the kunai back into the ninja. Also, Takamitsu, by the way, refers to a bamboo sword carved in the shape of a wooden katana. It's not the shinai, which is made up of bundled slats, or a bokken, which is usually made of heavier wood and sometimes referred to as a bakuto. The word takimitsu can also be used as a pejorative for a cheap, dull-edged blade. So pretty much, everyone thinks he has an ass blade, but turns out man's cracked. With everyone stunned at just what happened, Nurugai becomes confused because she thought the shinobi were on their side, but is told by Jika that he knew the shinobi were only pretending to be allies to complete their main objective of taking Gabi out. Jika confesses that he didn't know whether to side with the Iwagakure or Gabimaru, but after seeing Gabi, decided to stick with him, thinking that they were somewhat alike, although Gabimaru disagrees. So, you see, Jika, he got a few ladies, and that's why he thinks him and Gabi are kind of similar. Yuzuriha becomes convinced of Jika's abilities, but still finds herself unable to get a good read on him. As the group then decide to take possession of the shinobi's equipment, Sagiri finds herself conflicted, thinking that they have to start all over with this insane situation, and knowing that even if they succeed, they're all doomed to slaughter each other at the end. Gabimaru though disagrees, as he believes there are a few differences compared to how they started, and while looking at just how much everyone has changed, Yuzuriha agrees with this illogical thinking of his, as that's when he tends to be right. And damn, everyone looks so damn fire with these new fits on, especially Chobe, dude looks so demonic with that mask, it's actually so clean. So anyway, back to the story, everyone's pairings have pretty much stayed the same, except this time, instead of being with Yuzuriha, Gabi is with Sagiri since her wood dowel will help his fire, and Yuzuriha stays with Mei to figure out the exact locations of each tandem, and finally, Big G will team up with Jika to help boost his earth dowel. Then, with everyone well equipped and paired up, the group set off to destroy each of the tandems. Falling into a memory about the Tenson though, Shugan remembers Ren's explanation on the right of just consumption, and giggles at his poor drawings. Jufa notices their smirk and reprimands him, to which the youngling apologizes but remarks that he can't stand the way Jufa picks on them. The Tenson knows that this is all for Daofar's sake, but finds it annoying that he's always on the edge trying to protect them. Thinking on each Tenson more, Shugan goes over all of the good and bad qualities of them, and how at heart they're truly nice people. Then remembering how they must work hard so they don't fail like last time, large white orbs begin appearing in front of her, making her think that she needs to collect them all to complete the rite of just consumption. Back in reality though, the amalgamation of Shugan's Banko begins grabbing at the surroundings, doing its best to gather as many different types of Dao. Having made their way to the Shuetsu temple, Kyo and Isuzu comfortably destroy a bunch of random creatures protecting the entrance. Isuzu starts to notice that she is getting exhausted from staying too long in the area, and finally realizes that this is why they had to ally with the criminals. Hearing her statement, and while taking out a few insects, Kiyomaru tells Isuzu to not doubt Shugan's orders, as he was the only one who ever believed in them. Shugan never judged them from coming from an offshoot dojo, or because they were young. He trained everyone the same, no matter what. After remembering the respect Shugan showed towards him, Kiyomaru reminds her of how he stood up for her in the past and was even the person who got her a teaching role. Isuzu thanks Kiyomaru for reminding her about her loyalty towards Shugan, and remembers the time Shugan pointed out the beauty and the colour of her skin. Having cut their way through the overgrowth now outside of the palace, Isuzu breaks the door open, rushes in, and tells herself that Shugan is in the right. Standing there inside of the Shuetsu temple, the duo finally confront one of Shugan's tandems. After arriving at the Banko's Earth Tandem, Shion tells Nurugai to stay back as he defends against the monsters approaching them, but quickly realizes that he's nearing his limits. They then hear the sound of the conch from Yuzuriha, signaling that everyone has reached their respective tandems and can begin to destroy them. Seeing as how the tandem is too high up for his sword to reach, Shion imbues Nurugai's sword with his strength and Dao and throws it towards the tandem, but unfortunately it only leaves a shallow cut. In her own dark world, Shugan feels something attack her hand, but can't seem to figure out what it is. Reaching forth, trying to grab a ball of Dao, it's shown that in reality, she is controlling monsters which are about to grab the duo. Shion yells out to Nurugai to stay behind him until the next sound of the horn, since her inability to use Dao puts her in danger. Wanting to speak up, Nurugai remembers all of the times Shion told her to stay back as he fought alone, and how he relinquished his status as the Yamada in front of Kiyomaru in order to become her guardian. He himself knows that it's due to the era that he's currently in, and has no hopes of changing any of the laws around her fate. However, a man can change himself, and that's why he decided to leave the Yamada clan, because, like the legend he is, he couldn't condone the execution of an innocent person. Nurugai asks Shion if he meant what he said during that time, to which he answers yes. After saying that she was happy to hear him state that, Nurugai rushes in to attack the monster herself. She already knows that it's dangerous, and remembers the reasons as to why she cannot perceive Dao. So, you see in her clan they don't believe things that cannot be touched or seen. However, after thinking about what can't be seen, and remembering the feelings she had towards Tenza, manages to awaken this ability and breaks forth into the reality of gods.
Having cut down a bunch of fodder creatures with his new technique, she tells Shion that she needs to use her own strength to survive and asks that he become her partner instead of a guardian. With a smile on his face, Shion states that his eyes have clearly deceived him, and because his body can't take too much more, asks that she take the lead until the next sound of the horn rings out. Agreeing, Nurugai rushes forth and takes the lead. Still unable to see themselves, Zujin becomes furious at the random damage she keeps taking and makes the Earth Tandon sprout multiple bodies of Mudan, much to Shion and Nurugai's shock. While at the Wood Tandon, Chobe and Toma find themselves confronted by clones of Daofa that have emerged from the Tandon, leading them to believe that the same is happening at every other Tandon that corresponds with the Dao attributes of that specific Tenson. The brothers then begin to ponder on whether they should make the choice of escaping with the other survivors or act on Jika's secret plan of eliminating Shugan in order for him to make a false report to the Shogun that they had died. So, I've actually held off from saying this a little bit earlier on because I wanted to, but you see our friendly neighborhood Jika right here is actually what I consider to be a first generation Yakuza. We know for a fact that samurai over time did indeed take the role throughout this period of Japan, as with no war they took different routes of occupation. Why he wants everyone gone also is for the fact that man wants to be the next leader of the clan, and doing that would be perfect for him. He wants to put this world behind him for one of luxury instead. Plus, he also drops the bomb that if Shion and Sagiri end up surviving, the bandits can take them down if they please, but that's just a maybe as well. After the clones partially transform into their Kishikai state, Chobe prepares to fight back, but feels his body suffering from the Banko's effects on his Dao. He also senses that Toma is gradually suffering from the Dao particles in the air and tries to think of a logical plan going forward. He knows that it's pretty much impossible to take on both the Daofa army and destroy the Tandon, plus they've got no time to do the restore glitch effect. Telling himself to break apart once more, he knows that he's just got to do it. Originally, it was his plan to slam back the elixir with his brother, but now he's leaving everything up to him without a single worry at all, as he knows he'll win. Watching his brother run ahead of him, Chobe pushes himself forth and forces vines out of his back and all sides that destroy everything around him. Meanwhile, Gabimaru and Sagiri are approached by Shija, who has comfortably taken out all of the Gufar clones. Flashing back to the moment where Gabimaru and Sagiri are confronted by the Gufar clones themselves, Shija comes in and quickly disposes of them all. As the dust begins to fade, it's obvious that she's extremely delighted to reunite with Gabimaru. Gabi then takes the time to talk to Shija due to knowing that the shinobi is unpredictable. However, after hearing the sound of the conch, Sagiri reminds him that they are running out of time and must either have Shija cooperate with them or take them on as an enemy. Gabimaru tells Sagiri that he can't afford to fight Shija with the current state he's in, prompting Sagiri to try and perform Dao restoration on him. Seeing this, and while calling her a wench, Shija darts in behind the two and prepares to take out Sagiri, only to cease the assault in an instant after being ordered by Gabimaru to wait. Hearing him out, Gabimaru just asks her to help as he's in great need of her strength. With Shija having multiple personalities, it's hard to know which way she'll react here. Turns out though, that she's been waiting months to hear those words. A battle in her mind between helping the chief or following her heart. Happily, she agrees to help Gabimaru, but only in order to truly resurrect his true self. In a sense, she will dedicate her existence to the sole revival of history's strongest Gabimaru the Hollow. As Shija rushes in to attack, and despite his previous injuries, Gabimaru tells Sagiri to take down the regenerated Gufar clones behind them while he handles fighting against Shija. Shija first starts off their attack by using Ninpo Hairforge to throw multiple kunai at Gabimaru. While dodging them, Shija then uses the opening to use Ninpo Flash Hand to push him backwards. Gabimaru dashes out of the way of a kunai and fights her in close quarters combat, with the two using a multitude of technical techniques to try and get the upper hand on one another. Simultaneously, both of them end their initial clash by using Ninpo Fire Monk to create a massive explosion. Knowing that Shija knows more like ninjutsu than him, Gabimaru speculates that continuing to fight with taijutsu is more effective. However, Shija literally word for word quotes what Gabimaru was thinking, and tells him that they are aware of every move he makes, as they after all spent so much time observing him. Despite this, and as the two begin fighting once more, Gabimaru tells Shija that they are also able to read their actions with the help of Dao. He then purposefully takes a kick to the navel in an attempt to send himself towards the Banko's Tandon and destroy it, but ends up only destroying the statue beneath it. Shija somehow sees through him and could tell from the very start of their fight that he has been protecting Sagiri, who they refer to as the Hag. They then start to wonder if Gabimaru's current state is because of the Hag's presence, and as she manages to get the upper hand, slamming Gabimaru into the ground, becomes saddened after seeing just how much his body is suffering from the weakened Dao regeneration. Picking up his face and staring into his eyes, she finds it truly heartbreaking to see that her love lost his deadly ferocity and instead chose to protect others.
She then realizes in anger that Sagiri is with Gabimaru to perform Dao restoration and jumps towards her direction in disgust. Gabimaru yells out to Sagiri to run, however Sagiri refuses, stating that she's had enough, she won't stand being called a hag anymore and prepares to face Shija alone. Knowing that the ninja isn't an immortal, Sagiri uses her Dao sensory to anticipate Shija's attack, but is unable to react in time as in an instant she appears before her and slams her into the ground. Having picked up a special bag earlier, Sagiri pulls it out, causing the female ninja to quickly dart back and ask why she is allied with Gabimaru despite her job. Sagiri explains that yes, once upon a time she lived to a strict code, but this is no longer that case. As an era begins to shift, it's almost possible to sympathize with anyone, not just Gabimaru, but the Tenson and even Iwagakure ninja. After hearing this statement, Shija uses her ninpo knotted locks to send her hair through the ground before it springs up, restraining Sagiri, pinning her down. Thinking that Sagiri wants to share a similar experience to herself, she makes her inhale the powder she tossed earlier. So, you see this powder is one that manipulates one's sensation and makes them experience an overwhelming sensation of pain. It's often used in the training of young ninja, which, just like it shows with Shija, usually results in only a few family members surviving. This toxin is known as nerve powder, and all in Iwagakure undergo intensive training with it for 3 days and 3 nights until they acclimate to the pain. As they prepare to give Sagiri another drug, which is called Never Bliss, she explains that it connects with the pleasure section of the brain. She tells her that all in Iwagakure are made to be numb, stripped of their senses, so that the only feeling they have left is one of death. Fear and despair in the face of death are the only distinct sensation those inside the clan feel. Gabimaru first granted her that feeling, and through her encounter with him, she eventually became aware of her own mortality. Yes, in it there is death, which embodies life itself. Death, which comes for all. True fleeting life can only be found in that moment of parting. Yuki back at it with that poetry again, and I had to change things up slightly for the super morbid side of this text right here because of YouTube. But I recommend everyone go and read this passage of text themselves, because Yuki kind of just pops you off with how beautifully he constructs a vivid image with these words inside someone's mind. With his body beginning to suffer and his Dao depleted, as well as Sagiri being unable to combat against Shija, Gabimaru sees that their chances of victory are slowly fading away. The second Gabi asks Gabimaru why he is desperately clinging to life, to which he answers that he desires to live a normal life with his wife. Shija tells Gabi that his wish cannot come to pass since Iwagakure will remain in pursuit of him forever and his wife does not exist. Gabimaru denies the thought though, as he knows it's the typical psychological warfare and tries to buy enough time to recover his Dao and presents an opening for Sagiri. Shija, like she's done through the majority of this bout, sees through his shame and pleads to Gabi to come to his senses as they try to explain that his wife and the life he shared with her is false, pure make-believe. Gentetsutai focuses on preparing himself to cut down the giant flower in front of him. Beside him, Jika, who really ain't keen to do that much right now, decides to lay down and put his faith in Gentetsutai. Gentetsutai, who interprets his unfazed behaviour as a test of courage, sits down next to him, wishing to follow along as well, which Jika just found extremely random. He then hears the signal to take action, but is told by Jika that the roots will tell them when the tannins have been destroyed, and when it's the correct time to take out the main plant. Big G questions how he knows this, and Jika explains that he's been able to understand how things move ever since he was young, like how to inflict a cut or exactly where a petal would fall. His motto is one of waiting, as good things are bound to come to those who wait. Gentetsutai though then senses that he is up to something but can't really seem to get a read on what his intentions are. Over with the crazy stalker girlfriend, Shija explains to Gabimaru that due to Iwagakure's influence, no matter how hard someone craves a normal life, it's simply unattainable. The chief's daughter is no exception at all. She possesses no emotions and has been merely set up to fake a relationship with him as a way to hide the atrocities he commits. Her smile, tastes, all is a deception crafted to imprison his mind. Kind of off the mental stuff going on right now though, I need to point out how cracked Yuki is again for the 20th time. This here is a representation of Bunraku theatre, which is super dope. The old puppet theatre, except these bodies are the size of actual humans, and the bodies are usually controlled by up to 3 different people. It's just perfect imagery to show how manipulated and controlled Gabi's life has been with his wife. With this in mind though, she begs for Gabi to revert back to his former self and throw away any idea of a normal life. After hearing Shija out, Sagiri awkwardly smiles as she looks up at Gabimaru, standing back up. Like Sagiri suspected, all our boy needed was a confirmation that she does indeed exist. Shija, you kind of messed up there. We know for a fact that his Dao explodes whenever his wife is mentioned, and for him, these feelings are tied to strength and weakness. Due to that, and because of how in Hell's Paradise the dual forces of yin and yang can affect someone's body and mind alike, his body is then shown recovering after his Tao becomes stabilized from the confirmation he received of his wife truly existing. Standing there, Gabimaru remembers the words you imparted to him, that this is the battle we call life, and it's important to preserve a little normalcy at times. Confidently, he tells Shija that he always knew his dream would come at a price, but now he's ready to search for a new, normal life, with her, with you, with his wife by his side. With his body back to normal, Gabimaru boldly states to Shija that they will not have an advantage over him, and will not allow him to get away with this no matter what. This causes Shija to remember their past confrontation with him, when they were children, where he stated the exact same thing: "Get in my way and I'll take you out." Shija, like the mental case she is, then becomes overjoyed with Gabimaru's newfound attitude, screaming that this is indeed perfect. In a past memory, Yui explains to Gabimaru how to properly prepare chestnuts. After Gabi questions the point behind it all, Yui tells him that she doesn't quite understand herself. She just wanted to try the normal way, since growing up in Iwa wasn't normal at all. The two then sit down to eat chestnut rice, which Yui says she found to be very delicious and sweet. Gabi though, staring at his plate, just wonders if it really was, since he wouldn't know due to his sense of taste is dulled. Yu, who's actually sadly in the same situation, then tells him that by saying it out loud, they can at least pretend to be normal. Back in the present now, and during the current battle, Gabimaru says that he has not lost his battle instincts, it's just that the battlefield in general for him has changed, referring to his memories of how he could not understand his wife's struggle before. At first, he never understood why she would do something so random. It just seemed like meaningless drudgery to him. What was the point of food, the normalcy? He could never even figure it out. Looking up into his eyes, Shija figures out that Gabimaru's love has no clear signs of weakness, and in a last-ditch effort, attacks with everything that was taught to them by Gabi. Darting at him, she tries to strike his vitals, but to no avail. Throwing a kick, Gabi effortlessly leans back out of the way before blocking a follow-up strike thrown by her. Jumping back, she remembers the time Gabi told her she'd never be able to master ascetic blaze, before pulling her hand up to her face and releasing a huge torrent of flames. After using her own ascetic blaze, Shija boosts forth, pushing the flames aside and somehow managing to stab Gabimaru's heart. Nonchalantly though, looking down at his injury, Gabimaru applauds Shija for her adept use of the ability, explaining that if he was still human, that might have just killed him. Now though, and because he's making it home no matter what, he grabs her hand, pulls her in close, and activates Ninpo Ascetic Blaze Full Fire, completely setting the duo alight. After being engulfed by Gabimaru's fire ninjutsu, Shija thinks back over her sad existence. She remembers how everyone had admiration for Gabi, but hers was different, something more. She wonders what it was, what she felt. She thinks about the time she fled from Gabimaru when they were children and questions if the reason was because she feared that she might have died. As time slowly moved forth, Shija caught wind of Gabimaru being married to Yu and tries to mirror her appearance by burning the right side of her face. In reality though, and she's known herself for a while, that the pounding of her heart wasn't born from admiration, nor from dread, but sadly, the time for thinking of that had indeed passed. Having collapsed to the ground with a smile on her face, Shija, with her last bit of strength, creates a large whistle from the hair and signals all of the Iwagakure shinobi. Asking what the signal was for, it's revealed that it was in fact a cleansing ritual, one to clear the path forth for Gabi and the last ninpo she'll ever use. They also tell him that Yu was indeed alive and awaiting his return. Apparently the chief hadn't actually planned to do anything until after all of the shinobi returned confirming Gabi's death. Then he was gonna deal with his daughter. With her final breath, Shija asks Gabi that if she's ever reborn, in sickness and in health, until death do them part, would he face them once more? To which he answers yes, with a smile on his face. Shija happily thanks Gabimaru for his answer and wishes them luck in his future battles. I'd love to know your thoughts on Shija down in the comment section below. Damn, I thought she was too crazy when she first showed up, but over the short amount of time that she was in the story, I guess right here, her dynamic was really damn cool, and the idea that she was the next Gabi kind of resonated with me, that she had to kill Gabi there if she wanted to take that position. Moving forth now, Sagiri rolls over to Gabi and is told by him that they need to refocus their attention back onto destroying the tandem while it's still regenerating. With everyone around being in the prime position, Yuzuriha sounds off the next signal and all 14 simultaneously prepare to destroy the tandems. Over with the big chillers though, Jika begins getting back up on his feet after sensing that the timing is right for him and Ganti to decide to destroy the Banko. Yet, as Big G himself begins to stand up, he states that this thing might be slightly difficult, revealing the titan-sized Banko that had begun taking on a completely new transformation.
In preparation to take on the new transform monster, and I absolutely love this part of the story, man, Jiko begins tossing off all his clothing as a way to maintain his spiritual focus, and asks Gentetsusai at the same time for a sword. Gentetsusai finds it odd that he doesn't have a strong enough weapon to cut down the Zujin fused Banko, but after looking at his surroundings and witnessing bodies of Zujin sprouting out of vines, Gentetsusai chooses to follow with Jika's plan and gives him his sword. As I said, this part is mental right here, boys. This dude, he is him. Using his own special intuition, Jika senses all of the fatally wrong moves that he could make as he walks forth to take out the monster. Eventually, after casually strolling past countless spots where he'd die in an instant, Jika comes to a good position with the right factors like wind and presence around him to cut down the monster. Finding that it is all in sync now, Jika swings Gentetsusai's sword and successfully cuts down the head of the Zujin fused Banko from a distance, just like he did in the past with the ocean monster. Having watched this unfathomable feat, Gentetsusai becomes astonished and remembers the time that he believed defeating monsters would lead him down the path of legends. Standing in front of him now is exactly the sort of man to go down in history as a god slayer. Thinking on like the past some more, he also remembers when Fuchi freed Hidoshi and refused to explain why. As a baby clone of Zujin approaches him now, Gentetsusai states that he started to understand where Fuchi was coming from, and that fighting monsters in order to give him a thrill in his old age doesn't affect him anymore. In front of him, and having walked across a field of flowers, Jika steps up to the tandon and prepares to destroy it. Gentetsusai tries warning him that if he should proceed, then it might also have an effect on Gabimaru and Chobe since their Dao is connected with the monster. Despite being told this though, Jika ignores the risks and utterly destroys the tandon. With the Zujin fused Banko destroyed, all traces of its remnants slowly start to wilt away. However, Jika and Gentetsusai soon realize that the giant creature is still somehow alive. This is due to it already being morning as warned before by Mei, and now because of that, they must take on the task of destroying the tandon simultaneously again. Chobe sees that the wood tendon is beginning to slowly regenerate from the sun and finds himself too low on stamina to make another attempt at destroying it. Toma yells out suggesting to Tobe and leaving the monster behind and trying to find a way off the island together instead. In his eyes, there's no reason in dying here, as that would make him no different to their father. Despite his brother's plea, Chobe activates his breakdown state one last time and uses his vines to dig into the wood tendon. He knows he doesn't have the right attribute, but skewering the roots with his vines will allow him to cut off the regeneration to the main body. With only one job left, he chooses to do that exact method with each and every location as he can fully destroy the immortal through that method. His plan ends up becoming a success as everyone around watches Chobe's vines burst through all of the tendons in each location. One last time, our demon bandit says, "Break down and come the hell apart." But not on himself, instead on the immortal Banko, which as a result starts to finally wither away. Having used up his strength, Chobe falls to the ground and hears his brother crying out to him. Falling into a flashback of his own, he remembers all of the times he held Toma as a baby, and how he felt like he could break apart at any second, but still grabbed onto him for dear life. Once realizing that he must protect the little one as his older brother, Chobe, with tears in his eyes, says that he protected him because that's what big brothers do. In the afterlife, Chobe kneels down before his parents and apologizes for the sins he had committed in his life, but was happy to say that he was at least a good brother. A young Chobe then runs to his parents with open arms as his life finally comes to an end. Randomly though, and breaking through the light, he notices a hand reach out to him. After the passing of his older brother, Toma kneels down in total grief while holding on to what seems like a plant-like ovule. Meanwhile, Mei and Yuzuriha run out of the temple while complaining about the foul odor in the air and encounter Gufa as a child, who's holding onto this random basin urn looking thing. Kicking things back off, as all of the flowers around begin disintegrating, Mei and Yuzuriha confront Gufa, who's holding onto that weird pot looking thing. Remember, like that was where we ended right at the end of the last arc, which was just a battle fest? Gufa lets them all know that due to Jika cutting down the divine Banko, he can sense that not only is the Banko's Dao destroyed, but the islands as well, hinting that the land will soon meet its end. The reasoning for what Zujin did as well was explained to the humans, who wouldn't have had a clue about her want to be praised by all of her fellow Tenson. Yuzuriha comments on how she felt that Gufa didn't seem bothered at all by the fact that the Tensons are all dying, but is told by him that death is not the end for them. Every being passes from life, but their Dao will still remain. Even though reversing their process is insanely hard, pretty much impossible under normal circumstances, the little man reveals they have a chance of being revived through the basin, pot urn looking thing that he's holding.
Inside of the basin, it holds all of the fallen Tenson's ovules, which, after 1,000 years had passed, will allow them to fully revive. Yuzuriha, who doesn't care about what happens 1,000 years from now, decides that it was time for her and Mei to enter the floodgates, but is warned by Gufa that yes, she might not care about the future, but she better fret about what's going to happen in the coming hours from now, as Rien cannot be stopped. Meanwhile, over at those sneaky old floodgates, Shogun bursts his way through the overgrowth and grabs onto the anchor's line in an attempt to halt the ship's departure to Japan. I don't know what the man was thinking, and as we probably all saw coming, the line snaps, allowing Rien their safe departure. However, turns out Shugan actually tore the rope in half himself to use the anchor as a grappling hook to fling himself all the way up onto the boat. Standing there in front of the final boss, Shugan states that he doesn't care what cargo he intends to move, but he will never reach the mainland. Looking back at him, Rien tells him the same, and that not a single soul will leave this island alive. Darting at the Immortal, she manages to easily defend herself against Shugan, but also tries to hold back as to not damage the ship's interior. Shugan screams at himself to not falter and slashes Rien across the chest, but this has no effect due to his watered down not being the right match to hinder the creature's wood dowel. Pointing her finger forth, he then shoots a blast of dowel which connects directly with the spot on Shugan's chest where his heart would be. Sliding back while gritting his teeth, the Yamada states that they will not fall to these dark arts of these fiends, revealing that somehow Rien's blast of dowel actually hit Tenza's headband, which he'd placed under his robe. Thinking about how Tenza saved him once more, Shugan notes that reckless assault will only serve him poorly. Instead, to win he must call forth the true essence of what it means to be a Yamada Asaimon. Choosing to replicate the abilities of the other Yamada to fight, Shugan bursts forth and uses a plethora of his friend's abilities to slash at the creature. Rien senses something strange with Shugan's dowel, and upon receiving another cut to his tendon from a replicated attack used by Shion, she starts to actually cough up blood. Jumping back in fear, Rien is just confused as she was sure this dude's dowel wasn't meant to affect him. Yet, after looking closer, realizes that Shugan has the ability to change the attribute of his dowel, which they always assumed was impossible. Seeing that they have to take him seriously now, Rien drops the control they had over the flames around them to give her full attention to her enemy during the battle. Shugan, who ain't really concerned with these flames, tries to attack, yet Rien, who would have loved to study this man on any other day, takes things up a notch and severs Shugan's right arm with a feathered fan. She then states that time for tinkering is over and changes to their true form as Yin allows for a far greater focus. Back over with the children-sized Tenson, Mei asks Gufa as to what exactly Rien's true goal was. Flashing into a dark room and using their Dao illusion ability, Gufa shows Mei and Yuzuriha what they saw earlier in Rien's laboratory. So remember in their last arc where Gufa got surprised at a revelation that wasn't really expanded on? Well, here it's shown that not only did he find the ovules of all of the other Tenson, but also an extensive amount of research on restoring the body of someone, not the soul. Then, beyond that, he noticed a wall that wasn't in place. Behind that unfamiliar door, hidden by an illusion, was even more research and notes that alluded to the true goal of Rien. We all think that it's to murk every single person inside of Japan, and yes, that is true. But, just as everyone reacts to these clones looking after a mysterious crippled figure in bed, Mei lets them all know that that person is the Grand Master. A sudden noise then breaks them out of the illusion, as Gufa explains that the noise came from Rien, who had managed to finally set sail on the open ocean after having dealt with Shugan. Despite the circumstances, Mei asks Gufa to continue with the explanation on Jofuku's plan. Gufa tells Mei that they are making an incorrect assumption. Jofuku had indeed died long ago and has already been turned into a gold statue so that his body can be preserved undergoing ubification. Back in the past, when they were first not permitted to meet with their master, it wasn't because he was busy, more that he had actually arbified and passed from the mortal realm. For the last 700 years, Rien has worked non-stop for this day. The Way of Dao explains that the soul and body are one, and through this, it led her to believe that they would have been able to revive the soul just like any other part of the body. Gufa then tells Mei and Yuzuriha that Rien's true goal is to revive Jofuku using the Dao of all of the citizens inside of Japan, not use it to make a perfect elixir for themselves like we originally thought. Knowing that Jofuku was already dead, and while speaking in their native Chinese tongue, Mei asks Gufa who was the Hoku that they found earlier on when getting the basin. Then, and in a crazy revelation, the little man reveals that the person was the real body of Rien, who'd begun arbifying in that room. The person that they are familiar with is merely a puppet crafted out of Dao that she controls. The puppet's insane quality is due to the level of Dao manipulation that surpasses what every other Tenson is capable of. All of it points to one solid conclusion in his eyes. Rien is not even a Tenson, but in fact a human, and the wife of Jofuku.
When Jofuku actually left ancient China with his 3,000 voyagers, one of them was indeed Rien. The Tenson all originally thought and were taught that they were an amalgamation of Mystic Tao and Flower Tao, yet this was false. First, Rien created another version of herself, and from that, the other Tenson were all born. Back when a change first started to show in Rien, it wasn't because she was mad, but because her body had started to undergo abification, limiting her time and only allowing her to control the clone version of herself remotely. Gufa, who doesn't fully understand the matters beyond his comprehension, just calls Rien foolish and starts to criticize the notion of love that humans have. In his eyes, it makes them pretty and cruel, full of arrogance, lacking in style, suspicious and paranoid, and even still, it drives them to sacrifice absolutely everything that they have. After over 1,000 years of building everything, somehow Rien is willing to throw away everything if it just means that they get a chance of holding their love once more. Then, with a final statement, he tells them that within 2 hours, Rien will 100% reach Japan to initiate their plan. Taking this all in, Yuzuriha panics, wanting some form of break after everything that they've been through. She even questions if this is just another trap the Tenson are trying to set up for them, but Gufa explains that he's stuck in a paradox of his own. He wants Rien to leave, but also wants to save her. Unable to understand these feelings he currently has, he asks Mei for her opinion on the matter. But before she could even give her answer, Yuzuriha hits her over the head and tells her that they should hurry to where the others are. As a parting gift, Gufa warns her that according to the I Ching they found in Rien's room, which, for those who forgot, I Ching allows the Tenson to tell the fortune of specific people. Through this, he was able to determine that 100% only 2 men and 1 woman will survive. Gufa himself relies on this Ching to foresee fate, and those names who are unknown cannot be included in it, but Rien themselves may even be among those counted. One thing is for sure though, the art of I Ching does not lie. Having left Gufa, Yuzuriha and Mei then arrive at the entrance to the floodgates with everyone else gathered, obviously with the exception of Gentetsusai who's already gone ahead to try and stop Rien from departing, as well as the absence of the other brothers who have yet to return, and they just don't actually realise that Chobe has passed on yet. After discussing how they need to find a specific ship with a light load to catch the main vessel, the group enter the floodgates, only to be left disappointed that all of the ships have been burned. Looking out through the wreckages, Nurugai spots one unharmed ship, but is told by Shion that they will not be able to use it since the wreckages of all of the other vessels is blocking the water from flowing and allowing them to move out. With everyone left absolutely hopeless, Gabimaru sees another vision of his wife in front of him and dives into the water to try and remove the debris himself. Jika tries reasoning with him, but our boy screams back that rethinking is impossible. He only has one goal and refuses to give up. Wanting to help and seeing the pain in his eyes, both Sagiri and Nurugai dive in to help him, despite it being an impossible task. Standing behind them, our little girl Mei thinks back to what Gufa had just previously asked her. Pointing her little hands forth and closing her eyes, Yuzuriha then sees Mei about to unleash her power, which she instantly objects to doing so since she knows that her body will be at risk. She pleads with her, asking if she wanted to talk with Rien and Jofuku once more, but with a smile on her face, Mei explodes and transforms into her Kishikai state, commanding everyone to get on the ship while she handles the task of making a path. Which is damn Mei, why did you have to go and do that? I know there's this pot thing, but still Mei, why? So skipping back in the early days while looking after the first humans who came to the island with them, Mei asks Jofuku why he decided to bring people to the island since the Emperor only seeks the elixir. Jofuku explains to her that because Tao goes far beyond just typical human understanding, she shouldn't concern herself with these difficult matters, pretty much saying that it's above the level of human-like capacity. In another memory, and after Rien finished a session of dank bocchijutsu with Jofuku, Mei is told by her to not feel ashamed by the practice, as even the young ones will perform this training someday, so she mustn't continue to harbour doubts. Then, as the children grew older, she recalls her punishment for defying Rien and how she felt powerless to do anything about it. She was fed up with it all, so she fled and told herself that she was unable to make a change. But after recalling Gufa's past question as to why she returned to Harai, Mei remembers that it was once again because she was fed up with it all. In the present, Mei explodes into a Kishikai state and continues to say that she was fed up with having fled over and over. Not anymore though. Now, she flaps all 5 of her massive wings and blows away the wreckage, giving everyone a clear enough path to get on board the ship. Sagiri prepares herself to yell out to Mei in concern, but is interrupted by Gabimaru, who begins yelling out himself, telling her that she is at risk of dying if she continues to stay in her Kishikai form, and her original goal of being able to live a normal life will fade away.
Mei then returns to normal, dropping out of her fighting form and hugs both Sagiri and Gabimaru individually. She thanks both of them for everything that they have done for her, but this is how she takes responsibility for everything in her life. She tells the confused Gabi and Sagiri that watching them has a way of filling her with courage, and finally thanks Sagiri for combing her hair in the past, before slapping her palms together, revealing that they were actually an illusion and Mei had indeed transported everyone to the ship safely. As Mei uses one last gust of her wings, she pushes the ship forth, allowing them to rush after the final boss. In her last moments, and as she begins to fade away, Mei apologizes to everyone for not being there to sail off with them, to her father Hoko, to her family, and to Rien for not realizing their feelings after they banished her and how she would have been able to stop them originally. Elsewhere, and aboard the ship, LG, Blade Dragon, Tomoya Gentetsusai walks his way through the flames of hell. Over the other side of that burning ship, Rien reclaims the elixir of life after finding it lying next to the defeated Shogun. She then wonders as to why he had it on him, but quickly dismisses the question after having it back in her hands. With the elixir returned, Rien sees that all that is left to do is put her faith in the paradise butterflies and becomes happy to know that her dream will soon come true. As things were going well in her favour, the puppet randomly starts to feel its body suffering due to Rien's Dao control starting to lessen. With time running short in her eyes, Rien hopes that she reaches Japan soon. Meanwhile, and over the other side of the flaming deck, Gentetsusai finds Shugan unconscious and starts to wonder as to why his severed arm wasn't bleeding. Shugan then wakes up badly injured and sees Gentetsusai standing right in front of him without Fuchi by his side, but soon remembers as to why this was not the case. Gentetsusai tells Shugan that he was glad that he managed to wake up, since it wouldn't have felt right to cut him while he was still down. Somehow though, Shugan manages to block the first attack on him, but falls down after being knocked off balance, losing his sword in the process. Gentetsusai tells Shugan that it is useless for him to fight back now that he has lost his right arm, but is told by the injured Asaemon that as a samurai, he cannot give up. Just straight up annoyed, Gentetsusai kicks Shugan in the face and screams that all of them are a band of fools. All of this damn honour and dignity forced him to cut down one of his own friends. He punches him in the face and kicks him in the stomach while telling him that his ways of living are utterly corrupt. Shugan makes an attempt to defend himself by swinging his sword, but fails after losing his balance once again. Gentetsusai then turns his back on Shugan, calls him out to be a purely pathetic samurai, and tells him that he doesn't care if he decides to burn to death now. As he watches the blade of his sword burn in the fire in front of him, Shugan grabs it and quickly cauterizes the stump of his right arm after remembering Fuchi's advice about disinfecting a wound. He practices getting used to swinging his sword with his left arm in front of Gentetsusai and recalls the time Fuchi discussed with him that the human body is a tool and that by searching its construction and limits, one can manipulate it as they see fit. Gentetsusai then becomes shocked to see that Shugan, in a matter of moments, managed to adapt to using his left arm to wield his sword. The Yamada screams to Gentetsusai that Fuchi was caught up in his sentimentality, but says that his samurai spirit lives on within him now. Falling into another memory of the past, he recalls the time where he pointed out how weird the Yamada clan was. Fuchi though said that even though they got rocks thrown at them for being that weird group of people, the clan allowed them to partake in his offbeat proclivities, and for that reason, it's always going to be extremely dear to him. Shugan then proceeds to tell Gentetsusai that someone like him can never understand a samurai's sense of duty to protect all of those that they hold dear to them, and that he has long since abandoned his own sentimentality. After he finishes his statement, Shugan's eyes then mysteriously begin to invert and change colour. Not noticing this though, Big G points out the fact that he sheds tears quite a lot for someone without sentimentality, and prepares to fight him, but senses something different. So, back over with the other group, and earlier on before arriving at the floodgates, Shugan senses a strange energy emitting from the gourd containing the elixir of life, and becomes suspicious of its contents, prompting him to straight up open the bottle and taste test it for any underlying poisons. Much to the shock of the shinobi accompanying him, he spits out its remains and then declares it to be safe for consumption. By the time he faces Gentetsusai though, it's obvious that the full effects of the elixir is shown to have run its course as Shugan's eyes start to change. In a rapid moment, he then darts at the elderly G and tries to strike him down. Comparing him to last time, Gentetsusai notices that Shugan is somehow able to fight properly as if nothing was even wrong, and that the way he moves his body is similar to Fuchi's. To him, it's as if he's fighting against his own friend, which complicated things for him even more and meant that he didn't even defend as the fake Fuchi sliced at his chest. After his robe is cut open, Gentetsusai sees the bandages that Fuchi used to heal him with before his own passing, and decides to stop fighting for that reason. Looking at him, Shugan questions if he was ready to surrender.
Yeah, in a freaking million years though, I think you need to understand that Big G Gentetsusai is built completely differently. He tells Shugan that he was just remembering the reasons as to why he boarded the ship in the first place, and how he never even intended to fight him. Slowly standing up now, Gentetsusai explains that in the past he toured the provinces fighting anyone of strength, but at some point they never even scratched the itch he sought to find. His nickname, Blade Dragon, came about after he took down his very first monster, a Ryokotsu, known to us feeble English readers as a ship's keel. With that said, Gentetsusai smiles as he brings his sword down and slashes the ship in two, causing a massive explosion as the energy blast connects with the ocean below. Falling back with his wounds reopened, he laughs as he was unable to completely cut the ship in half, but figures that one more attempt would be able to do the job. Absolutely enraged with what's just happened, Rien, floating there in the sky, starts to ask what in the world he's just done. Gentetsusai then notes that obviously the ship couldn't even be sliced in two completely since it's actually made out of dowel, and then as she slowly begins to stroll towards the duo now, says that he didn't manage to cleave the ship in two, but did indeed manage to slow her down enough for the next crew to make it on board. Guessing that his work here is finally done, he readies himself to get off the ship instead of continuing to fight, stating that his life was indeed a gift given to him and that now he will not throw it away. However, he does tell both Rien and Shugan that someone else stronger than him will arrive shortly, and that he hopes that they're ready to face him. Then, looking over the boat and through the flames, he becomes happy to see that Gabimaru and the squad had finally pulled up. Gabimaru flings himself up on board the ship, compliments Gentetsusai for the work he has done so far, and tells him that he will handle the task of taking down the ship as he faces both Rien and Shugan alone. So, it's the final showdown now, boys. But right back before boarding the ships themselves, Gabimaru pointed out that the flames were probably too strong for everyone but him to jump on board. So, alone now and walking through the flames like a Yamabushi monk, Gabimaru approaches Rien and Shugan. Shugan, then standing there himself, takes note of the setting in front of him and compares it to the portrait he and Aizen looked at depicting hell. Which, in my eyes, just goes back to how the series is called Jigokuraku, and how that word when broke down means one heaven and two hells. I actually wonder if that also refers to the amount of survivors that this mission is going to end up with. 2 men and 1 woman could have also been in front of our eyes from the very get-go. I love that paradox as well. Everything about these the end of the last arc and this arc here has kind of just been paradoxes thrown at people. Anyway, let's push forth and discover how Yuki ends this amazing series. Nevertheless, Shugan then announces that he will for the sake of the world and the clan punish even the devil himself. Hearing his war cry, Gabimaru commented that he's already used to this hellish domain, while Rien on the other hand just found her situation with them to be extremely irritating. In an instant, all of them then clash blades, hands and feet in a 3-way free-for-all. Continuing, all of them then weave through each other's strikes. Rien blocks Gabimaru's attack and tells him that she will not allow him to damage the ship any further and will use everything they have to kill him while stomping their foot onto the ninja. Rien sees that Shugan was about to attack her from behind and uses her fan to counter him. Taking things up a level, Shugan manages to anticipate her attack and uses the Dao sensory ability and comes in to strike using Shion's wood affinity. However, Rien, who's just in another class when it comes to the level of skill, stands on the tip of Shugan's sword. Then sitting down, she tells him that as a Shinsen, the highest class of hermit, a human such as himself would not be able to harm her, before raising her hand and firing a point-blank invisible Dao attack. Watching this from the side, Gabimaru sees that Rien is a lot stronger than Sujin and Ran, but remembers from his conversation with Jika earlier that as long as Rien's priority is keeping the ship intact, he should be able to hold his own. In the battle, Rien suddenly becomes shocked to see that her tendon got slightly cut and sees that it was done by no other than our queen, Sagiri, who boarded the ship after remembering that Gabimaru will need her help since her wood dowel will actually harm Rien, and his alone won't actually be able to take her down. After Nurugai, who's still on the other boat with everyone else, makes a point that their best chance at survival is fighting together, the other survivors, with the exception of Jika, because man's always on the sneak and can't be bothered doing anything, all decide to board Rien's ship to take her down together. Rien states that a gathering of humans will do nothing to stop her. However, Gabi silences her nonsense. He already knows that they're just a bunch of randoms who came together to fight, but they will do anything to survive and make it home together. Knowing that Rien's Dao is too powerful, Yuzuriha and Gabimaru decide that the best course of action is to try and have it deplete all of her energy here, similar to how they managed to defeat Ran, and then with everyone else acting as distractions around them so that they can keep up the battle. Sprinting forth, Yuzuriha makes the first attack by using her Ninpo concealed armor ability in combination with her Ninpo puppet slime to create her supreme move, Ninpo Crimson Confection Guard. She knows that only 2 dudes and 1 chick will survive, but pushes forth either way and puts her faith in Sagiri and Shion, knowing that both of them can make the final cut together. Rian, with like complete ease, destroys Yuzuriha's armoured soldiers, but is struck in the head after failing to notice the sneaky Kunoichi charging towards her. Even still, Rian manages to simply send her back with a down-fused blast. However, in that moment, she's caught off guard by Nurugai, who, while sliding behind them, remembers Shion's teachings in the use of Dao and cuts Rian's left arm using Tenza's Ito Ryu ultimate pounding torrent technique. With her body beginning to fall to bits, Rian quickly reconnects it and uses the partially severed branched arm to grab a hold of Nurugai, but luckily for our mountain warrior, has her limb once again cut off by the blade dragon who came swooping in. Gabimaru, who comes down from above, notices a perfect opportunity, and in combination with Gantetsu's merciless eye killer move, Sky Peak Splitter, uses his secret art, Shandi Gust, to simultaneously light on fire and cut the Immortals' tendon. With Rian left wide open, Gabimaru calls out to Sagiri and Shion to perform their combined attack to destroy Rian's tendon. Stepping forth, then, in a perfect motion, both of the Yamada use the ultimate techniques, Hidden Blade Dual Wheel Motion, to bisect the Immortal's top half, sending it flying into the air and bringing the intense battle to an end. In retaliation, the Tenson simply claps their hands together, revealing that she's perfectly fine, and the events that had transpired were simply an illusion of Dao, all created by her, which is actually just freaking mental. Looking to her left, Sagiri watches Shion fall down in front of her. With herself still stunned, Rian walks forth, revealing that everyone except for Shugan, Isuzu, Kiyomaru, and Gabi has already fallen. Irritated with the pathetic foolishness of these humans, she explains to Sagiri that hermits are those who touch upon the truths of this divine plane. The only thing that has ever remained beyond their reach is the world of gods themselves. Still, in her eyes, she will soon reach even that state, revealing the Buddha-like Kishikai state that she wields. All that remains now in Rien's eyes is the complete destruction of Wagawo. After seeing Rian enter a Kishikai form, Gabimaru prepares to use his technique against her, yet Rian instantly blasts him in the face with a Dao lightning bolt before he is given a chance to attack. Sagiri comes in and actually manages to stab Rian's tendon from behind, but is told by the Tenson that her Dao is far too weak to harm her body. Seeing that Sagiri was about to be crushed, Shugan jumps in to save her from Rien's Dao manipulation and orders both Isuzu and Kiyomaru to have the criminals return to the ship, explaining that they cannot allow a monster to steal the Yamada clan's duty to execute them. Which is absolutely crazy that he's still got that in the back of his mind with everything going on right here. Anyway, hearing that some of them were gonna try and escape, Rien dismantles the entirety of the ship's exterior, sending pieces of wood flying everywhere while keeping the room where Shofuku is placed intact. Elsewhere, and while Sagiri holds onto Kiyomaru's hand, she becomes extremely shocked to see that the young Asaemon has already been crushed by a piece of debris that was previously sent flying. Poor dude, rest in peace Kiyo, that's one down. Seeing her comrade, Isuzu becomes shocked and rushes towards their direction. However, Ren senses her exact location and literally takes control of Isuzu's body before ultimately crushing her in front of Shugan, much to his horror. Screaming for both of his friends' deaths, Shugan jumps up to where the Immortal is and tries to attack Rian in a blind fit of rage. Sneaking up from behind as well as this happened, Gabimaru grabs onto Rian and sets himself ablaze with an intense amount of flames, which in turn allows the megalomaniac Shugan a chance to cut off one of Rian's arms, but also as a side effect, he is caught in those flames as well. While trying to completely incinerate her, Gabimaru has a sudden memory of Yui's face and ends up ceasing his attack, realizing that he'll perish if he continues in this battle. Looking at his own hand, he notices that his Dao is starting to resonate with Rian, and because of that, he falls into a similar dark world to that of Zujin, before suddenly bursting into a bundle of flowers and falling to the ground, arbified. So, back before they boarded the ship, Jika did his thing and made a bunch of predictions as to how the survivors should go about fighting, but believes that there's absolutely no solution here. Knowing that, Jika himself, as I've said, decided to stay on the ship as, they've got to have someone guarding it. In the present though, Jika watches the outcome on the ship and sees that he was right on the survivors not being able to stop Rien. He then brings out a drinking barrel and decides to toast to the end of humanity. On board of the skeleton vessel, and while watching Gabimaru start to arbify, Ren says that she knows not of his ambitions, but hopes that he has pleasant dreams, and as she then goes to land the finishing blow, believes that all those who are still alive currently will die in this fire, or will lose the will to fight as soon as they reach Japan. Sitting there herself, Sagiri feels that she's utterly powerless and reflects on all of the times that she failed to do anything against any of the enemies. She then looks at Gabimaru and begins to say that she gives up. but stops in her tracks after seeing just how bad his abification truly is. Rising to his feet himself, Shugan, badly burned from Gabimaru's flames, orders Sagiri to return to the other ship since she cannot fight in the state she is in. He looks at the reflection in his blade, and to him, it's obvious that our girl has lost her resolve after witnessing too many of her close friends pass away. So, and since she is like literally the only heir left for the clan apart from Jika if he's big chillin' on the boat, he orders her to board the other vessel as he cannot afford to lose her. Having survived being fatally wounded himself, Shugan boldly states that he will make Isuzu and Kiyomaru proud by eternally carrying out the clan's duty without any doubt within himself. As she senses Shugan's Tao surging, Sagiri remembers the time Shugan congratulated her for earning a rank and how she would bring about a change as a woman to the clan's male-dominant trade. Speaking up, Sagiri questions Shugan if it's even possible for people to live on without doubt, and if they do, does it even translate to strength? Over the entire time of this mission, she's come face to face with doubt over and over again. Her doubt, as well as the doubt of the criminals, executioners, and even the Tenson. Everyone struggles in life and doubts themselves only to struggle some more. If abandoning doubt is truly the way of the samurai, then like Shion, she rebukes the role and states that she isn't one in that case. With all of the fallen Yamada placing a hand on her back, she screams that she refuses to leave these feelings behind and instead, while picking up her sword, exclaims that to the bitter end, she remained full of doubt and confusion as for that is who she is. And I'm like, hell yeah, that gave me the biggest spur of encouragement I've actually ever had while writing a script. And this is for you guys as well reading this video. Everyone's way too harsh on each other these days, and I'm way too harsh on myself for like my pronunciation on words or the way I say things. But this is how I grew up, this is the country I'm in, it's the way I speak. Get used to it, I can't do anything about it. It's like if I was Indian or something, you know, like in another part of the world. It's just there's only 4 million of us in New Zealand, so it's a very unique accent. And like Sagiri here, I'm thanking Shugan for these words as we're truly grateful for him. Looking at her, Shugan feels this random ass sensation emitting from Sagiri. It's neither tranquility or intensity, but something else completely different. Sagiri herself then looks back at Gabimaru and asks him in her mind if it was okay for her to have faith. Skipping back, in a time once past, we see Gabimaru being introduced to the 8th daughter of the chief of Iwagakure, Yui. Initially, she becomes spooked after Gabimaru raises his hand towards her and pats her head as if she's like some sort of pet. Yui questions his action, to which Gabimaru answers that like ever since that day, he'd wanted to become more open with her, revealing that now this is kind of like a dream state that they're in, reflecting on past memories. But in that time, it just didn't feel right. He'd stolen lives, so he'd thought he'd never qualify for a normal life. Yui says that she doesn't really understand where he was coming from and tells Gabimaru that he is still eligible to have a normal life despite his past sins. She notes that he seemed to be suffering some kind of pain, but the acts of regret and reflection are all part of those of atonement. She asked if it was enough that just a single person accepted him for who he was, causing Gabi to question what she meant. Thinking on this, Gabi believes that it was enough and that he should accept himself for who he is so that he can finally be free of his burdens and move on. In the present now, Sagiri raises her sword above Gabimaru's abified body and tells him that he must accept his burdens while continuing to live on. She then brings her sword down and executes the role she was initially charged with. Momentarily, Gabi regains consciousness with his body back to normal and finds his own flower abified head in front of him. Noticing that his sense of self had finally returned, Sagiri explains that she had to amputate the parts of his body that were deeply rooted with vines and use the most outlandish method of Tao restoration by pressing his tendon next to hers. While he stands there impressed with her approach, Sagiri states that she cannot see a way to defeat the enemy, but is told by Gabimaru that they need to keep fighting as long as they're alive, much to her satisfaction. Gabimaru also thanks Sagiri for leading her back towards doubt to increase the speed of his healing. She did this by guiding their thoughts in his head, bringing up his wife ETC when she went to drop the sword down before. After Sagiri jokes about actually following through with her original task I mentioned before, Gabimaru says that they cannot rely on fate due to the risk of failure that it's given them, and also readies himself to fight alongside Sagiri together. Over with the others, Shion and Nurugai fall into the ocean while carrying Big G, who remains unconscious. Jika then tries to bring them on board the ship as requested by Shion, but falls into the ocean as well due to being overly intoxicated after his few sips on the drink back there before. After everyone including Yuzuriha is brought back to the ship, Jika lets them know that it would not matter if they had saved him, since he believes that Rian is utterly unstoppable. While on the other ship, Rian senses Dao growing from where Gabimaru and Sagiri are and looks in their direction. Jumping towards her, Rian fends off a plethora of attacks by them and uses a bolt of lightning as an attack on them, but misses Sagiri after Gabimaru pulls her out of the way. Over with the others, they all watch as Gabimaru and Sagiri fight in perfect synchronization, but Nurugai also points out that they need some sort of strategy in this fight. Darting forth, Gabi is handed Sagiri's sword and goes in to strike Ren's tendon. However, Jika notes that their strategy will not work since the hindering attribute will lose the necessary power needed. Using another strategy, Gabimaru attempts to use Sagiri as a human sword by holding her legs and quickly flinging her around, but dismisses the idea after it doesn't work. In the light of their ridiculous tactics, Ren sees that she cannot afford to waste any more time fighting them and must take down Sagiri using her bulked up arms now. Over on the other side of the boat, Shugan looks at Sagiri and remembers the time he felt worried that she was selected for the Shogun's mission. He assumed that her kindness would be a hindrance, but now, in the light of things, starts to see that it doesn't. Sagiri remembers how Gabimaru pointed out to her that she lost her Shija due to giving into anger instead of focusing on the middle path that gives Dao its power, and in that moment accepts both strength and weakness and doubt as that makes her who she truly is. After her Dao is strengthened, Sagiri attacks Ren with a clear mindset of knowing that she is the spear and the linchpin that will take Ren down, while our sneaky sneaker Gabimaru is the spy from within the shadows, as after all, being a sneaky shinobi is what he does best. Bro, that was so sus for me there. Moments before Sagiri made her charge and remembering that Ren's true goal is to revive Chofuku, Gabimaru tells her to remember what happens when those extreme emotions take over. It weakens their Dao. Dao is held together by a clean discord between both yin and yang. Too much sway to either side and the power fades. So, if her heart is filled with rage and indecision, then maybe they have a chance to win. In reality, and as Sagiri is placating the big boss, Gabimaru lands in the same room as the gilded statue of Jofuku, causing the Buddha wannabe to start falling directly into their trap. As he charges towards Jofuku's corpse with his Ninpo ascetic blaze activated, Gabimaru knows that when her Dao is disrupted, Sagiri will slash her tendon. The timing has to be perfect, but as he goes to smash down on the floor of the boat, notices that there is a post-wedding brazier, a flower crown, and a pair of traditional wedding garbs laid out in front of the statue. Stunned, Gabimaru thinks back to when Yuzuriha said Ren's true goal was to revive her master. Yet, after seeing what's in front of him, Gabimaru for the first time realizes that Ren and Jofuku are indeed a married couple. Beginning to falter, he tries to push himself forth as he knows that he needs to be in perfect sync with Sagiri, as this is truly their last moment. Missing it means death. Seeing his wife with a smile on her face appearing in front of him though, and knowing the pain that it had caused someone to lose their beloved, he drops to the floor, unable to follow through with his plan. Unexpectedly though, the Merchant of Death, Sir Order 66 himself, Shugan the G, jumps out from behind Gabimaru and screams that to be a samurai means being prepared to give up your life at any moment. For duty is the pride of a samurai and the pride of the Yamada clan. Raising up his sword, he envisions Aizen doing the same. Free of thought till death, with single devotion towards the embrace of death's warm grasp, he brings down his blade with a vision of a demonic Aizen behind him, allowing him to deal a powerful Dao-imbued slash that not only slices Jofuku's gilded statue in two, but the entirety of the ship itself. Having witnessed the confirmed passing of her loved one, Ren screams in horror as her late husband's body is destroyed, giving Sagiri the perfect opportunity to bisect the Tenson and destroy her plant ovule. So, with everything lining up for our girl, she swings her own blade forth and manages to slice the immortal Kishikai in two. With the battle finally over, Sagiri, Gabimaru, and Shugan are seen exhausted, while the upper half of the puppet starts to disintegrate as it falls into the ocean below. Having defeated the immortal, the ship starts to fall apart since the only thing keeping it held together was Ren's Dao. After retrieving the elixir of life, Gabimaru yells out to Sagiri to grab his hand while they make their way back to the other ship. Sagiri wants to look out for Shugan, but once she turns around and sees that he had passed away due to overexerting too much of his Dao in the previous attack, continues forth. Randomly, Gabimaru watches as Sagiri suddenly receives a massive, life-threatening, gaping wound in her chest as she was caught off guard and hit by some sort of Dao-infused attack. With Gabimaru left in utter shock, he turns to see that the culprit is Ren, who stands before them with her body being partially covered in flowers. Her only desire was to ever be with her husband, and now, because of that, she states that this is the end of everything. She furiously vows to Gabimaru that she will take away everything from him and the other humans. Suddenly, Gabimaru's left hand is then crushed by Rien's power, causing him to drop to the ground himself. Laying there herself, and after remembering a past lesson from Aizen about how a kaishaku is needed when performing seppuku, Sagiri comes up with the idea of using hemostasis on herself like Gufar, but quickly concludes that idea will not work and help her recover. She then remembers Gufar's past words to her on how the only thing each side can do now is to steal more lives from each other, and ponders if that was truly the only recourse they could do. After seeing Gabimaru punctured by Rien's branches, Nurugai prepares to jump on the boat and assist him. However, Jika grabs her and explains that her power would never be able to stop Rien. Back over with the dying immortal, and while having Gabimaru suffer for his crimes, Rien remembers how he hesitated to destroy Jofuku's body and asks him as to why he did so. Gabimaru answers that in the moment he was about to strike, an image of his wife appeared in his mind, which caused him to end up faltering. As Rien thinks about her lost love, Gabimaru tries to reason with her, saying that maybe because the both of them had loved ones, they could somewhat relate. Having heard these words, Rien looks back on her loving memories with Jofuku, how he ended up slowly starting to grow old and arbify while she, till the very end, stayed by his side. Remembering the love that she once felt and beginning to cry herself, she brings her hands together and in one final act decides to heal Gabimaru and Sagiri's wounds. With everyone around watching this bizarre change in the battle, I guarantee you no one saw this one coming, Rien starts to finally disintegrate, turning her body into a bunch of beautiful flower petals. In the afterlife, it's said that Rien, who was finally at peace, managed to have her soul reunite with her husband. Over on the other boat though, Jika, while mad intoxicated, becomes happy with the outcome of the battle and tells Gabimaru and Sagiri that he had faith in them all along, much to their as well as Shion, Nurugai and Gentijusai's annoyance. On the other hand though, Yuzuriha suggests him forgiving him since he is the one in charge of steering the ship back to the mainland. As they all slowly make their way towards Edo now, which is around about an hour away according to Shion, he informs everyone that he and Nurugai will not be returning and will instead go their separate ways on a small boat. He also reminds them about their situation with who will get the pardon upon returning. And that's right guys, only one person's getting this pardon, 2 men, 1 woman. It's fate. You can't break fate, I tell you. Now, but right now, before we get to the end of the video, I'd love to actually know who you personally think the survivors are. This to me is just an amazing part of the story and it wraps up everything so beautifully. It's like Full Metal Alchemist where you just the last few episodes of that. It's just, I love it so much and I can't wait to see what the anime does with it. Anyway, after seeing Sagiri depressed about everything that is about to happen with all of her friends departing and stuff, Yuzuriha tells her that a happy ending was never going to be possible for them and asks if an executioner like her started to become fond of criminals. Sagiri wipes away the tears and happily answers yes, as after a while she came to see them as people dear to her heart and asks if it was wrong of her to not know what to do in this situation. Yuzuriha says no and points out that everyone else beside herself was actually a villain, which leads to everyone having this hilarious conversation about just how villainous each person is. After everyone ends up pointing Gabimaru and his wife out as evil, Gabi shocks everyone after he laughs at the ridiculous notion of Yui being a villain. Having become interested and wanting to know more about his wife, the group then sits down and asks Gabimaru to tell them more about her, to which he agrees, and after their conversation is finally finished, Yuzuriha, Gabimaru, Gentijusai and Sagiri all stand up together to try and figure out who will return with the elixir of life. My voice is actually giving up, I don't know if you guys can hear it, it's croaky at some points. Shortly after, the Shogun then becomes informed that his ship has returned for the island voyage with only 2 men and 1 woman boarding it. Drum roll please. Dum 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 dum. At the magistrate's office, Sagiri and Jika present themselves to the Shogun as the only 2 surviving Asaemons to make it out alive and are ordered by Aoki to make the report. Sagiri remembers back to how Jika said he will take the initiative on making the report, but wonders as to how he will do so. And Jika looks completely different now, he's mixed up his style, he almost looks like a chick in some kind of way, he's goody 2-shoes Jika right here. Jika first bows his head in complete gratitude for being assigned with the mission and tells them that since Shugan has lost his life during the mission, he will be the one to make the report. Jika then presents the deliverance of the elixir of life and presents that the only surviving criminal was Gentijusai, the Blade Dragon. With this, Toma Gentijusai is then pardoned by the Shogun. And I never, not for a second, doubted Big G. I knew my man was going to take it home, the Blade Dragon. like, no way was he going to die on that island. Everyone knows that he has to die in infamy, you know what I mean? Like, that's the only way I wanted to see Tenson go out. Anyway, before allowing Aoki to end all matters, Jika asks him about the arrangements that were made concerning the Iwagakure chief. Sneakily, Aoki confirms to Jika that the Iwagakure chief was dealt with after the latter testified that the leader had his own ambitions during the mission, which was viewed as treason against the Shogun. So because of that, he was taken out. Much to Sagiri's shock as they show him the taking out evidence and stuff. I can't really show it, but Aoki also reports that the body of the chief has been transformed into a tree after they forced him to test the effects of the elixir before beheading him as per Jika's suggestion after he probably got back, I'd imagine. Anyway, Aoki then questions if the state of the chief could be viewed as immortality, but is convinced by Jika that the Shogun could possibly live forever as a divine tree to watch over his family in exchange for his humanity, which I think is just hilarious. Imagine being stuck as a tree for humanity. I would hate it, the dread. After the business with the Shogun was finally over, Jika, absolutely knackered, falls down and becomes pleased that things went according to his plan. Earlier on the ship, Jika saw that Gabimaru and Yuzuriha had picked Game Tenson as the one to receive the pardon due to his high reputation, and suggests that they themselves actually abandoned their own names and former life upon separating on boats, as obviously Yuzuriha is just a random ninja that had a few things known about her, and Gabimaru himself is just a name passed down throughout Iwagakure, so his face specifically isn't actually known. Anyway, as they prepare to depart, Sagiri receives a goodbye hug from Nurugai and yells out her farewells to Yuzuriha, who happily waves back, already having started to leave on her own vessel. Looking over, she then sees that Gabimaru is the last to depart. The two then meet each other's gazes, and as Gabimaru walks by, happily says their goodbyes without even having to say a damn word to each other. And damn, I love this panel, just the smiles on their faces as Gabi walks past Sagiri there. Brings a tear to my eye, when I first read it, it truly did. All of this part here, my throat when I was writing the script was so sore because I was wanting to bawl my eyes out. It's just so beautiful. Anyway, in the present, Jika sees Sagiri thinking about all of the others and tries to cheer her up, stating that it was fate that brought everyone together, and now all they can do is hope that whatever path they're on in life, it will make them happy. After hearing these words, Sagiri looks up, happy for everyone with a smile as she begins to cry. Meanwhile, Toma is also revealed to have somehow found a boat and departed Kotaku alive, but also not by himself. Dude is mysteriously accompanied by an unknown person. Skipping away for him for now though, after the arrangements were made by Jika with the chief being taken out, it meant that Yui would obviously be alright as well. And Gabimaru would be able to go back to the clan, or leave with Yui, and they'd be able to travel off and live happily somewhere else. Gabimaru, who had finally managed to make it home, becomes shocked to see his wife, Yui, standing atop some stairs and eagerly runs towards her. After finally being reunited, the couple then set out on their own path in life. So we finally made it, After 126 chapters, we have made it to our boy meeting his wife again. She ain't fake, she exists, and didn't have to murk Big G along the process. It's pure bliss in my eyes right here. Skipping forth in time, over in British Hong Kong during the mid-1800s, a young man sitting in a chair notices that the men looking down do not look like the locals, to which he is informed by his brother that these men are from England due to the recent war causing chaos and power in the area. Yeah, you know who it is. You guys know who this is. The Bandit brothers, Toma and Chobe, big chillin' back together. Chobe, hearing this, becomes pleased since he believes that this is an opportunity for him to take over the city, and declares to the Englishman that he now rules over the underworld from here on out. Just dope hairs, and I love the fact that, Toma obviously never made it back to the mainland of Japan, and instead probably sailed off current and ended up in China and back Hong Kong area, which is quite I guess that's probably where Gufar went, and Gufar knows the language there and everything as well, so they wouldn't have been completely confused. I really, really like that ending for him, and it doesn't conflict with everyone in the mainland as well. Back in the room though, one of the Englishmen suddenly whips out a gun and calls Chobe a freaking baby, which Toma translates for his brother, and after learning that he was insulted, Chobe transforms into his breakdown state and murks the dude for just insulting him. At the same time, in a tea house in Japan's Hitoshi domain, Shion gives his opinion on Nurugai's new appearance, saying that she was too young to wear that, but is told by her that she prefers this new look and the other girls around her all dress the same. Nurugai is then hit on by two random men, which she found flattering, but Shion obviously wards them off as a threat. Nurugai becomes disappointed but is given a lecture by her pretty much dad figure about how all the men in this world are either beasts or thieves. Then noticing some dirt or food on her face, begins to clean it off. The two then decide to head off together to try and find Nurugai's people, and having watched this entire thing, a random woman wonders if they are father and daughter despite not seeing any resemblance. Meanwhile, and over with Sagiri and Yuzuriha while they're travelling, they talk about how Gantetsusai has actually opened up a dojo dedicated towards medicine and swordsmanship. He's reppin' Fuchi, I love that. And they flash over there, and after finishing up a patient himself, Gantetsusai is issued a challenge by a man at the door, but yells at him to silence himself. I love that, just the parallels to like who he was in the past and everything. I've got the biggest smile on my face right now. Sagiri then reveals that Jike has taken over the Yamada clan as the next head and is now enjoying an easy life just like he wanted, which is dope for our man. After being tasked by Yuzuriha as to like why she chose to travel, Sagiri answers that it was a good way to help her polish her blade testing skills, but also says that she wanted to leave home for a little while. Yuzuriha figures that her current journey is most likely to visit Gabimaru, but remembers her past statement on it being a bad idea to do so. Sagiri replies that she couldn't help the urge for a little reunion, so obviously pointing out that she wanted to go and find Gabimaru, then asks her mate why she also decided to accompany her, to which Yuzuriha answers it's because she wants to be her bodyguard who secretly loves her. Looking over at a random woman though, Yuzuriha then spots Yui outside her house, and as soon as Sagiri sees her as well, screams at her name in surprise. Standing outside their house together, the three girls all introduce each other and begin having a chat about all of the things that have happened with them. Once they walk inside, Yui offers to wake Gabimaru up to have him see them, which causes the chicks to be surprised as Gabimaru probably didn't sleep at all throughout the entire time on the island, apart from like the obvious knockouts, and he refused to sleep when he was told to. Sagiri also finds it hard to believe this, but states that he was no longer the same Gabimaru as before. All of them then roll over to check up on Gabimaru, and after saying just how out to it he is, states that they probably can't rouse him as dude's gone from stray cat to literal house cat. Letting him be then, we skip away from Gabi for the final time of the entire series and leave the three women as well to have a fat yarn with each other about everything that has happened so far. Time then slowly slips forward several centuries to where we find Gufar running an online class while living in human society. Funnily, like Hell's Paradise ended during Ovid, so this whole online class thing hits different when you think that for the last 2 years this man was writing the series. He was probably stuck indoors doing so. But anyway, Mei then enters the room to tell Gufar that Jufar and Daofar have sprouted, which was a lot earlier than anticipated. Then, walking off together, Gufar then says that he hopes all of the others progress just as well. Woo! So, have we made it? Did we make it to the end of this, 5 hour, 6 hour long video now with me discussing the entirety of Hell's Paradise? This here, honestly, what is it, like the actual first series where I've been able to properly discuss an entire series that has probably ended? I don't think I've been able to do that with anything else so far, because Chainsaw Man has decided to continue on. I'm too lazy to continue with good old Tokyo Revengers, because that final arc, man, oh my god, I can't get over that final arc. But this final arc and this story here, this is how you end a story, man. This is how you're meant to do it. Like, Yuki Kaku actually has an understanding of how you're supposed to finish everything out. You're not meant to give too much, you know, like, that's what I find with a lot of stories these days, is that they give us too much with these endings. They go over the top, you know, and they give us the story 10 years ahead, or they give us the story a few hundred years ahead, and Yuki Kaku might have done that, but he only gave us a little sprinkle. There wasn't much where he went a few hundred years into the future and was like, this is what everyone's up to, they're doing this, and that, here's their family. We got a little taster of that with kind of Gabimaru, but everyone else we kind of flew around and just got an update on what they're up to, seeing, you know, Shion and Nurugai and their part of the world, and they're just chilling together trying to find their family members, and knowing that everyone's kind of happy doing their own thing now really resonated with me. And it was too dope seeing Big G, Gantetsusai, actually get his pardon and make it out of there alive. And then it was like the parallel of him finally, you know, running and starting his own dojo. Like, I assume his sensei probably had his own dojo, or his master had his own dojo. And then that dude who runs in and is like, yo, Big G, fight me, I want to take you on. I hear you're like the Blade Dragon Samurai. And it's just like the parallel from who he was at the beginning of the story and him screaming at this dude to shut up and not fight him anymore. It's too amazing. He's probably going to train this dude to, you know, like, just like he trained him. And all the stuff that you get to think about that could possibly happen, but that isn't explained by the mangaka themselves, is what I love about a great ending to the story. It leaves us pondering, like, what could happen, but in a happy state, not in a state of like confusion where we don't know what just happened. We know what's happened, and we know everyone's actually happy, and we can just sit back and be like, that was a good series, because Yuki Kaku
That was a brilliant series. Honestly, everyone, go out and read like Hell's Paradise. Go out and buy the story, because I haven't put everything in here. Obviously, that does happen throughout the story, and there is so much that like I just left out, like the little details, the stuff that means a lot that maybe you didn't pick up on because it wasn't in the video, and that you need to know, and you're like, maybe that's why this thing happened, because I couldn't understand what he was talking about here. It'll be because I've, left out a tiny little bit. Honestly though, I'd love to know your guys' thoughts on what you thought about the series, how you possibly wanted it to end. Did you want Rin to come out on top and absolutely wipe everyone, roll up to Japan, and then just, commit her divine Banco plan to bring back her husband at the end of the day? What did you think about the meaning, or like the message of the story that it was trying to push to us on how to believe in yourself, and to not like think that the indecision or the anxiety like we have a lot in these days, in these days society, or the depression that we get sometimes, you get into these bad states that you're not meant to be in. But sometimes if you just believe in yourself, you can push through. I have a big confidence issue, I find sometimes, so that whole last arc there with Sagiri and her just being like, I can do this, really resonated with me, and that's why I kind of popped off in the video there and was just like, yes, because it's it was too good. It was actually too good. But either way, as I said, I'd love to know what your guys' thoughts are on the series down below. What do you want me to cover next? And if you guys do want to get earlier access to these videos, like a few days beforehand, before I release them here on YouTube, same with these larger arc ones where I release them like a week or two before I do on YouTube, like the full story ones, then make sure you check out my Patreon, which I will leave down in the description below, as honestly, it truly helps me out with like so much, being able to trial different editors and all that kind of stuff to possibly, put out more content in the future. It's really hard with the level of detail that I edit these videos to these days to be able to put out a video, say, every week or 2 weeks, or even every 3 weeks sometimes, depending on how long the videos are. So all the support that does happen on Patreon is truly, it truly means a lot. It means I can focus more on making the content better and looking for script writers who understand the way that I talk and all that kind of jazz. But either way, if you are new around here as well and just want to support me in general, then do hit that subscribe button, because, what are we now? 155k? We're pushing to 200k? 200k before the end of the year? Surely with the amount of content that I've got planned, like One Punch Man, we've got like Steel Ball Run coming out soon. Like, can you guys believe that? I've actually started editing Steel Ball Run. Moving forward, like I said, just subscribe if you guys are new around here and want to watch a bunch of videos like these, and leave a like. Push this video to 10k likes to show me that you want another full series explained video that's like 7 hours long or whatever. But for now, it's been your professional degenerate Diavolo, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye.